Hello and welcome to the IMT 1v1 Showdown presented by Progressive. We're for day one of what should be an awesome 1v1 tournament. It's been a while since we've had a classic 1v1, so I'm excited to see all the matchups. My name is Julian Pastrytime, and joining me for the first time ever on any broadcast, but certainly, hopefully not the last, it is Cubby. How you doing, mate?
I appreciate that. I'm doing great. We had some travels this morning, but glad we got to get back in time to see some 1v1, support a good cause, and have some fun along the way. So it should be a good day.
Yeah, don't forget, it isn't just, the spicy 1v1 matchups. We do have a double alien bracket, which will be super fun. So we'll see all these players at least twice, depending on how they go. But it is also for a good cause. There is going to be a donation made by Immortals at the end of it all to Able Gamers, which is super awesome. But of course, you can donate too as well. I believe that link will get dropped in the chat anytime now. But for now, we'll tee up our first matchup. It is going to be a pretty spicy one, actually. Kind of like Battle of Academy in some ways, depending on how you want to move it. It is Pretty from IMT Academy up against Fire from, I don't know, lots of different teams at this point, but he's been around forever.
Yeah. No, it's actually really funny, like having these two match up, because I know that at the start of the summer split, Immortals Academy added Viper and Anda from the victorious No Org, where of course Fire was the victorious mid laner, and he was like, you know what, I'm not playing an Academy in this split, so now Pretty gets to be the best mid laner because he has my former teammates. Fire always likes to give a little bit of the spice, and now we've got them in the 1v1. Curious to see if we get any of those unique Fire champs coming out, and also Pretty, who has a rather large champion pool himself.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting a lot of these players to kind of flex their champion pools quite a bit. There's also a lot of definite specialist champs on a lot of these players, but certainly in this matchup, I think they could play just about anything. I mean, it's funny in 5v5s, Fire is kind of known for his Sett, known for kind of supporting a team. He's got a really good jungler, as he mentioned, who's able to play behind him, which is now, as you mentioned, is of course Pretty's jungler. But obviously, well, that's off. No junglers. There's only one lane. You can't go anywhere but towards your opponent. So it'll be fun to see how the mechanics shake out.
Yeah, I know that Fire, when he was on No Org last split, his Zoe and Twisted Fate specifically were really good at getting mid lane priority. But hey, you know what? That also has to deal with helping out your jungler, making sure that they're able to get into the enemy camps. And oh boy, Julian, that's one knock-in.
Alrighty.
We do have blind pick, so
Yes.
neither of these players can see what the other one is playing. We are going to have some fun, and looks like Pretty wants to try the champion that he wasn't able to play for Academy playoffs, is enabled for Proving Grounds. We have seen it top, not mid, and here we go.
Yep, alrighty. One way to kick things off here is Akshan versus Akshan. This is funny. This is a champion that kind of doesn't exist in my head. He exists in Legends of Runeterra, which I covered recently. He's relatively prominent there, but this champion has not been allowed in games of League that I have been casting because, of course, playoffs was locked with Akshan disabled. So this will be fun to see how it fares in a 1v1. And like we said, these are two players that are very skilled and have a lot of different lots of different champions they can play. I feel like in 1v1 tournaments, marksmen tend to be the favorites if you're trying to win. So I'm very curious to see how this works out, especially with a shorter range marksman like Akshan.
I'm glad we got the mirror matchup. I hope these guys, one of my favorite parts about All-Stars, there's been 1v1s in the past, is when they mic him up and say hey, let's do a mirror matchup, let's throw down the gauntlet, right? Kind of hoping they did that beforehand as well, as we do get the Akshan v Akshan. But it is a champion that it is enabled in Proving Grounds, and we have seen it play top. Of course, Proving Grounds, if you're not familiar, you should be tuning in, because Immortals actually right now, they are in the top 4. They lost to Dignitas in the first round and have been sprinting through the lower bracket, where they just beat Dignitas 3-1 the other day. A very big victory for that team, as Viper and Anda, rather determined to be the only two people in the field that are the part of the defending champion No Org. They're making a run for it in the lower bracket, trying to get back to that championship and trying to get that title back in their hands.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Viper also in this tournament, so, taking a little bit of time off the busy practice schedule to, I guess, defeat his brothers, potentially, depending on how that shakes out, because there are not one, but 2 different brothers of Viper hanging out in this tournament as well, which is super, super fun. But 5-5 is Pretty, definitely starting off on a fun note. Just a quick note on format, though. It is best of 3, if we didn't mention it already. It is double elim, so we will see these players multiple times, and it is blind pick, no bans every single game. So you can do the same thing over and over again if you want, but I hope the players are going to mix it up and spice it up. And as we've seen, this does give opportunity to not only play champions that might otherwise be banned if people consider them strong, but lots of mirror matches as well.
I personally I want to see pregame lobby chat, have some agreements.
Yeah.
You get counter pick, I get counter pick. So some of that switching it up. But I mean, these are two mid laners, like right off the bat, I know that Pretty has been a player that we've really enjoyed covering in Academy, because the fact that a lot of his interviews, oftentimes referencing the fact that he's got family and friends staying up, all the way from Greece to watch him, right, as he is playing in this region this year, and the fact that like that team has kind of been able to pull it together and do well in Academy is. The active team, of course, for Immortals is still kicking for this 2021 season. It's been fun to see, and Pretty's been a really major part of that as someone that was a standout performer on the team in the spring, didn't have the most success, but in the summer, they've really started to pull it together and have really started to take advantage of that identity that they always said they wanted to go for, which is playing through Viper, playing through Pretty, finding as much success as they can there.
Yeah, and obviously picked up a good jungler to do that there, and unfortunately not in this tournament, but has been looking good in Academy as well. I mean, that's kind of like the IMT org as a whole, right? We've seen definitely some verticality between the LCS team and their Academy team. We've seen them bring up, players that maybe you don't expect to necessarily be that good, but develop very well. And I think their eye for talent is something that's really cool. And it's cool to see that obviously, even though the LCS season is now over for them, the Academy season is not, and it's paying dividends there as well. I'm sure Kyoto is at least hanging around, seeing what's going on down there, hopefully taking a break as well, because it was a long season. But I imagine there's a lot of chatter between those two teams, and it's cool to see success being there, even for some of these players that have been playing in the LCS and been playing in Academy for quite a while now. There is, always improvement you can make and always success you can have. And I think a tournament like Proving Grounds, to your point, is a really cool way to display all of that, right? It's so nice that Academy and Amateur got combined for this giant mega tournament that determines one champion.
Yeah, and like obviously LCS, like that is the pro league. You're playing to win. But I think the one really nice thing about Proving Grounds and Academy is that the purpose of that is to get players to develop, and like having players like Viper and Anda, who we have seen before, but have still taken those strides. From talking with Viper a lot when he was on No Org, one of the things that he kept on citing was getting my confidence back. With how many games you play on stage in Academy and throughout Proving Grounds, I mean they've played over 50 games this split, like with
Yep.
playoffs as well. That's a lot more reps than LCS. And, for someone like Viper, he's like, I was, cracking skulls on stage, right? Like I felt good. I started to get my confidence back. And this game, with these guys competing at the highest level, sometimes that's all you need, right? Just making sure that you get kind of that swagger going. And I know that Viper recently, not the series against Dignitas, but against Resolve, did bust out that Riven in game 3 to help his team overcome a rather talented amateur squad in Resolve, who also took top 8 in that tournament.
I have a funny feeling we're going to see more than one Riven today. If I had
Really?
to guess, yeah, I think so.
What makes you think that?
Viper, first of all, Viper's in the bracket, and there are no bans, so he can play Riven whenever he wants in any of these matches. Of course, if you're wondering what we're waiting
Revenge
for, by
in the
the way.
bracket.
Yeah.
No bans.
No ban. Yep.
Yeah.
Got a couple of Viper siblings in there as well. I think they know
Yeah.
the way around Riven, may have learned from their older brother. Important to mention that we are on the live client here for the 1v1. If you've seen 1v1s before, maybe at All-Star, it's going to be similar. So similar rules: first 100 CS, first tower, first blood. And actually, we have a time limit on the games as well. If somehow a 1v1 goes to 10 minutes, it'll be the highest CS at that point who will win. I cannot imagine.
Yeah, honestly, it's something where like for these 1v1s, I know that the one thing that you were really missing, Julian, is the fact that there's no Poro explosions on the live map. That is a rather big bummer for the side of us. But given the fact that I think that for these 1v1s, it's like so it's fun to like watch these players, try and like figure things out. We get to see a lot of things we don't usually see on a stage. One, of course, being Akshan. As I mentioned before, there was one in Proving Grounds actually put in the top lane. I know that I was talking with a lot of the coaches around the scene, trying to figure out like, oh, like how does this champion work? Like what scenarios is Akshan good in? What picks? And everyone knows it's like pretty decent into LeBlanc because like you can go early Wit's End and never really die,
Mm-hmm.
and it scales okay. But one of the tricky parts about like Akshan is you got to get him out of the early levels. Like, you have to like play around your jungler and all that stuff. And of course, no junglers here, right? So just take
Yep.
advantage of being a marksman.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it can be tough in melee matchups when you're just getting kited, and Akshan definitely swinging around that terrain can kind of shoot you forever. I think it's going to get absolutely wild if they're both swinging around on the grappling hook, but I guess that's part of the fun. I guess we'll have to see how it all shakes out. As a reminder, though, we are on the live client is the other thing. So we are on standard Howling Abyss. It's just only 2 champions, 1 on each side in the game. And that does mean there is a delay as well. If you've ever been a part of any tournament since spectator mode's inception, which if you're me, I definitely have been, you are more than familiar with the fun waiting game that is making sure that delay passes by so we can get to the game. Hey, look at that. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I have an update for you, which will explain some of what's going on. So unfortunately, there was actually a spectator bug. Again, something we can't always plan for. But a game's already passed. We don't know what happened, which is very sad. We won't get to see what Akshan does. But Pretty did win the Akshan mirror match. So I think Fire is off the champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Pretty's like, all right, I'm going straight back there. That was great.
He must have known. He's, he wants to give us the salty run back at Fire. Trying to debate whether or not he wants to go for that. We're going to have to see how this marksman matchup plays out, as it's going to be Lucian.
We'll just have to use our imaginations for the other one.
I'm just imagining like a level 1 grappling hook brawl. I feel like that's what I really wanted to see, Make it quick.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, man, I'm trying to think. I don't know how long we've been live for. I could like roughly estimate the game, but again, like don't expect the games to go particularly long. So definitely cool. Unfortunately, don't see how Pretty won, but we'll get to see how he navigates this matchup. Obviously, Fire maybe not feeling as confident on the champion, but can definitely feel confident on Lucian. In fact, I'm surprised neither of these players wanted to go to Lucian earlier because they're both very, very good at their champion. That champion's been a meta mid for 2 years at least, if not a bit longer at this point. So definitely know their way around those champions.
It's actually funny that, you just mentioned like, we don't expect these 1v1s to go too long. I know that Immortals is putting out a couple videos beforehand, and Dardoch was like, no one's getting first tower 100 CS on me. Like I'm going down, and I'm going to take you down first.
I appreciate that mentality. The other thing, I guess, difference from the All-Star 1v1s is that because it is, just normal ARAM map, just without, I guess, with ARAM rules, but it doesn't really mean much in a 1v1 where when you die, the game is over. There are no health packs, which actually is a huge win for me and may rebalance the lack of Poro explosion that this map unfortunately does not contain built in. That is a custom 1v1 feature only. But health packs definitely make for some longer games, some more farm-oriented games. And obviously, when you don't have access to those, typically the best all-in is going to win.
That's hopefully what happened in the first one for Pretty, as establishing the Akshan dominance and going for it yet again. Gonna have to see if he can take it out on Lucian. But I think the fun part about these 1v1s for me is that kind of like brings back like that living room gaming feel. I remember going like way back, playing things like Super Smash Bros with your friends. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is a big one. Spawn into a map that was not Rust because that was too small. You can find everyone on the spawns, trying to like find like your friends, take them down, establish dominance. Definitely something that I feel like it's like kind of tough like for League to emulate. Just the fact that like it's a game that's played remotely. Everyone's not really in person, but it's kind of fun to see that at least online. And I know that these guys oftentimes like get better. They drill 1v1s like all the time to like play out these matchups. So always like seeing the pros, how practiced they are, and seeing if hey, maybe Akshan Pretty's been prepping for this. Wanted to pull out the new champ, make sure that he looked good on it.
Yeah, just desperately wants to play it maybe, and this is the best excuse he has to
Coach
pull it out.
Like won't let him play it, so he's like, I'm playing it here. This is why he's doing the tournament. Yeah,
he's trying to maximize the game. I mean, again, he's still got a tournament to play, so didn't necessarily have to play in this event. Obviously, happy he's here, but he's giving up some of that practice time to maybe get as many Akshan reps as he can in on camera. So we'll have to see how this particular 1v1 plays out. I don't know how long you've been playing League though, for Cubby. For me, it's like I don't know, somewhere in season 1, not beta, but like a long time, right? I'm old. Did anyone ever challenge you to a 1v1 in like a random normal game?
Ooh.
In the early days of League, I feel like it happened quite a lot.
Yeah, it happened. Common.
And did you ever 1v1 someone that challenged you?
Not that I can remember. I've always been a support player. I've been around since like I've been playing since season 2, and for whatever reason, supports it's not like all right, Alistar, Brahma, the Baron Pit, right? That's not ideal.
Alrighty, well here it goes. Fire is on a Lucian. It is Akshan. It is both Exhaust Ignite for both players, which isn't super surprising. And both with press the attack. So again, trying to maximize your early damage. You can't go back because it's ARAM, and if you die, you lose, so you don't get any sort of recall. So it is going to have to maximize the early items. They've effectively got the ARAM Dorans to kick things off. Although Cloth Armor is an interesting adaptation there for Fire.
Yeah, that ARAM Dorans, it's if you are an ARAM fan, I believe it does count as a legendary for your mythic item as well. So not going to be taking advantage of that this game, obviously, with the no bases, but I think Firefire is going to be taking advantage of that PTA, trying to get that first trade win going down onto Pretty, who, of course, FC was able to use that grappling hook with the main zone around to really harass that Lucian.
And you said this before, right? You know, Akshan on Summoner's Rift has the problem of, you know, needing to get through the early levels. So Arab does that for you, right? You get level 3 to kick things off.
It's not bad.
Skips it. That's some technology right there.
Pretty knows. The other tech, if you haven't watched a lot of Akshan, is of course that Q, that boomerang that he is able to throw out. The more enemies it hits, the more the range keeps on going.
Oh my goodness. Just swinging in there. Double exhaust on either side. Ignite is down, but Firefire gonna live through this onslaught. Still has a potion left as well. We're not looking particularly healthy now.
You see Pretty also playing in front of the waves. Firefire can't land the Q on him and actually sidesteps that one. Well played for the mid lane here of IMT Academy.
Yeah, this looks rough. Does dodge the boomerang though. Firefire is going to be A-okay, but level 5 now. Firefire going to have to let the turret take a little bit of damage. Not where you want to be, but probably not going to get dove. Oh, I forgot there were health picks on ARAM. I take it all back. That's clearly I haven't played ARAM in way too long.
Yeah, bring back the portal explosions. I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. All right, that's the only thing missing.
Oh, and Firefire down a little bit of health. Gonna have to try and land some of those Qs. Sidestep the Qs coming out from Pretty. As you see them posturing around the wave. Really like how Pretty is actually playing outside of the wave, of course. Those piercing lights not able to connect, and therefore Firefire is still under siege.
Yeah, the Qs are actually pretty similar, but Lucian has to target a minion in order to use it, and Akshan can just yeet it out of there, right? And hope there's a minion in the way to try and extend the range. So definitely a little more flow to the play, and the matchup actually looking kind of similar, but it is all Pretty right now as Firefire struggling to stay healthy under this tower. They're going to have to run back for the health pack at some point.
And level 6s on for both of these players as well. Of course, Akshan, that ultimate that he has that would be the comeuppance, as I don't know, I don't have to like know my voting names as much as you, Pastrytime, but I feel like comeuppance is kind of a fun one to say in a fight.
Oh, that's a good one there. And speaking of, it might happen here. Oh my goodness, they switched places. Firefire letting the culling rip, but that is not the right direction. The wave is pretty big, though. Pretty could be in trouble if he can't thin it. He's going to try and get it down, but that cannon is doing so much damage. Firefire's going to get in there, and that's the first blood. Firefire going to tie up the series.
The minion advantage goes over to Firefire as that Akshan not undefeated anymore, 1-1, and hey, that was kind of clever there, putting him on the wrong side of the rift, using the minions to get that health gone. And as we mentioned earlier, you know, Firefire saying, hey, I'm not playing an amateur academy. Pretty has my old teammates. He gets to be the best mid laner now. He thinks that Pretty's really good, but Firefire still proving he's got something to show as well in these 1v1s. You know, it's all about sending the message.
Yeah, I feel like Firefire's career is a lot of, you know, just demonstrating how good he is. To watch this one again, I mean, just nothing you can do. Like, the cannon minion is doing so much work there.
Unlucky that it went into the brush as well, but Pretty there for a little bit too long. Vision was not lost, and minions, you know, they got some brains, right? They know when to chase you, as long as you're in vision. Yeah, they're heading right for the Akshan, trying to help out Firefire.
I feel like Pretty kind of betrayed, like Akshan betrayed himself there, right? He grappling hooked to the other side of the wave and is like, uh-oh, I'm on the wrong side of town. I mean, Firefire's ulti looked silly, right? But actually thinning out the wave, forcing Pretty further back towards his tower, obviously he's not going to win any sort of exchange. And then the cannon creep right on time. If the one thing we know about Firefire, as a mid laner, he definitely knows the timings of the waves, and that cannon showed up right on time.
Yeah, those TF ports top are still giving the teams that played last split Proving Grounds a lot of nightmares. But yeah, I think that, you know, the fun of this event is, of course, seeing, you know, not only the champions that these guys are able to play as playing at the level that they play at. I mean, everything they are able to pull out is a relatively high level, much higher than I know what I can do Pastrytime.
Yep, me too.
Yeah, Firefire potentially hovering that Lee Sin. That'd be a fun one to wrap things up here.
Oh boy, is this how it ends? We'll have to see, but this is quite the matchup. Kench did get toned down, I believe. Turned out Revenge knew what was going on there, if you remember back in the LCS, pulling that one out. And then Ablazeolive also noted Tahm Kench solo laner is potentially waiting in this bracket as well. But we'll see if Pretty wants to go to it here, but 40 seconds for the players to decide. I hope they're chatting, you know. seeing
absolutely.
deciding on a matchup. That would be the coolest way to end. I think if you're trying to break a tie in a best of 3, especially the upper bracket, right? Because like, you know, you can play in the losers bracket. You have confidence in your ability to play a long tournament if you need to. Might as well make it spicy. And you know, I'll be happy with this, but we'll see if the players do indeed want these champions. Remember, they cannot see the other champions, and there are no bans, so you get a lot of freedom here.
Well, Fire may not be able to see the enemy champion, and is going to lock in Lee Sin. No irony there, of course, with Lee Sin, as now Tahm Kench going to be unloaded off the bench, and feel like if it was a Jose Dioto game, we'd have to start spamming Tuki time here in the chat, Pastry.
I think so, but instead it is 5-5's Lee Sin. Definitely, again, a champion that he has a number of reps on. This was a meta solo laner and certainly a mid laner for a very long time. I don't think we've ever seen this matchup. It's not that common because Tahm Kench kind of came in later as a solo laner after that mini rework, and Lee Sin was definitely front-loaded this year as far as how often we saw him being played. But champions will know their way around here, and I'm trying to think, like, on paper, who could possibly have an advantage, because they both are very good at sustaining. They're both pretty good at fighting other melee champions. But I have to think Tahm Kench is just a little bit better.
If Tahm Kench connects those Qs, of course, does get the heal now after that mini rework that Tahm Kench did receive. And definitely one that I feel like is fair. Tahm Kench is like always a champion where, like, when that eat was on his W, they just had to gut like the rest of his kit. Because like that was such a powerful cooldown to use, that the fact that that wasn't an ultimate, that'll like take a lot of other things away from him to make sure that he's balanced. So now that it is an ultimate, you get that giant shield as well. They're like actually able to give him things back. So having that mini port on the W, kind of like keeping that identity. And now the heal on the Q made him a pretty formidable top laner. And I know that for this matchup, the nice thing for these Sin is, of course, with that resonating strike, with that E, can always keep control of the wave, right? He can just pop a shield, pop the W again, E the wave, hit all 6 creeps, and you know, just have that push into Tahm Kench. So we're gonna have to see if Fire is gonna play the matchup up like that as well, and if he can sidestep some of those tongue lashes.
Yeah, that's true, actually. You know, back in the very early days of Tahm Kench, I think I remember one, like, you know, one of those YouTube videos that went off where Faker was playing like AP Tahm Kench mid. You know, you could eat minions and throw them at stuff, which actually did quite a lot of damage. But obviously, you had to move W out of there, out of that particular spot, because, as you said, it was way too powerful. Because the use case of this is an AoE spell was never the case Tahm Kench was used for. He was not a soul laner at all. He was purely a support basically for his entire lifetime when Devour was a basic ability. But yeah, you're right. Doesn't really have that wave clear there. I mean, lane Lee Sin is all about I press E on the wave a lot and like force you into bad decisions. Like the first time I saw Lee Sin like pushing a Victor, I was like, this is not okay. Like Lee Sin should not be doing this to a mage like Victor.
But... My E does 110 base damage. And so, yeah. It's tricky, and it's fun because, like, I know that Lee Sin, it's a pick that, of course, has seen some nerfs throughout the season to kind of put him back in that jungle role, where I think still one of the most exciting champions to watch. You know, no matter what state of the game you're in, when you have a Lee Sin on your team, you can always make that play to get you back in the game. I think it's a lot of fun to see teams try and use, and a lot of fun to watch the best players in the world play a mechanically, you know, like a champion like Lee Sin that gives them so much freedom to like express that skill. Definitely adds for a lot of really exciting moments for League, but also the solo laner, you know, just maxing E and pressing E and having control over the wave at all times. That was a little bit frustrating, I know, for a couple of the mid laners that we had that were especially mage players.
Yeah, for sure. But obviously now you have to scrap a little bit more with the Tahm, so see how Fire navigates the matchup. Could definitely be a longer one, though. I did say I saw no world where there was a timeout, but if there was ever a matchup, it would probably involve Tahm Kench. So fingers crossed we don't get that, as Fire going to load in. Look to try and 2-0 it, just dancing away.
You know, he's got the boxing gloves for the 1v1, then dancing away.
He's ready.
I like that. Yeah, knockout Lee Sin is the skin of choice here for Fire. Gonna have to see if he can knock out Pretty. Oh,
goodness. Pretty has the horn and a cloth armor. He's playing the long game. He's got a plan.
He's a tanky boy. As I think one of the nice parts about Tahm Kench in this as well, I'm always amazed at how much healing he gets from that E.
Oh, it's absurd. Oh, yeah. Speaking of, Abyssal Dive, dodged very nicely though. Fire backing to win that trade at level 1, but again, that shield there now restuns, and I think Pretty actually going to be okay at the end of it all. Gets a little bit of health back, but pretty close to even. And it is Halo Blades Tahm Kench, which is ultra fun.
I like that. Trying to get that stun off as quick as possible in the matchup seems to be the tech. And that healing from the item as well. Pretty gonna benefit from that first trade. This thing's go on Fire. He was able to fight his way back in the last one. Gonna have to see if he can do it again in this one.
Yeah, can maybe run the same play, right? Kick him back on your side, and the cannon minion roams on in. But Tahm Kench, very tanky river inhabitant. I guess a catfish. We always say frog, and then people get mad at me on Twitter. I'm like, don't worry about it, okay? It's about the spirit of the marine life. It's not the technicality. Fire threaded that Q through the minions.
That was nice. Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that Q can connect. Fire respecting. Gonna get back behind the creeps. Of course, can use that. Block out stun from landing. Pretty's gonna have to eat a couple of health potions and rethink things here. As Fire also with that shove. Gets a bit of heal.
Relic there as well. Gets back in range. Fire with the mobility. That's probably the biggest thing in this matchup, right? They both kind of want to do the same thing in a solo lane, but I think Tahm Kench does the like tank things and heal and scrap a little bit better. But Lucian has so much mobility. That's kind of his advantage here. As Fire is going to go back, grab his own relic, and then be back ready to fight here. Up in CS as well. If we get there, 100 is a long way away at this point. Actually, I guess it is possible to get 100 before the 10-minute mark, but it might be tight, especially if they're fighting a lot. There's another great Q for Fire is going to land, and Pretty is losing the battle of attrition, which is not a good sign for Tahm Kench.
Yeah, as long as we're talking about 100 CS and 1v1s, I have to feel like old days of Froggen, trying to get to 100 CS as Pretty. He has 6, Fire does, and he's gonna try and press it. Here we go.
Yeah, again, both combat ultimates there. This does so much damage. Fire gonna have to kick him away and now get back to safety. But where is safety? Pretty with the dive, gonna try and make it happen. Fire, he's done it again. He's got the cannon creeps ready, but the shield is up there. He's now gonna pop it, and Fire has to play this so carefully. No help left. The Q's gonna miss, but Fire's trying to make it happen. No flash, but he's gonna keep going. Just needs to land the Q. Fire misses the Q.
Oh, the emote as well. The Tahm Kench and the question mark over it. I like the flare from Fire as we have a relic taken, ults down, sums down, and that's a sustain for Pretty. Starting to kick in. Fire gonna have to see if he makes another move soon.
You can see Conqueror and Lucian's W kind of helping out there as the fight drags on longer. Fire had an opportunity to seal it, but now going to lose this relic. Should be able to get in range for the heal. Indeed does. But it's going to be tight, and the CS is firmly in favor of Fire. Again, unlike other 1v1 maps you might have seen in the past, you cannot recall on this map, so you are trapped in this arena until the game ends.
I have a feeling though that Fire, in his play style, he's not going to play for 100 CS. He wants to take the kill. He wants to send the message. That's always what Fire's been good for. You can always count on him for that.
Yeah, I feel like when I first saw Fire play, what I've known about him for ages, but when I watched him play a lot more closely, it was a Scouting Grounds a few years ago now, and it didn't matter like whether it was a broadcast match or a practice match, kind of on the first day when they were all like playing and building teams. I feel like every single matchup he just wanted to kill his opponent. Like it didn't matter who they were, it didn't matter what the matchup was, it didn't matter if he died a few times before it happened. He was just dead set on killing his opponent. So definitely bringing some of that here as well. As Pretty is starting to get pretty kind of spooky. Again, the health bar only goes up as it gets levels, which is kind of the only benefit you get as the game goes longer, is your stats increasing. Tahm Kench got some pretty nice base stats.
And Pretty with that cloth armor. Now trying to make his move, has 2 stacks to Fire. Here comes the ult.
Yeah, kicked again here, but now the ultimate's going to come back up. That's a great exhaust out of Fire. Damage is going to be done, and there it is. First blood just punched him straight out of the tummy. And Fire's going to take it.
Did not have time to get the shield off. And Fire taking down Pretty in the 1v1. I like the fact we're switching up champions and a little reverse sweep action here for Fire early.
Yeah, obviously, unfortunately, didn't get to see how game 1 went down, but the Akshan mirror did not look good for Fire, we have to assume, given that Pretty did take it. But we'll take a look at some of the highlights from this here matchup here. Once again, this was really well played, kind of all throughout for Fire. And this first Q missing was an absolute tragedy.
I like how I was playing the game with the E of Tahm Kench, of course, because in the 1v1 you want that. Oh, look at the snowball! Thank you for that. That was that close.
That was beautiful.
Sonic wave. Fire cannot find it, but ends up finding it here, as the shield wasn't able to be popped for Pretty on the back half, and Fire one last kick gets it done.
Yeah, super clutch exhaust, I think, as well. From memory, Devour doesn't deal true damage, so I think would have some of that in there as well. But kind of nicely done, like trading back and forth, which is really cool to see from Firefire. Like again, a matchup that looked like it was going to be very grindy, very lifestealy, and then managed to find enough attrition to actually get a kill on his opponent, which was really cool.
Yeah, and that will be our first best of 3, and Pastrytime might be a good chance for us to start to talk about some of the goodies that our viewers could maybe get while tuning in to the 1v1 Showdown.
That's true. There is a giveaway happening. Immortals is giving quite a number of things away. I believe you can type, I think, ! giveaway in the Twitch chat. You can get all the details on that one. But yeah, I mean, who doesn't like free stuff? Go ahead and get yourself some free stuff if you're interested. A hot sell, I know.
Hey, it's the best price, right? Free. As I believe some of the highlights for us is a Logitech keyboard, mouse, gaming chair, and a lot of Grubhub gift cards being given away here.
That one to me is very important. I'm someone that loves food and can sometimes be quite lazy, even though I also love cooking. So the ability to have food delivered to me is a highly valuable thing in the current futuristic world we live in. So to me, that's maybe more valuable than a keyboard, which I have many of.
Yeah.
But hey, if you need a new keyboard, you can get it.
Yeah. Hey, you never know. Might as well enter.
Yeah, for sure. As a reminder, our next match coming up is going to be our first Immortals LCS player gracing the stage. It is Insanity, going to be up against Davemon, which Insanity, he's pretty good in lane, if I have to. I mean, he's played so many champions on the LCS stage, let alone his long academy career that was before that. But I think the players may have agreed to some fun to kick it off.
Oh, I love this. So, Insanity, of course, being the mid laner for Immortals on the LCS squad this split. For me, we can talk about this as we move on, but I thought Insanity actually made a lot of good strides of improvement in his first split, really out of Academy and on the LCS stage throughout both the spring and the summer. Davemon, someone that the viewers at home may not be quite as familiar with, but this player, challenger mid laner, very high up on the ladder. And the reason we see these Pyke lock-ins is that he's known for his Pyke mid, Halo Blades, getting around the map, getting those ults off as well. One of my favorite combos, actually, that we got to see a little bit of in a past collegiate season that was brought in the amateur as well, was Karthus jungle with Pyke mid and just going for the execute.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. There was one game that Michigan played where it was a Karthus ult from the jungle and a Pyke ult, and they got a double kill. Like, just by pressing guard twice. It was so fun. So, want to see if Davemon can maybe take down Insanity on his champion. And Insanity being the LCS pro, props to him. He has his hands full playing into the one trick of his opponent.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely very respectful, but a fun challenge nonetheless. Insanity is not a player that is really afraid of kind of anyone. I think that's been true as his LCS career has kind of, begun and continued to flourish. I think he has had a really good year. In fact, in general, we'll see Revenge later. We'll talk about the same thing where I think both of the Immortals solo laners on that LCS team have grown leaps and bounds since first joining the league, and they've also had long histories playing before that as well. But Insanity, sometimes the name just really felt right in Academy, in those games where he was just about anything you could think of. He's actually, funnily, you mentioned the Karthus thing. He actually played quite a lot of Karthus in his Academy career. He is definitely someone that, he's definitely someone that knows his way around, a very large swath of champions. So Pyke definitely on the menu, I'm sure. For a while, this was, I don't want to say a meta mid laner because there was a handful of people in the world that could actually play mid Pyke to the level it needed to be, but he's been around as far as mid laners go. And if you're good at Pyke, typically you can overrun your opponent. So it'll be really cool to see Insanity kind of skill check a very experienced Pyke player here.
It's very impressive early in lane, and it's funny you mentioned that the Pyke mid, being able to pilot it. What was it? Season 9 Worlds, where the big rumor was Pyke mid. And everyone was practicing it in solo queue, then it never hit the stage. There was one Worlds where the boot camp, everyone was playing Pyke, and it's funny that I think of that now because the rumor at the moment is that everyone's playing Tryndamere mid.
Oh, and J4, I think it's the other one I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that too, and man, I always find ways with these patches, and especially the Worlds patch, which I think unique to competitive play, they get 6 weeks on instead of just 3, right? And that actually really, for me, it makes the meta really interesting because usually, the rules of the game change every 3 weeks, so things don't get as explored. But when they stay the same for longer, we get to see the meta change throughout a tournament, right? Picks emerge and different counters emerge. I remember Victor top into Aatrox that was being pulled out in season 8, halfway through the tournament, and then it became meta defining. All of a sudden, Aatrox wasn't a blind anymore. So really fun to like hear about these different iterations, like what these guys are manufacturing in the workshop. And Davemon, of course, always had this Pyke up his sleeve. Gonna have to see if Insanity can try and match it.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun 1v1. Pyke 1v1s, I mean, level 6, obviously very important, but I feel like it's a you mess up once, you probably die kind of matchup. So it's also like, I guess, are we a barrier squad? Does barrier even work against Pyke ulti? I don't think
Does
it
not.
does.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
okay.
goes through
I don't even
shield.
know what summoners to take, because it's like, you have to like heal and then heal instantly or something. I have no idea. Like, it's so hard to live.
Yeah, so back then when like Pyke was being played mid, it was when his Q was AoE on the waves, and that was like one of the nerfs they actually made to Pyke was to drop that. And it's funny actually here, Pastrytime, because it looks like we for the first time compared to the last one, we want to have two different approaches. Get
We
a nice look
do.
at some of the wildlife on the rifts.
Love seeing the Poros again. Missing the, cavalcade of Poros that happens in the old 1v1 map or the All-Stars 1v1 map, but this is good enough. As Davemon, it's a very fancy looking Pyke skin. Oh my god, Insanity, why do you have so many cloth armors?
It's cold. It's hollowing a bit. Everything's frozen. Needs a couple layers. And I don't think he's going to be taking those layers off. As here we go.
Nope, going straight in for Insanity is just tanking. But Ignite's looking pretty good here. Oh, this is very anime. I like it already. Just dashing back and forth. Again, you can't get in the way of the Pyke with the stun. They are just added at level 1. But Insanity, even with all those cloth armors, doesn't look like he's winning this 1v1. Davemon just knows this champion a little bit better. Has the Ignite as well. Insanity's got to get out of there. And this seems risky. Gonna get the health back there, but there's a really nice Oh, the Q buffer through though, Insanity! He knows what's going on, but the Ignite is down, the stun's there, but a great flash out of Davemon is going to get him through, and now I think he's got enough, but the health bars are so low, the summoners are completely out on both sides. You have to get out of the way of the enemy Pyke to get some health back, and Insanity's back at it. The cloth armors may just do it. That Q is so good though, the E-stun is good enough, but it is 4 cloth armors and a dream. Gonna give Insanity the first game win.
Oh, Davemon got the creep, but Insanity got the kill. And man, well, I mean, that's one way to do it, right? Just throw down level 1, no holding back. And it's funny seeing like both those different approaches of that champion. Of course, Davemon, when you're playing Pyke mid, it's full lethality. But one item like I've always like liked on Pyke, it's like been really slept on, is Frozen Heart, right? Because you get all the ability haste, you get a lot of armor, and Pyke doesn't really benefit from health as much as it goes towards AD. So having something like that, kind of nice. Also, you can swim by people, slow down that attack speed. And speaking of attack speed here, Davemon Halo Blades just wasn't quite enough to take down Insanity.
Yeah, I was shocked too. Insanity really milking the gonna out tank your plan. This dodge doesn't quite there, but again, Insanity such a good job of buffering these Qs when he's gonna get stunned, and then oh my god, just couldn't finish the last auto.
Oh man, that level up with like the minions too. Yeah, that was close. Like that was really close actually. That's got to be a bummer for Davemon. I hope they do another mirror matchup. One of the things like I really liked in like All Stars, like they would like rock paper scissors, and like they'd have like players like pick the matchup. So it'd like switch. So it'd be like, I'm gonna play this, and like you play this, or like, hey, we're like, each gonna play this, and speed the double.
Okay, we'll see. But not what I'd expect. Locked in on one side though. Davemon's ready with the Cho'Gath. Again, I'm just a champion. Almost assuredly, Insanity has played, maybe even in like Academy, or maybe not LCS, but maybe in Academy. Cho'Gath solo lane has been around for a very long time. I feel like it's one of those things where like it's not often very good, but when AP Cho is good, it's really good, and it comes back to terrorize people once again.
Yeah, I know. One of the mid laners in Proving Grounds, APA. Is definitely, yeah, he is a enthusiast of many interesting champions played.
Yes, he is.
One of those champions being AP Cho'Gath. And he was like, man, he's like, Ziggs is strong now. I can't play it anymore. I just get outranged. I can't walk anywhere. But Cho'Gath for me, it's a champion where if tanks are good top, I love Cho'Gath because he's a tank that like counters tanks with the true damage ultimate. And when you are able to get shoved, when you're able to buy space, and also, when you're able to cast more Ruptures, they did take 1 second off that cooldown recently. That's not bad. More knockups for Cho'Gath, controlling all that terrain and that zone that he brings. Of course, that will be tank Cho'Gath. Gonna have to see if they go tank or AP. I guess they have options. I'm gonna expect to see the AP here, but never know. Insanity, he swapped it up game 1, got him the win.
Yeah, I guess if we've learned anything from the brief window into these players' psyches, Davemon, I'm gonna guess is gonna be going AP. I think he's got the killer instinct, right? He's a Pyke main, so it makes sense. Your whole goal is to kill people. But Insanity may be thinking one extra level ahead here. You know what? It's if I can outlast you in a 1v1, then I'm gonna do a lot better. So we'll have to see. But I think a champion like Cho is cool because you can definitely go either way. It's just a matter of like what you value more, right? Because again, Cho's the way Cho's passive works is like places a huge emphasis on controlling the wave and getting on the wave, right? That's one of the big things is when you get zoned off the wave as Cho'Gath, you're really useless. But if you're constantly killing minions and harassing them at the same time, your champion feels like you can't ever push out a lane. So going to be a big focus on controlling those waves and getting health back and try and harass your opponent while you do it. So depending on how the builds line up, actually could be quite fun to watch, even though it is like two giant monsters like auto-attacking each other at the end of the day.
I hope they each like take like the Loch Ness monster skin, right? It's like
Oh, yeah.
really like try and live that, even though it's for me, that's like obviously Gentleman Cho'Gath and Battlecast Cho'Gath are classics, but I love finding like the not so expensive skins that like I just like, and just having like a green Cho'Gath that like is underwater. Like I for whatever reason I find that very appealing on the Rift. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's very scary in River.
Yes. I feel like every time like a Cho'Gath, because it's so big, right? It's like one of the few champions in the league that gets physically bigger. I guess Zach's the other one, but Cho'Gath's way scarier than Zach. Zach's like kind of goofy and fun. But if you ever like face check a brush with a full-size Cho'Gath in it, it's like one of the few like actual jump scares on Summoner's Rift, just yeeting out of the brush, screaming at you usually, and then you die because he has about 12 seconds of CC.
Yeah, now like you also have like the Iceborne Gauntlet like increases your character size too, so you can like do that plus the stacks, and then take the whatever skin you'd like. Gentleman Cho'Gath, since you were talking about how long you've been playing Pastrytime.
Oh yes.
If anyone has not been playing for probably like before season 3, season 4, may not know how Gentleman Cho'Gath was created. So Riot used to do a referral link to get people to sign up. And if you got enough referrals, you could have the grand prize was that Riot would create a skin for you. And I believe Gentleman Cho'Gath is one of 2 skins in the game that was actually created by someone getting enough referral links to people to sign up to League that they got to create their own skin. And it was Gentleman Cho'Gath.
That's so cool. I actually didn't know that. I did know that, like, so that same program actually is why some of the items have names of people that you might recognize from, like, the gaming space.
Yep.
But I didn't know that skin came out. I don't know what this is. That's like some fancy battle cost. Davemon's on vanilla Cho'Gath, so he's thrown it all the way back to the Stone Age.
He's going faker mode, right? No skin.
Anyway, yeah, maybe he only has Pyke skins, right? It is his real account. You know, maybe just only owns Pyke skins and Pyke related chromas.
That
so
was
like,
like,
oh, I gotta play to the champion.
That was like Mata, because Mata had his own skin for Thresh from season 4, and I remember someone asked him in an interview why he doesn't use it anymore. He's like, oh, I don't deserve it at the moment. I'm not playing good enough. And 1v1's coming out. Insanity has the tech, lethal tempo, and Ghost coming out.
Oh, that is so spicy. I actually love Ghost in this kind of matchup because like a lot of it is about sticking on your opponent, autoing them. I have no idea what item that is, by the way. There's some purple glowing sword. That's some ARAM special. Unlike my good friend Azael, I do not play nearly as many hours of ARAM as he does, so I'm not up to date with all the changes. And there are quite a few. ARAM's actually a pretty commonly changed game mode. That's a beautiful long-range dropship. Insanity getting back in there. That exhaust looking good, but not enough to complete the auto attacks needed for the health bar. But Davemon, a big advantage. That's what I was talking about. You get him off the wave, and life becomes very painful.
Yeah, and the Hello Boyd's there, working with the Vorpal spikes. Not bad for the side of Davemon as Insanity. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this looks like a kill here, but cleanses nice. Davemon, though, first blood, easy peasy. Gets the scream there for the ace. Picks up the only champion on the Rift. And now 1-1 again. Loves it all the best. Loves that these best of 3s are going the distance.
Yeah. 2 games, 2 kills, 3 minion kills. That's really where we're at in this best of 3 as well. As these guys throwing down, and hey, love to see Davemon. I know that very fun that he's competing. Of course, very talented challenger mid laner that we have playing unique champions. You can also check out his stream. And we are going to be seeing Misterdot a little bit later as well, who another name that people may not be as familiar with, but actually a bot laner at UCI. So getting some very talented collegiate people involved here as well.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with collegiate, that school is pretty good at League of Legends in that kind of arena. So definitely a player to look out for here. But this was, again, just so close with Davemon. I mean, I think the first trade going his way and then winning control of the wave, it's so hard for Insanity to do anything. Because it's like, you're out of spells, you don't have offensive spells, and like, you're just going to get eaten, which is what happened.
It's funny you mention like the wave, because I remember when Cho'Gath was pretty good, people like one of the really volatile matchups you could play into it was Jace. And the reason that it was Jace is that you could, zone him off the wave for the first 3 doubles. But after that, if Cho'Gath was like able to like actually pick up that wave, he'd do okay in the matchup. Like it was like manageable. And so yeah, like I remember like there was like a lot of talk like Jace has to like get in lane first, just like zone him off. Like you need a jungler. Like if you get him behind like the first 3 waves, he's worthless. I remember one game like Nuggery was up like 35 creeps to like 2. He was just able to like execute that perfectly, and Cho'Gath was like level like 2 versus like level 4 or 5. Like so kind of fun seeing Davemon like that early trade. And hey, no passive use, right? Might be the one ability in the game that you don't get to always use, but very critical to Cho'Gath there. Davemon taking advantage, getting Insanity off the wave, able to take that 1v1.
Well, speaking of passives you don't get to use, if this is the matchup we're going for, and Davemon's already locked in, it's going to only be to celebrate. And maybe get some revenge, I guess, if you die to the Kog'Maw passive. I think the correct etiquette in this mirror match is if you win the 1v1 but would die to the enemy Kog'Maw passive, you are legally obligated to die to the Kog'Maw passive is a celebration.
I feel like if that's rule 1 in the matchup, the other one would have to be is that before you start, auto attacking everyone to death, you got to do like the Kog'Maw chant, like the yeah. That's how we're gonna start this one off.
I like it. Curious matchup here. Again, not one we ever get to see, but Kog'Maw, especially if it's AP Cog, although I think they're gonna go AD. I guess we'll see. But if it's AP, I think Insanity like is definitely feeling the advantage there. He loves these kind of champions. He's a Ziggs player. He definitely knows his way around AP Cog. Davemon, we'll have to see. Pyke is pretty far cry from Kog'Maw, but after that Cho'Gath game, I have faith in his ability to pilot this champion, regardless of the way the builds shake out.
I will say, I do like the cleanse tech coming out from Insanity these first 2 games. Against Exhaust Ignite, taking that cleanse, get them both off, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's kind of the classic 1v1, like which spells do I take? Because the default is you're in combat the whole time. You want to take Exhausted Ignite, but Cleanse, as you said, does do a great job of stripping those away. I also personally just like Flash. I know most players don't take Flash, but I think it is not only like in the spirit of a 1v1 to have Flash, because in a practical game, you are never not going to have either Ghost or Flash, and you are going to have Flash in 99% of those games. But unfortunately, players like winning. And not making cool plays and dying. So I guess
it's not Mundo dodgeball rules, right? Where you go Ghost Flash.
Yeah.
I actually hope we see that 1v1 next. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe get one of the Baron Pit. Set the line of scrimmage, get the wards.
Yeah. I mean, you could do it on this map, I suppose. You'd have to pick like a I guess the minions might get in the way. That's part of the problem. And then unfortunately you can't safely run to like the enemy nexus or something where there's like a bigger open area. You'll die on the way.
That's like one of my favorite things, like talking with some of the teams that are competing like throughout Proving Grounds, the amateur circuit, talking to them about like how they warm up.
Oh yeah.
Oftentimes, like for pro teams, it's warm up scrims. But I know, speaking of Fire, a new esports last year, they would get tilted in their warm up scrims, so they just started playing ARAMs. They're like, it was like good for mental. So like queue up like as a team of 5, like at ARAMs.
Wow.
And their support Winter would always be like post game interviews, like, we have ARAM buff today. Like, we're good. That's like why we're here. So that was like one way to, kind of chill out. I know that like when you get on stage, like players will 1v1 each other quite a bit, just like, get their fingers going. And like sometimes you see like Mundo Dodgeball like on the screen, or like Lucian, like mirror matchups. So it's kind of fun, like 1v1s. Obviously it's not like League, but there's still skills that these guys work on in 1v1s and learning matchups and doing scrims that we get to see the tech on stage actually once for this one, for obviously presented by IMC and Progressive, but most importantly for a good cause.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely been fun so far. Very curious to see how whatever Kog'Maw mirror match we're about to get kind of unfolds. But I mean, to your point, not only is like 1v1s very common for a lot of players, both in practice and even on stage, not just for warming up and potentially, getting your brain around like playing League again and maybe working, through a champion. It's just like fun and a great reset to 1v1 your teammate, especially, you know, if you beat them in their role. I feel like that's what solo laners love to do, pick each other's champions in mirror matches and just absolutely destroy them. I know
Sending a
a
message.
long time ago when Jensen and Smoothie were on the same team, they would play like Lisa 1v1s all the time on stage. And I know who he has 1v1'd like every solo lane he's ever played with, right? And just play different matchups with them. So definitely a lot of fun here. This is a completely different philosophical choice here about how they want to approach it, as that very adorable Poro graces our screen. This is lethality Kog'Maw versus AP Kog'Maw.
And most importantly, Kog'Maw versus Lion Dance here.
Yes.
Insanity going to be trying to throw those tennis balls out. They're going to hit a little bit extra harder. And if Davemon is able to sidestep some of these Qs and Es, we'll actually do all right in this matchup with the lethality and Hail Blades. See that pretty good trade right there.
Oh, but the return fire really rough there, as Davemon does have to dodge out. Does have a few more potions to chew through, so it's going to have the sustain advantage over a long enough game. But Insanity is sustaining the other way, right? He's bought a tier. He is like fully ready for the long poke game. As Davemon's in there, just has to try and get the kill. Can't get in range for Ignite though, but the exhaust is real nice.
That's a really good trade coming out of Davemon, as no cleanse tech for Insanity this game. It's heal and flash. Now down a level as a sidestep that, but uh-oh, that's dangerous.
Such a good E. Insanity looking for the skill shots, but Davemon just forcing him away from the wave. Knows he's only a couple autos away. There's also no sustain left, so Insanity's in a horrible spot here.
That's going to help,
poke
though.
Is nice, yeah.
Mining that E and tennis ball. And something else is interesting, Davemon this matchup, must have inspiration second. The time work tonic has, you get some of the health potion, like the initial jolt of health back immediately. So when those health pots are being popped, he's getting 25 health right off the bat, and the extra health right off the bat can help get you that space, help get you that relic, as he gets both. Insanity gets none. Insanity's back in trouble.
Really nice zoning, actually. Insanity didn't feel comfortable staying in the ring to get a little bit of a heal. So Davemon upper level, complete control of the wave, up on CS. This is Davemon's game if he can navigate from here. Insanity is going to really struggle to win from this point.
Oh, Insanity's though. Someone needs to give that dog a bone or something. That level's going to help a little bit, as a couple more points of HP being granted over to Insanity, who is of course now low level.
God, he's so good at that ulti. We had flash. The surprise. I just talked about it. The surprise flash.
Does get that second relic, importantly.
Oh, that's so much mana.
Oh, Davemon, he doesn't want to go for his own relic. He's going to go for the kill. And,
oh, he's wild. No, Davemon. Oh, he does
Insanity.
lose it.
It's following the rules at least. Does go down to passive.
For the celebration at the end. Wonderful. That is heartbreaking. Davemon, credit to him, right? Like, didn't want to win the game by just kind of like naturally letting the game play out, right? Had so much of it lead, so much of an advantage, but went for the kill between the two towers, and it didn't pay off for him, but it paid off for us as the viewer.
Yeah,
you know what? I appreciate
the
that.
message. You know, he wanted to style on Insanity a little bit. Insanity's like, no. I'm still the LCS bro here.
Yeah.
There's a reason behind that. But Davemon, we'll be seeing him later in the lower bracket, and also you can go make sure to go check him out on Twitch. And Pastrytime, we got something else to plug, something else for people to check out, as we got a donation link coming up in the description pretty soon, as we're about to go into some replays.
Yeah, let's have a look at how this played out. Again, Davemon played this so well, so definitely a big shout out to navigating this game. I thought at level 1, level 3, sorry, he was doomed because of all the trading from the AP and the Comet, but Davemon navigated skill shots perfectly, and at this point, you're in a spot where like the game is close to unlosable.
Yeah, he could have went backing out those 2 health packs, but, you know, he wanted to take advantage of the situation.
Oh, so close to. That last auto might have done it, but tower shot's a little too powerful, as it turns out. So unlucky there, but Davemon again. We'll be back down in the lower bracket, ready to continue battling.
Yeah, and we do have the next game coming up real soon. Beforehand, though, we do have a donation link and a good cause that everyone in the chat can support here at Pastrytime.
Yeah, that's true. Again, this is a charity event, kind of at its core at the end of the day here, which is really cool. Even though the players are battling for the glory of being a 1v1 champion, which everybody loves, we're of course raising money for able gamers. There is going to be a donation made by IMT at the end of it all, kind of, I think, in like honor of the winner of this event, but you can donate yourselves as well. Tiltify.com/immortals-GG. That's where you can go and donate if you'd like to go ahead and do that as well. It is all for fun, but also a good cause here at the end of the day for the IMT 1v1 Showdown presented by Progressive. As we do move ourselves into Misterdot versus, that is Dardoch, I promise. I guess that's just the account name he's chosen today. But happily, looks like he's locked in Rengar already.
And Misterdot, of course, we teased the fact that there was the varsity bot laner for UCI here. Of course, UCI being a previous year victorious in the LOLCC back when it was being called CLAW a couple years back. And a very good program also in the backyard of many, game design hubs, including Riot Games. I know that a lot of those comp sci and game design majors are picked up by Riot when they graduate. So fun to see someone, kind of in the California area, playing the game at a high level, playing for that college, and able to play in this 1v1. And he's got to go take down Dardoch, who, keep in mind, said that I am not going to get 100 CS or first turret. It's going to be kills or busts. So he's full send of it here.
And thankfully, all the other players have also played within those rules, whether they intended to or not. We have had lots of very fun kills already. I mean, you know what? I think that's an appropriate hustle. I feel like that's the spirit of the tournament, and I think players recognize that, which is really fun to see. Also cool to see lots of different matchups. This is actually one of our first non-mirror matchups. We actually had only mirror matches in our last one, so shout outs to Davemon and Insanity for, I assume, agreeing to some shenanigans there in the 3 games, which was super fun. But we also haven't seen Dardoch play the game for quite a while. Certainly not on broadcast. He's been obviously doing great things at Immortals as the assistant coach, which has been a cool transition for him, and I think something that does suit him for a player that has now been playing for a very long time. It's crazy to think he was the up-and-coming rookie at one point, and now here he is coaching and continuing to build his expertise both on and off the rift. But he's back on Rengar, which is definitely the champion he is most known for, and if he knows his way around 1v1 matchups. This man has played just about any champion you can think of in the jungle, and if there's something we know about Dardoch's style since he became a player, or kind of came into the scene as a player, is that he wants to battle the enemy jungler, and there is no jungle, but there is still an enemy champion to battle.
Yeah, I feel like 1v1s really fit, Dardoch's personality, which was, take a jungler, maybe take a camp or two, and then go try and take the enemy jungler's camps, right? As Dardoch, of course, someone that both talented on the Rift, but it was fun hearing about a lot of his talents off the Rift, talking with Gilioto and Xerxes and a lot of the other members of Immortals this year, and how he was able to step in, halfway through the summer season. And something that's like important, like whenever, you're stepping into a new role, is that you see a lot of things that other people that are like in the weeds, like has been a part of a team for, almost a year at that point, may not see. And, having Dardoch come in and kind of point some of those things out, say, hey, you might have been doing this for a while, but like this is a bad habit, this is wrong, kind of switching that up and trying to fix that. I think so. It made Immortals, I know that obviously not qualifying for Worlds, that's the goal of a lot of NA organizations, but I know that Immortals, it felt like this split had a very competitive team, a lot of improvements in spring with the same 5, and definitely one that the thing I enjoy the most is actually, the camaraderie of the team. They talked a lot about, playing games like other than League, just to chill out and like get along and get to know each other. And when they got to the compound, all in the same spot, really getting along together well. Definitely something that, when you're in a team, obviously, like we really only see like what happens on stage, but you are living together, you are practicing together, and building those relationships is important to making sure that your performance on stage is better as well.
Yeah, I think in any team sport environment, League of Legends certainly qualifies as a team sport. Getting along with your teammates, pretty important, especially when, it is such at the end of the day, like a pretty small roster of players navigating any given game of League in a 5v5. All that out the window, though, for this one, it is 1v1s only. And if you lose to your coach, I don't know, man. I feel like that's going to be rough in up-and-coming drafts when you ask for a certain champion. He's going to be like, you remember that time where I beat you up? Obviously, Misterdot representing his college in this case. But, potentially finding his way onto a team in the future. So I think picking off the Immortals assistant coach in a 1v1 is a good way to start, potentially the next steps of your career.
Hey, being a challenger bot laner is pretty good. I know that UCI also a school that Mike Young has also been a part of and competed on as well. And obviously we talked about how they won a collegiate championship in the past. One that has a lot of history for the collegiate scene and also in the area. A great academic school. I think it was the first varsity program founded at a T1 school, or pretty close to that. They were one of the first 10. So a lot of funding coming in from game developers to help out with that. But they have like 250 PCs. A bunch of their students are like able to swipe their ID cards, like playing PC bangs on campus.
Damn, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
All right, well, this is kind of what we expected here. Kalista versus Rengar. Makes sense to play a pretty strong laning bot laner here on Misterdot's side. And Dardoch is just chilling in the brush. Oh, he's going to pull the wave a little here. And this is, get used to this.
Yeah, Misterdot avoiding the brushes, but a nice Q lands. And that will relegate Dardoch to stepping in the other brush, giving a little bit more respect over to the power of Kalista.
Oh,
That's a good trade coming out.
Yeah, Rengar is when you have a brush very conveniently located, Rengar is pretty powerful. And if there's one player that knows his way well and truly around this champion in just about every facet, it is Dardoch. I mean, he's even played this in lane in the LCS, if my memory is serving correctly. That was a story maybe we'll get into in the break, but Dardoch has definitely played this champion on stage at least once. So even, you know, out of the jungle, going to feel very comfortable here getting the push on earlier up against Misterdot.
Oh, it's funny too, because like obviously Dardoch, a champion he's very much known for, but it's not just this iteration of Rengar. Remember when the Q, like you'd like move with it? He was the first one that was like breaking it out in the LCS. When that iteration of Rengar was out, he was one of the only ones playing it, and to great success back then as well. So kind of fun to see him on this one, and run up against Kalista. Misterdot landing another Q. Very nice coming out from him.
Yeah, looks like these potions are working overtime. Has the biscuits as well. So Dardoch going to be struggling in the sustain area here. I actually really like the setup as well. It is Exhaust Ignite, which I think makes sense for a champion like Rengar. You kind of have one mode only, and Dardoch has already declared that he is out for blood in the 1v1 tournament. But Cleanse feels really good, especially when you have Ignite beside it here. Dardoch's going to have to get creative to get in and finish up the kill here.
Ooh, good trade
good damage,
though. The powered Q hit back by Misterdot. Always giving the Ren resets, and that was beautiful.
Just called him out, threw a Q into the brush, and said, hey, you're a little too predictable from where you're pathing back into that brush. Just throws a Q straight to the face, and Dardoch's running back to the health relic.
Even cleanse spot for Misterdot to try and dodge out on slow from the coil. And now alt pop by Dardoch. He has a health bag. He's going.
Yep. Has to get in there. Nothing left here. Ignite is down. And oh my goodness, that is so much damage. Dardoch getting to find the first blood.
Oh, that cleanse being popped. The fact that he had access to exhaust and ignite, that was enough for Dardoch. And that was close. Misterdot had the health bar advantage, but Dardoch having both those summoner spells in the fight, that ended up spelling the doom of that Kalista.
I mean, what do we say? Dardoch knows his way around this champion, and this is a great example of that. I mean, this looks so good for Misterdot. Huge credit for this Q that happened after that play, but at this point, you know, you're thinking, oh, Dardoch's doomed. What can he do? And he's like, no, no, no. I know exactly what's going on here.
I've got access to exhaust. Kalista can't leave this one, and it was very close, but that powered Q, that's what does a little bit extra oomph for Rengar behind that one.
Yeah.
And the Headhunter Rengar finds its prey.
And it's funny, right? Like, wouldn't expect either of these ultis to be super impactful. Kalista obviously completely useless in a 1v1. I assume Misterdot didn't even touch it, just put a point into something else. But Rengar ulti, pretty good.
You know, like how you can feed Poros the biscuits on ARAM? I feel like Kalista should be able to like rend one of those and then throw it in. Like that should be like Kalista, like in these 1v1s, you know?
That'd be amazing. Just bound to a Poro.
Yeah,
just spooky Poro yeets out, scares your opponent, doesn't do any damage. That'd be really fun.
You could do the one like on like the border wall, like they're like showing like off the rift, so it's like just like launch him in, like he's in play now. Go get him.
I wonder at what point like there's a champion on Summoner's Rift that like invokes the power of all the random animals on the map, right? Like who gets the power of the river duck that shows up? You know, are they only good like every other game? Maybe the little frog that the Grom turns into, they can like, I don't know. There's something there.
Me and Mazel, one of the casters for LPL on the English broadcast, we were in Harrisburg this past weekend doing the collegiate land there. And our nickname historically for that duck that spawns in the river is Sir Mr. Creakleton. That's the duck's name on bot side. Yeah, it's I'm trying to get it to catch on. There's probably a reason that it's not catching on, but I'm workshopping it. And duck doesn't want a name change, but I'm a big fan of you know, all the wildlife that we have on the Rift outside of just these champions.
I think I'm here for the spirit of like the formality of the duck. I think it is like a very upstanding, like well-meaning creature, and I think it does deserve, you know, an accolade like Sir. You know, it is knighted. I think that's chill. But the name is it's good, but it's not so sticky. So perhaps as you say it more and more, people get used to it, and then hopefully it doesn't get shortened to something too weird, and it's good from there.
We're working on it. So
I like it.
You know, we've got Shelly on the Rift. I feel like that's like universal. We're gonna, have to keep on personifying all the wonderful creatures that we have. Also, I know that LS has a nickname for the red side Gromp specifically for some
Oh,
reason. Like
just the
some
red
wild
side
stuff
one.
like that. Yeah, just the red side Gromp. Yeah, special name. I have no idea. I forget what it is, but it's like a running joke that he has with all of his co-streams. Always fun, naming the wildlife that we have on the Rift, whether it is worth gold or XP, or if it's just there to look good.
I don't touch the jungle camp, so I'm here for the non-interactive
Yeah.
fauna of Summoner's Rift. Jungle's too
Yeah.
scary for me.
Yeah, I always love I don't know if you've seen this. Of course, we are leading up to Worlds, but that World Championship stream, it's like going on with all like the past, iterations.
Oh
of
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
games. It's so wild seeing the old Rift.
Yep.
I remember like watching it
so
back then.
different.
Oh, it's so different, and I still like remember like I was playing like a game with like friends, and we finished the game, and then like the download came out, and it was like the new Rift, and we're like, oh my god, that was like our last game on the Rift. Like that was it. And now it's like 6 years later. Of course, the new Rift is like beautiful, but
Yep.
the old one, it still holds a special place in your heart always.
But it's questionable. The visual clarity on that map, not the best.
Oh no, absolutely not. I cannot see jungle camps like on the minimap. Like,
Nope.
I don't know how I dealt with that like back when I was a player. Probably because I was much younger and had better eyes and my hands still worked.
Lots of it's like everything's like kind of purple for some reason, like inexplicably is like some shade of blue or purple. The brushes look like Legos, like they're just like very blocky, like very tall grass. It's really insane.
I still remember
the crazy thing. Oh, go ahead.
Banana brush, right?
Oh yeah,
that old banana brush. You like had to drop that ward like in like a perfect spot to like see like both sides of like the banana brush, like little like things like that, or like the brush around blue buff, like also wrapped all the way around. So
Yep.
you had to like drop it like in a perfect spot there as well. It's just like wild stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember I think you and I both played the same role early on in League support, and my only skill was I knew where to put the wards, which turned out to actually be a very important skill in like season 1 of League of Legends. You got a lot of mileage just warding better than everyone else.
Doing like the dragon ward, like pit ward, like over like the wall, like to like the blue side tri brush. Yeah, that was a fun one.
The Scar Ward, that's a classic.
Yeah, Scar Ward. Yeah, no, support's where it's at. It's we get made fun of all the time for not having mechanically like gifted. You don't have to CS, but we make up for it in other ways, right? You got to figure out like where to drop those wards. Mid laners don't know that. So one of the ones is actually on the map right now, the Pixel Brush ward, in each side of the river. If you don't put it on the furthest left or like right spot of the brush, like closest to the mid lane, depending on if you're top or bottom, then the enemy jungler can sneak around that like little corner to get into the river and into the brush and gank you. And whenever a mid laner gets ganked and doesn't drop into that corner, I'm always like, you know what? That's on you, right? You got to ward properly. I'm a support. Yeah. I know that.
It's funny because I now play mid lane. I gave up support many years ago. I decided I wanted to have fun, and being a good player was too much effort. So now I just play champions like this, Irelia, which is actually our mirror matchup here. Really fun. Barrier versus Flash. I have a ton of respect for Misterdot for sticking to the Flash. Hopefully we see some spicy outplays. Dardoch did navigate very well on the Rengar. See how comfy he looks on Irelia.
Well, that's a good start there, as Dardoch a little bit shocked about that one. I like the emote use. Here we go. Emotes, dancing. This is what I wanted to see in the 1v1s, Pastry.
This is important. It's it's all the mental game. It's just you and your opponent on the Abyss. Actually, Dardoch looks like he's dancing with the Poro. That's very wholesome. I like that a lot.
So. Of course, that is the IG skin coming out. So... very nice look, whereas Misterdot going for the more traditional one and trying to land it. Oh, dodged out.
That's really well played, actually, but the reset is there for Misterdot, and now the passive procs. That's usually the telltale sign. Barrier going to be put up. Thankfully, Irelia passive, I don't believe, choose through shields anymore. That was a different iteration of this champion that has gone through so many changes and also a rework.
Yeah, and the interesting part about the rework is that Irelia actually scales much better in the game, which was an issue. Like if you didn't just absolutely obliterate the laning phase, then especially in team fights, you'd fall off unless you were just a god tier Irelia player. But now Irelia with the new passive stacks, one less, a little bit more scaling on that, actually is able to do a lot of work at later stages of the game.
This is, ooh, tower shot's going to be a little messy, but actually doesn't take that much damage. So Misterdot feeling pretty comfy here. Ultimate's going to be important in the 1v1 as well. Ignite popped for both sides there, but Dardoch just looking to rip into pieces. The damage is done. The flash is not enough, and Dardoch out of nowhere takes the series 2-0.
The jungler showing off some beautiful landing mechanics there. When we go see the replay of that, definitely want the viewers at home, maybe looking to be as good as these players we got playing. Weaving in those auto attacks, canceling the back half of the animation, and then hitting the Q. Of course, Irelia with that passive, you do get some bonus stats every single auto, a lot of healing. And Dardoch taking advantage of that as Misterdot doing some dancing beforehand, but unfortunately it was Dardoch dancing at the end as he picked up first blood.
Yeah, Dardoch just narrowly taking both these games, I feel like. Definitely could have been a 2-1 either way, but Dardoch just manages to find the sweep. This here, I mean, with all those minions, I thought this was a crazy play, but Dardoch just found so much damage.
That was really pretty. Like, autoing Misterdot in between every single minion queue to keep the passive up, and of course, every queue, you get some health back as well with that passive stack. So, Dardoch knowing Irelia pretty well. Who knows? Maybe he's got another account playing Irelia jungle. I've heard about some crazy. We talked about some of the mid lanes, J Fortune and Namir. I've heard some pretty wild jungle picks as well. Fortunately, no Shaco. That's the one that if I ever hear or see Shaco, I'm out. That's when we're done with. Yeah, that's when we're done. It's moving on.
What if we rework Shaco? And he's
I'd be in there, but
okay. But current Shaco with what he does now is no good.
Yeah, see, I'm a support, and then sometimes like when I think I might be a good, I try and like play mid, and then I play against Shaco, who's just in my lane 24/7. And as someone with no hands to start out with, that's not good. It's no fun.
That's funny. Shaco, I don't mind Shaco that much. I'm trying to think which jungler. Vi actually really tilts me because it doesn't really matter how well you play. At some point, when she hits 6, you just die. And it feels really bad. There's very little outplay.
See, you don't like Vi, but I like playing Malzahar, so I don't mind Vi. I'm like a masochist like that.
I see.
Yeah.
All right, well, next matchup here, you can see it on your screen. It is Crimson up against Allorim. Oh, please do it. I'd love to see this to kick things off, but we'll see what the players do in a pick. Allorim, of course, former Immortals player, now plays for Zeus Gaming in the amateur/proving ground scene. He's been having a great last little year. He was on the LCS analyst test for a little bit, continuing to play well on a Toilet Paper Cat, I believe, is the unofficial name of that team. Yep. Looking real good. Has a great musician. But for Crimson, maybe the lesser-known player here is the twin brother of someone you may recognize, General Sniper, who is also in this tournament. And if those names sound familiar, because they're the little twin brothers of Viper, who is, of course, also in this tournament. Current sole top laner for IMT Academy. So somehow, I don't know what's in the water, Cubby, but that family is incredibly skilled at top lane.
I don't know what they're getting for breakfast, but it's working. It's produced these League of Legends players. And for my Sword Crimson, I know that. So earlier in the year, I did like a sit down with Viper, chatted on. We have a podcast with another amateur caster, Smax, called the Proving Grounds Pod. And he talked a lot about actually his younger twin brothers and kind of how they push him to be better. And how like Viper's goal is that he wants to get back in the LCS, wants to be the best top laner like available. But he also wants to be on a team with his brothers and wants to coach his brothers. And he says, me like working with them, trying to, help them get better, do what I can. Like it makes me a better player. And also watching them succeed and how talented they are mechanically, like it's very fulfilling for Vipers. So fun to see them in the tournament as that family makes up 1/4 of the members that we have playing in this 1v1.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild that it's cool that they're all in this tournament too, and I'm very excited to see them all play. I think they obviously will presumably learn quite a lot from each other. Viper obviously the most experienced, but typically the line in esports especially is like the younger the player is, the crazier and faster their hands are. So I don't know which of the twins is younger, right? There's always one twin that is technically, even if it's by a few minutes, younger than the other one. So if it is Crimson, then he might have the fastest hands of them all.
Yeah, of course, General Sniper, very much known for the Riven, Nectin, some Irelia, whereas my Sword Crimson would be Yone, right? I guess like the twin blades kind of, and then Yasuo as well. So both, I'd say all those champions require some sort of hands that I do not possess. So
nope.
Yeah, excited to see if we get to see some of those in this one. And then, of course, Allorim. he always loves to joke, like, "Oh, I'm 26, like I'm old." Like, so
Yeah.
we have a little bit of boomer versus zoomer here.
Yeah, for sure. It's Allorim, talking about in the same interview where Dardoch was speaking about wanting to 1v1 everyone and not
Yeah.
wanting things to not go to 100 CS. Allorim was like I think very sarcastically lamenting how old he is now at 26. But he is kind of known for in some ways, like whether it's his choice or not, like playing weak side, right? From top lane.
Yeah.
He is a very good tank player. He's obviously great on Yorick, which is something we could see out of him here in the 1v1. And I think it is definitely going to be, I think from memory, he's playing Tahm Kench this game. So Tahm Kench versus Yasuo very much feels like Zuma versus Boomer
He's
in this
really good at
opening
Tahm
matchup.
Kench too.
Yeah.
He like his Tahm Kench throughout Proving Grounds. Unfortunately, Zeus did drop out of Proving Grounds in the bottom 4. They actually were knocked out by Immortals in the lower bracket.
Oh.
Off their lower bracket run. But I know that Allorim is still a top laner that even talking with some of the top laners around the collegiate tournament this weekend, like they look up to Allorim a lot because he has a different take on the game. He's not going to play those carries. And I know from speaking with Allorim himself, he knows what his strengths and weaknesses are, right? He's like, you know what? I'm not the best Camille player, but I'm going to figure out everything that beats Camille, how to beat Camille in lane. And that's kind of gifted Allorim with his amazing understanding of the game and how he plays the champions that he ends up picking. I think he's responsible for the majority of the Malphite and Urgot bans I've seen in LCS and is still drawing those bans today for good reason. I know Urgot buffs was something that Allorim was very happy about. And very importantly, noting that, hey, this champion doesn't need any buffs, but I'll take him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like every time Urgot's changed for any reason, everyone's like, "Oh, we should play Urgot again." I'm like, when do you just remember to play Urgot all the time? Like the champion's very obviously good. Just don't stop playing the champion. Then you won't have this problem.
It's funny too because he was one of the only players that was going Qmax on Urgot. I know that Wmax was very popular, as that is no cooldown now.
Yep.
Once you get to that rank 5. If anyone here is a fan of the Tyler 1 streams when he was going Challenger on the top lane, would have seen him doing a lot of Wmax with the Tiamat Rush. Allorim very much still for the Qmax to try and control the wave stays, try and keep a distance and take advantage when Urgot gets really strong, which is completing that first mythic. That's enough about Urgot. We got to watch, see if Allorim can unload the Toad. Toad's 0-1 today, so he's going to have to change that. Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. This is kind of a fun one. Again, like, definitely like, a movable object like Tahm Kench versus a very mobile champion when the wave is active from my Sword Crimson. And I'm expecting some flashiness here. It is definitely a clash of both. Age difference. There is a pretty large age gap between these two players, even though Allorim is far from an old man, even in esports. I'll be the one to say it. But, different levels of experience range and definitely different takes on how they want to approach this. Very aggressive, as expected from the Yasuo player. Allorim is ready with the horn once again, and the cloth armor just trying to out-sustain all this little poke damage and all-in that my Sword Crimson wants to bring.
Ooh. And you can already see some of the Yasuo mechanics just weaving in those extra autos before the E's. And Akka plans for my Sword Crimson and is able to sneak out of there as well. So good start coming out of very young talent from the Viper family yet again.
And also, it does have Fleet footwork as well, so it can battle a little. Oh, sorry, it's Conqueror. I don't know why I thought it was Fleet. Probably because the Storm got a heal and got confused.
Fleet saw some buffs.
That's true. No, don't need to do this matchup, though. Let me tell you, you are scrapping for a long time if you're trying to kill Tahm Kench. Nothing like, not like a ranged matchup where you maybe need the sustain a little bit easier. My Sword Crimson just wants to scrap. Allorim cannot stick in an extended 1v1 without, I don't know, at least his ultimate, if not quite a lot of other things transpiring.
And it's funny because I know that talking with some of the teams in Proving Grounds, one of their notes on Zeus, of course, the belovedly called Toilet Paper Cats and named after Allorim's cat himself. I know a couple of the teams were like, yeah, Allorim's really good at Tahm Kench, and if you don't ban it, you are going to drop the game. So I'm gonna have to see if Allorim can follow through on that. Of course, unfortunately not Proving Grounds, but Allorim's still streaming rather consistently. And also fun to see him in this tournament, as of course he was a former member of Immortals and Optic himself. Got some LCS time too, as he dings 6 first. He's going. My Sword Crimson might be in trouble.
Yeah, this is nice. There's the Devour. It's gonna be big damage. Has the Ignite on the back end as well if he needs it. There's the ulti though out of Yasuo. My Sword Crimson battling back and will just take the trade. Does not want to get too far involved. Ultimate's on a pretty low cooldown, so Yasuo can afford to back off there.
And of course, Allorim not popping the E will get the majority of that health back, as I believe it's about 75-80% now after the changes to the Toad. As Allorim building up a slow push, trying to work on those top lane wave mechanics too.
Yeah, I mean, this is very like classic Allorim, right? He's not picking the flashy champion. He's like basically playing to out-attrition you, and he's got the wave in a great state. And like, what's Yasuo supposed to do? This wave is massive. Like, Yasuo wants to play in the minion wave because of all your mobility from your dash, but if you try and do that and hit the Tahm Kench, you're just going to get killed by caster creeps.
I actually liked how MySword Crimson was playing it earlier too, just only getting the trades when he gets the knockup, so he doesn't get grass autoed back, followed up by the Tongue Lash, and even utilizing that wind wall to stuff that Tongue Lash in its tracks.
It's the only interaction Windwall has here, apart from actually stopping range minions, which is relevant for sure in any sort of all-in. But Allorim has just got such a big wave. Yeah, jeez.
Okay. That's 2 stacks as well.
Now we got to clear the wave.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's trying to thin it a little bit. We'll step behind the creeps to make sure that the 3rd stack does not connect. He's able to pick up all those creeps. And
ulti back though. Oh, he missed it. I think he might have been going for the knockup, but just barely missed the spin. But can go back in here. Allorim though, that Devour's cooling back down.
Q connects for Allorim, does not connect for MySword Crimson. Does lose out on that Q stack for the knockup. As you correctly pointed out there, Pastrytime, there is an ult for Yasuo, not for the Toads. So we're gonna have to see if MySword Crimson can connect, and a nice sidestep coming out from Allorim.
Yeah, Allorim just not afraid. Could have got spun on there, but maybe read the long-range Q coming out, and now he's going to have his ulti back. So round 2 of all-in could happen here. Allorim just barely missing the cooldown, but now he's going to have it back right on time too, and has to run MySword Crimson with the stacks maxed out. Cannot get devoured. That's a beautiful wind wall though. And now the stacks are off, so he's going to run back, but he's been ignited. MySword Crimson kiting back to the enemy health, but like great dodge on the Q there. Does get the damage down. Oh, he takes the relic and gets the ultimate off onto Allorim. Last breath pop, but unfortunately both of them get healed at the end of that scenario. So a health advantage for MySword Crimson, but again, Allorim with the health, taking back up off that passive, not feeling too bad.
And MySword Crimson does still have access to that exhaust, but Allorim should be able to sustain himself up, of course, with that item on Howling Abyss. Does have access to a little bit of extra health regain, and also going to go get a Tongue Lash and a Grass proc. Not bad here for Allorim, as get the wave back in his favor and trying to build up that push yet again.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that actually the CS is evened back up as a result of all that trading back and forth. So MySword Crimson was falling behind, Allorim was building up the nice waves, but he's kind of righted the ship using that initial re-all-in off the second ulti, and we are about halfway through the 100 CS mark, which is not somewhere I thought we'd be, especially in this kind of matchup. But Allorim is happy to play the long game on something like Tahm Kench, and MySword Crimson does not want to misstep. So players are going to be dancing around each other for quite a while here.
Or not. Allorim, he's going in. That's going to be the wind wall, and he's trying to land the autos.
Oh, gets devoured again. The ultimate almost back up, but it's just so much damage there. Gets it back, but no last breath available. Has to kite it out and doesn't want to get tongue lashed again. That's the exhaust forced out there. Now it's to dodge the Q. Allorim with a nice little fake autoing the minion. And MySword Crimson
caught the minion there, and now the shield's back, but Allorim's back in as well. MySword Crimson will disengage, and Allorim might be trying to make a play on this wave. MySword Crimson does have ult back.
Yeah, can get flow back there instantly, but Ignite not back up yet. Almost back up cooldown, but Alarm's is back as well. This is a tough spot here. Alarm's level 11 as well. So next ultimate's going to be even better. Same is true now for MySword Crimson, but Allorim has this massive wave hitting the tower. He's got the wave advantage back, which is kind of where he's wanted to be. MySword Crimson will actually get ahead on CS most likely as he takes the rest of these, but Allorim is feeling in a pretty comfy spot here again. Content to play the long game here with Tahm Kench. He's so much more health now and can just use all that sustain that Tahm Kench has to whittle down the Yasuo.
Yeah, he almost has his heal and Ignite back as well. I think once he gets the heal, we're going to see him W in, as it could be the only last piece of advantage that he's looking to take this 1v1. As fortunately for MySword Crimson, those Qs are actually starting to heal him up pretty good. It's about plus 25 for each creepy hit, so that should help him try and catch back up to Allorim. But Allorim, not wanting him to get onto the wave, is going in now.
I like that little W. He's going to eat a tower shot for his trouble, but has to kite back towards the relic. Great wind wall. Last breath pop, gets his shield back, and now has to just run. Allorim is just too powerful. Going to keep moving forward. Ignite is down. Going to look for that Q straight to the face. Dodges it. But the Ignite's almost enough to get the kill. Not going to take it out just yet, but my goodness, Yasuo is so low.
That was actually very well played by MySword Crimson, waiting for the wave to get behind him yet again so he could escape from Allorim. And all of a sudden, Pastrytime, the health bar is back to being a little bit even.
flow tapped off. Allorim with a nice one there. Just walks down, dodges that Q. It's going to be ulti back up for Allorim. It's going to be tough to win an all-in for My Sword Crimson. Has to pop the win wall and needs to just stay afloat here. Needs to keep the CS even, because that's one of the ways you may lose this game at this point. But Allorim is just going back to the health relic. He's been very patient here, Cubby. Not interested in letting the game go too crazy, although he does dive forward. But again, just feeling in a very commanding spot right now with the ulti back up.
Yeah, still no ultimate available for My Sword Crimson, and I think this might be it.
That was a funny interaction, but the Devour is there. Damage is good. Exhaust is down, but My Sword Crimson keeps cutting it out. Needs a little bit more damage, but Allorim cannot finish it. There's the dive. Looking for that Q, but dodges it. The wind wall's back up. And he's managed to dodge out of there. Now the ulti's almost back. Yasuo shield's at the ready, but Allorim is going to get that health back. So close now.
My Sword Crimson just refuses to go down, and amongst all these all-in attempts from Allorim, Pastrytime, we're starting to get close to that 100 CS mark. Allorim's going to have to pick his fight and choose it carefully, because in the next 2 waves spawning, if My Sword Crimson does CS correctly, that's game over, but that's a lot of harassment.
Dive again, now just has to dodge, but has this whole wave to play with. Allorim took 2 tower shots for that. My Sword Crimson building flow back up here, and they've just reversed the sides of the map. Oh, we got tagged. That's so good for Allorim, but the last breath is out. The shield is there. Yasuo, though, can he keep cutting it out? The Conqueror's proc, but it's not enough. It's Allorim at 9 minutes and 20 seconds, finishing off the first game.
Took a couple extra minutes, but Allorim, he had a calculator. He knew what he was doing. He's on his Tahm Kench, and, you know, as the Proving Grounds team said, if you don't ban Tahm Kench away from Zeus Gaming and Allorim, you're going to lose. And guess what?
Yep,
we have no bans in this tournament. So Allorim, he's just cheating the system, right? No ban.
I mean, so impressed for My Sword Crimson to even make it close, honestly, in these spots, because Tahm Kench is just so hard to come back from when he gets a lead like this on you. But Allorim just was too bulky, like just couldn't kill him. Like with no extra items, you know, even though you've got the levels, Allorim can like literally do this, start tanking tower shots, and then forcing you into just worst spot after worst spot.
Yeah, the Toad is pretty lethal in these 1v1 situations, as you're watching all these tongue lashes get stuffed by wind walls, go wide just a hair, but at the end, Allorim is the one that is able to take it off of the sustain from Tahm Kench, and well played in the 1v1, right? I'd say both players playing their chance really well. I was really impressed with My Sword Crimson's Yasuo. A couple really nice moves to try and get this one going his way, just not enough in the end.
Yeah, I can tell why he's known for his Yasuo.
Yeah.
Extremely clean on this champion, but like the health difference at the end kind of tells the story. It's like everyone's out of resources, and understandably, Tahm Kench is able to win from there. In fact, he's already come back to it. Allorim is brutal, man, unrelenting. You know, he's never been allowed to play this champion in Proving Ground, so he is unleashing it upon the 1v1 tournament.
And My Sword Crimson potentially taking a couple notes from Fire earlier, who did win that Lee Sin Tahm Kench matchup. Trying to maybe guess that Allorim's going for the same champ yet again. He's going to try and take out the Lee Sin and emulate what Fire was able to do up against Pretty.
Yeah, Fire was able to make the run back as well from 0-1 down, going 2-0. So definitely has enough left in the tank for My Sword Crimson if he does want to do that. But Allorim, I mean, again, like you said it, he's not a player that can always play everything, but he will know how to play against everything with his champion pool, and he just knows every single Tahm Kench matchup. And when you can have Tahm Kench every game in an isolated 1v1 where the jungler never visits you, feels pretty good to be Allorim, to be honest.
Yeah, and it makes Allorim not only a very unique player for us to, you know, watch and broadcast, but also someone that's really respected by his peers in the community, just given the fact that he does have a very different take on the game, different strengths and weaknesses for all these players. But the thing that I really like about Allorim is that he knows what he does well. He's indexing towards that on purpose, and he knows what it takes to win the games playing the champs that he has. While it might be different from what the meta is across the globe, Allorim's got his own, and it works out for him very well, very often, as we have seen with Zeus Gaming, with him flying that Immortals banner before his name in a past life as well. And on the flip side, My Sword Crimson, not even eligible to play at amateur or academy yet. But next year, the twin brothers do turn 15. And I know there have been a lot of excitement from the community about potentially picking up a couple of those players as hitting high rank like challenge. I've never hit Challenger. I've hit GM like Pyke. I was the best Braum in NA. I cannot imagine hitting Challenger playing Riven or Yasuo or Yone, especially at that age. Like, that is just mind-boggling to me how talented these players are. So fun to watch them in action.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even in a loss there, like navigating very well against an extremely seasoned top laner. This is not the first time Allorim's had to, shut down some Yasuos in the 1v1 with something like Tahm Kench. He is very well versed in these kind of matchups, but great showing on either side. I'm very curious to see how his Lee Sin looks. I imagine the mechanics are going to be absolutely squeaky clean, if nothing else, which is a super cool display there. As a reminder, though, here, the IMT 1v1 Showdown presented by Progressive is not just for the glory of winning a 1v1 title. There is a charitable cause behind all this. We are raising money for able gamers. IMT themselves is going to be donating $10,000 at the end of the tournament, but if you want to donate, you can do that as well. That's tiltify.com/immortalsgg, if I'm remembering my URLs correctly. So if you'd like to donate, you certainly don't have to, but if you would like to donate to such a cool cause, you're more than welcome to do that here, as well as we guide our way through this double Elim classic 1v1 bracket here. Really curious to see how match number 2 shapes up.
It's fun, like watching the different takes on 1v1s. I know I referenced like one of my favorite 1v1s ever was Froggen, who said, "I'm gonna beat everyone with 100 CS," right? Because he was known for farming. He was playing like Anivia and like Nasus, and just, like, clearing waves. Yeah, it was really funny to watch. And now like we got Allorim playing his champion. We have Insanity being like, all right, we're like mirror matchupping. Like, what do we have like going on? And it's kind of fun like watching these different takes and kind of the players like express themselves, their personalities as well. Not only like how they play on the Rift, but also what champions they're taking or what their approach is to the 1v1.
Yeah, I think it's tough with 1v1 tournaments, and even at a more fun event like All Stars, you've definitely seen this, where like at some point these are competitors and they want to win and take it so seriously that you see Caitlyn every game and you're like, oh, I want to sleep because every game's just going so long. This is definitely, I think, a cool display for players and a fun competition for them still, but also obviously able to display their talent as well, which is, I think, the best meeting of this kind of thing, as the players continue to be adorable and the game continued to be pretty fun. It was actually our slowest game so far. Almost hit the 100 CS mark, almost hit the timer, didn't quite get there at the end of the day. So we'll see if we're going to have a similar affair, as Allorim is no stranger to the long game.
And gonna be a different look for my Sword Crimson with the Godfist Lee Sin. No knockout. I did like the knockout for the 1v1. I felt like that was very appropriate, but I also like this. This is some good sportsmanship being showed here. As I don't know what Tahm Kench is doing there. He likes to eat stuff in the river. Maybe he's trying to like get some digestion going. Fill up that tummy.
Yeah. We'll see. But this is gonna be, again, I feel like this is probably a real like matchup at one point. Again, like Lee Sin was much earlier in the meta. Tahm Kench has been a bit later. Didn't get reworked for a while. But,
I know that
we did see 5 Fire Navigate, as you said.
Yeah, and referencing like this matchup in past worlds, Niles actually still likes Lee Sin top, especially in the Tahm Kench, because you do have wave control. So of course that is on the 5v5, not in the 1v1. Just gonna have to see if Allorim can get those licks to land against my Sword Crimson's Lee Sin, who has taken an early health bar lead.
Yeah, well, wave control was actually pretty important in our last game. Allorim did a really good job of setting those up, so my Sword Crimson maybe just figuring, hey, you know what? If that's the one avenue that I need to kind of be better on, I already trust in my mechanics and my ability to duel you, so if I just need to get the kind of the initiative in the wave lead, then game can go a lot smoother for him, and already looking real good there. Gets a little stuck on that creep, but this wave is massive. It really feels like a reverse of the last game, where Allorim was building up all these massive waves. Now Tahm Kench is going to be forced behind his tower, falling down in CS, eating potential harass. It's a rough time.
Allorim will have the chance to build up a slow push if he would like, but so far my Sword Crimson, it looked like 3 points in that safeguard early. Just having the shielding to be able to trade a couple autos back with the Tahm Kench, and also rely on the extra healing that my Sword Crimson does obtain, as both these characters ding 6. Now we're going to have to see if the 1v1s come out. We have an eat.
The good stun, Tongue Lash hits. Oh, Devour right on time.
Shot.
But everything is there. My Sword Crimson gets the kick, but the tower shot might be enough here. The shield is back up. The exhaust is down. Ignite down there for Allorim. Now it's up for my Sword Crimson, but he's going to have to keep on dodging, gets himself out of there. Heal up for Allorim. Cannot win this 1v1 right now.
I like that sidestep coming out from my Sword Crimson. A little bit of a double fake out, able to step away from that Tongue Lash, but Allorim, that Devour into the turret shot, that hurts quite a bit at this stage of the game. My Sword Crimson now very far behind in the matchup.
Does have heal, but Ignite on the other side. W is down. Ignite not used just yet, so my Sword Crimson could maybe fancy a 1v1 here, but it is tough. Out of energy right now, gets stunned. Beautiful skill shot there for Allorim, and this could be it. One last lash. The Q is not going to connect, and my Sword Crimson lives for now.
Yeah, he W'd to a creep where you do not get the safeguard shield to try and create some more space, but Allorim sees that, follows up on it immediately with the autos and the Tongue Lash, and My Sword Crimson, big wave coming in, down a level. It's a really tough spot. Allorim is going to, I think, look to fish to land a couple W's here on the slippery Lee Sin, and see if we can take him down in this big wave.
Yeah, I appreciate Allorim's like panache of just like pushing the wave and then just hitting W near the enemy, seeing if you can pick him off. This Relic's going to be nice too. Allorim going to zone off My Sword Crimson. He even threads a Q in there, and there's the dial. He gets the knock up, the first one I think we've seen on camera, and Allorim's going all in for it, but did he go too far? No, the shield is there. The damage is big, and now he's kind of evened it back up here.
Yeah, My Sword Crimson, he just popped Safeguard twice and try and get all the healing back possible on this big wave as Allorim can't attack him under. You can see that health bar slowly creaking up for My Sword Crimson, trying to come back in this 1v1.
Almost going to have kickback up as well, but doesn't have it just yet. Allorim going to go back at the double relics. A little more responsible after diving the tower, which I did love. That was a really nice move, but unfortunately did not connect the kill. 2 summons are ready for Allorim, so he's feeling battle ready. Exhaust going to be coming back up, but Ignite not going to be there for the Lee Sin.
Allorim learning a few things from Davemon, making sure they pick up their as Immortals, Twitter, of course, at Immortals. Funny little video watching the Kog'Maw go down. As Davemon, he went for the full sign. Like, I gotta respect it. You know, that was a very bloody 1v1.
That's definitely in the spirit of the tournament. Have to appreciate that. As My Sword Crimson gets the wave reversed, it's pretty far ahead on CS actually. There's what, 8 creeps left in this wave or so. So he can catch up if he grabs them all. My Sword Crimson's going to give him space to do so, running back for the Relic now. And again, these two players have just decided that, like, we are happy to play the longer games. I mean, again, I think this definitely plays into Allorim's intended plan with a champion like Tahm Kench, but My Sword Crimson's done a really good job of not only picking his spots for the different duels and using those mechanics, but like respecting the ebb and flow of even a single lane that you have to constantly, manicure and manage.
Speaking of that wave bouncing back into him now. It's going to have to see if Allorim starts to go for these trades, starts to go fishing for more of these Tongue Lashes. That one does connect.
That W was so nice, but the Relic is there, but not really in time. Tongue Lash is going to hit Allorim, does so much damage here. My Sword Crimson going to have to use the kick defensively.
Big cooldown out. Allorim still has access to heal to the Devourer himself. As good sign set for My Sword Crimson. Every single time that safeguard is up, more healing, more shielding going over to him. But that's another one that lands, and now he has to burn it to just get away. Doesn't get the shield.
All right, well, Allorim's still ready. Both sums has the Devour. If he can find the auto attacks, he can walk under this tower and probably finish off the kill. So he's going to go for it now. Gets the lash down. Last auto needed. Allorim looking for it. Gets it. Needs to get Enrage and doesn't need it. Ignite is enough. And that is first blood once again for Allorim. The River King reigns supreme.
Boomer over Zoomer. Allorim proving that he's still got the hands and, his way of picking his champion. Tahm Kench is very good at it, manipulating the waves, using that to dive. Old school play and publishing play coming out from him as the Toad. Back to 2-1 now. Allorim looking at pretty like, hey man, I'm saving the champion's win rate. This is my Toad.
Yeah, definitely a nice display here in the 1v1 in 2 different matchups. My Sword Crimson again playing really well, but Allorim just had it all here. Just so tough to get through the wall that Tahm Kench presents, and some nice setup dives here as well. As My Sword Crimson just had to burn everything so many times to try and make something happen. At the end of the day, like, you can only defend so many Tahm Kench all-ins. As Allorim, that did get a little spicy at in that point, but at this point you kind of checkmated. My Sword Crimson doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Well played from Allorim, as doesn't even need to use the Devour. Just popping both of the sums. The heal to get in range. You can see, I love Tahm Kench. When you get like 3 stacks on someone, like how he gets low, like raises like the shoulders, like starts hunting them down. He's going for the Devour. But Pastrytime. That is 4 rounds, and we have an updated winners bracket here. Yep.
So here we are. We've had 4 players kind of waiting on the other side. That was Viper, Revenge, General Sniper, and Ablazeolive. They're all waiting, kind of seated into the winners bracket to start things off. And now their opponents are going to be 5-Fire, Dardoch, Allorim, and Insanity, which is a very spicy set of matchups. Like, we even have an LCS mid lane matchup right there at the bottom of your screen. Ablazeolive, Insanity, just another day at the office.
Yeah, and 2 mid-laners that there's a lot of hype around them, of course, in the LCS Pastrytime, as those were 2 players that were up from Academy from 2020, 2 native mid laners as well for NA, and 2 mid laners that I think that throughout the year obviously had some growing to do, first year in LCS, but it was really fun watching both of those players improve, and I think that a lot of people in the community and a lot of people following the LCS really, by the end of the year, thought pretty highly of both Ablazeolive and Insanity.
Oh, as a reminder, this isn't just for fun and glory, it is for donations as well. Again, you can donate to Able Gamers. Immortals has already put 10,000 in, and that will kind of go honorarily to the winner of the 1v1 tournament, but you can donate too. tiltify.com/immortalsgg is the donation link if you would like to make a donation to this great cause for Able Gamers as well.
Good to see the pot is already being stoked here, as it is a wonderful cause, of course, just making gaming more accessible to everyone across the world, whether that's socially getting people involved, people with disabilities as well. They've created controllers to try and help people be able to play more games. And hey, gaming is something that obviously everyone that's participating in this tournament means a lot to us, and it's fun watching more people getting the opportunity to have those experiences as well.
Absolutely. Definitely, the more gamers, the better, as far as I'm concerned. With that, we are done with our first little stage to kick things off here for the IMT 1v1 Showdown presented by Progressive. But don't go too far. We are going to have a break. But when we return, it is more 1v1s coming right up.
Sorry, bud.
Thanks. Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
All right.
Oh, man. Marvin, man, I'm telling you, dude. I've been looking at the stocks for years, and I don't think we're going to meet our goals. Looking up. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, David, did we meet our goals?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've just been playing Minecraft all day.
This isn't good enough, man. Hello?
When we agreed to be roommates, we said no romantic involvements.
Son, your mother and I...
My roommate wouldn't call me son.
Apparently, we're not roommates.
Not if you keep this up.
Want to really be a rebel? Get off your parents' car insurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, we welcome you to the introduction of the biggest and brightest and most insured organization in all of the world. That's right, we're here with Progressive Gaming. And who is Progressive Gaming? Well, let me tell you. It's Lie Eater! This guy right here has never been relegated. You want to talk impressive? His hobby is speedrunning, and he does that so fast that he has more time for more hobbies. Don't sleep on this guy. It's Drowsy Snail. This man is so cool, his PC runs with one fan, and if he has one fan, that fan is me. He's your density. He never complains about ping. And if there's one thing you should know about this guy, it's he can tie a cherry stem into a knot with his tongue? Who wrote this? Yeah, it says cherry stem with his tongue. You sure? Okay, yeah, thank you. No, it is impressive. Of course his plays are nuts. It's Chasing Acorn. A man of immense discipline and dexterity. He can do origami one-handed. He spells esports with a capital S, but not the one you're thinking of, Mysterious. And finally, you have nothing to fear because he'll do it for you, Scared Crow. He presses Control-Alt-Delete at least twice a week. His top-tier plays belong in a museum because he's an amateur paleontologist. There you have it. These players have you covered. For Progressive Gaming, I'm Golden Boy. Now it's time to see what these fully insured gamers can do.
I've been watching that spaceship for an hour. It's never gonna get to that moon.
Act your age. Dump your parents' car insurance company.
Hey guys, welcome to this insane gaming house. Over here, we have our nice little training area. Scarecrow is already in a game. Hope you're doing well. We have our nice little chill area where we do meditation and such. And as you can see, Lie Eater is already doing his meditation pose. Come on, let's go upstairs. This is our trophy / VOD review room. We always come up here just to admire the trophy and watch some games.
So I'm going to take you to my favorite room in the whole house. It's the streaming room. To our left, we've got a lovely view of the meditation area, so that you can check it out. To my right, we've got the streaming area.
Thanks for the sub share for time. Yo, what are you guys doing here?
Oh, wait,
Can't you see I'm sitting?
yeah, sorry. So now I'm gonna take you to my favorite place to relax and chill out. So as you can see, Scarecrow is just going for a quick swim. I love it up here. Oh, looks like I gotta go.
It's time to practice?
Time to practice. Thanks for coming to the Progressive Gaming Facility. We're gonna win.
Let's do this.
Thanks for coming, guys. Hey, welcome to our insane gaming facility. Come on in. Hey, Scarecrow. How nice of you to come out.
Don't come in here. It's a mess.
Okay.
Something acorn? I haven't had anyone say Charlie Snail.
Tasting acorn, man. You have to step it up.
Charlie Snail, dude, are you asleep?
It's done, man.
I can't do it, both laughing, man. I said it, but then both just got...
Hello.
We did it. Good job, everyone.
Nice. Now here. Alright, let's cut.
This is our year.
This is it.
Okay, good job.
After experiencing difficulty with a standard mouse and keyboard, Connor needed a new way to access his computer and play games. After professional consultation, Able Gamers helped Connor get a customized keyboard with increased key size and easy to read font, as well as a really cool new, way more ergonomic mouse, courtesy of Logitech. The design and feel of the new mouse helps eliminate the pain and difficulty he'd experienced when using a standard mouse. Even though Connor's a very private person, he still wants the world to know that it means the world to him that he's the equipment that's helping immensely with his hand-eye coordination, with bigger keys on his keyboard and a mouse that is much easier for him to use. Connor says he finally has equipment that goes as fast as his brain does. Connor's grant's just another step in the right direction for a world full of accessibility, so everyone can game.
Welcome back to the Immortals 1v1 Showdown presented by Progressive. I'm Pastry, still joining me is Cubby, and we are done with the first round of 1v1s. With some pretty spicy matchups, I have to say, but now we're getting into the winner's side, or continuing the winner's side now. We've had the 4 players qualified through, we had 4 players seeded into winners already, and you could argue that matchups are only going to get better as these are, I'd say, the stronger players in air quotes, right? These are definitely some names you might be more familiar with. That's maybe an easier way to look at it.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they're stronger players. They're going to have to prove it on the Rift, but some of these matchups, we flew them beforehand. We got Viper versus Fire, a couple old teammates going head-to-head. Allorim going for the twin team kill, as they already took down My Sword Crimson, now up against General Sniper, and LCS midlane matchup, Boys All versus Insanity. Gonna have to see if Insanity keeps on going for those mirror matchups. That's been fun. I want to see like thrown down, like people agree, like, you know, play Heimerdinger or like, you know, like that. Yeah, let's get kind of crazy here.
I'm definitely here for some mages. Haven't seen too many of those just yet, but it is 5-5 versus Viper, as you mentioned, Cubby, to kick us all off. Definitely 2 players that know each other quite well. So curious to see kind of how this all shakes out, because you know, we mentioned it before, you know, teams often like play 1v1s for fun. Although you said I think this team is the ARAM team back when they were all on the same team. Yeah. But I'm sure they have played 1v1s against each other at some point in their practice time.
Oh, it has to be. And hey, you know, if Fire wants to learn any marksman in the mid lane, I think Viper is the person to do it, as he's still playing Vayne, still playing Kalista, still playing Tristana, stuff like that in the top lane, even throwing Akshan in there as well. Whereas, I don't know, Viper's champion pool, and like watching him emerge, he's really picked up a lot of confidence in his play this year. And I think that's something that, you know, like for like a lot of these LCS pros or just pro players like fighting for those LCS spots, it's really important to, you know, have like that confidence, have all like those things kind of going for you. As don't be fooled. I know it says General Sniper, but that is Viper, of course. Shout outs to his twin brother there, or not twin brother, but younger brother. One of the 2 twins. Of course, we saw My Sword Crimson earlier. And pretty insane. Their make up 4th of the tournament, and Viper looking to make up a 4th of the people in semifinals of the win here. And a Neeko locked in.
Neeko, okay. It's kind of a mage. I like it. I'm here for it. Here for Teemo too, if I'm being honest. I think that would be great. Whether it's good or not is a different question. Yeah, no good.
Hey, the blind. Oh, he's doing it. Oh, okay. This is gonna be fun. All right, so the blind, Fire, I think he's got to go AP Neeko for talking like some strategery here, or he could just go for the marksman one and, you know, try and BM the Teemo. He's got to dodge out on those blinds. And Viper picking Satan on the Rift. You know, that's I've been playing a little bit like too much TFT. Like he like definitely has like, you know, double Teemo skin. He takes your own health. It's kind of mean. It's also a really strong unit. Yeah.
That seems cool. Definitely fitting for especially that Teemo skin. I love that was embraced at some point. He is still, after all this time, both the global taunt of the game and it's Devil, which is hilarious for such a small, adorable Yordle. Yeah. I'm curious about this one. These are both like oddly similar champions, like AP-based auto attackers, which is not a particularly like big class of champions. So the fact that we have both of them in here is kind of funny.
Somewhat. I hope that they're like throwing around like some friendly banner from their time at NoOrg, of course. This team, not only as an amateur team, played in the amateur tournaments. They won 3 out of the 4 tournaments they were a part of. Then went on to win Proving Grounds, which included all of the academy teams in the spring as well. And that achievement on its own, considering that these guys didn't even have salaries to do that and were beating everyone, I think it speaks a lot to how talented these players are. And the way they did it was Fire getting mid priority and playing through Viper and allowing him to play his crazy champion pool, like undefeated on Jace that split. His Gnar was insane as well. And apparently he's got a crazy Teemo as well. We're just gonna have to see if that is I guess that's the pick that like they were able to use. Maybe Viper was salty about it, has pulled out now.
Yeah, I don't know. Viper definitely, as you said, gaining a lot of confidence, and that's there in his carry play especially. He, I think, has always been very comfortable, very confident on those champions. The Riven obviously coming to mind as the first one people think of, but his Camille, I remember from that tournament, his Jace, as you mentioned, going undefeated. Teemo, not quite the same wheelhouse, but it's kind of fun to see, you know, a player that in many ways enabled the success that Viper saw that year and now is seeing, of course, on IMT Academy, have to, you know, move away from that and now directly battle your old mid laner who used to be there for you and now is trying to kill you.
That's why he's got the. I really hope it's like the Satan Teemo skin, or the other tech is you go for the BMO skin with all the BMOs. That's also that'd be pretty good from Viper, and I feel like Viper, he's got to embrace some like the emote game here. Hopefully, see who Noorg did drop to the losers bracket at one point through C9 Academy. They put him down there before like they beat him in the finals. So maybe see a couple like C9 flashes, or I would say Dig, because like Dig put Immortals in the lower bracket for this year's Proving Grounds, but you know, now IMC of course got their revenge. They 3-1'd them as they do move on the top 4 against Golden Guardians. They will play on Friday for the best 5 of Proving Grounds, so you have to check that out. But yeah, I want to see some banner. These guys are very close, obviously winning a tournament together. So hopefully they throw down. I'd say Teemo, that's one step towards throwing down. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think if you're not on top of your emote game, picking Teemo in a 1v1 tournament, you've missed a step, right, in your preparation for this event. And I know that like, you know, it's going to be a long week. You still got to go to practice and you got to cram this tournament in as well. I think you still have to find time to like optimize your 1v1 strategy, and that absolutely should include your emote wheel.
I think that the emote wheel is more important than the champions that you pick in the 1v1 strategy, if we're being real here, as you know, it's about sending the message and against your old teammate. I'd say picking Teemo right off the bat is step 1. And going for the early boots, trying to apply that the poison as much as possible and get rid of that absurdly long stun timer that Neeko has if that route goes through minions as well. Going to be the tech for the scout getting out onto the rift.
It's vanilla Teemo, seen a lot of that today. Not sure how I feel about it. Fire's gone ahead and dancing away. This seems like it's like a vanilla skin versus like one of the most like expensive and hardest to get ones, right? It's just like some sort of prestige Neeko situation.
I just can't believe that a toad appears when you spam that. That's no wonder Fire is choosing that as the one to spam.
Yeah,
that's a good emote spam right there.
Yeah, that's like a very specific emote. Like that one is very challenging to unlock. As they're underway, auto attacking. It's Airy versus Pressy attack. So Viper, not General Sniper, we'll see him later, does want to get multiple autos in. Oh my goodness, Neeko.
Oh no.
Neeko's just so good. I think it's all done here. Ignite down there, and Teemo is going to have to see your next game. 5-5 in 1 minute and 25. Going to take this one.
Oh man, that route for Neeko, it's a little bit too good. As I know that Neeko, not a pick that we've seen a lot in competitive play, but for the 1v1s looked pretty good. Actually, the person that plays the most Neeko in competitive, probably Allorim, who is actually in this tournament, loves foot push on that Neeko, and one of the reasons is that strong early game, level 3, level 4, root lands. Teemo goes down. I'm bummed. As much as I like to trash talk Teemo, seeing Teemo win is like so much fun. I will never forget the first game of LCS when Bjergsen played against High, and he played Teemo against TSM, and they won. Like that is like, and it like wasn't BM at all. Like they're like, no, like we have like a Teemo strat like ready. Like the fact that like that was actually played as success in the competitive game is still blows my mind. So I'm kind of sad Teemo lost. Want to see some love for Teemo.
Yeah, I think Teemo gets like too much hate. I think Teemo is very misunderstood.
You think that the champion that has a Satan skin gets too much hate? Or the devil skin, yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think it's it's not a little long. And I think Teemo. There's layers to Teemo. Let's put it that way. Also, I played Teemo since season 1 because.
Oh really?
Yeah. If anyone remembers, there's actually an old TSM top laner called the Rain Man who became known in the scene by playing only Teemo. Basically, he was a Teemo one trick. So I learned to play Teemo from him a very long time ago. There's also in Wriggle's Lantern. Yeah, I almost said Wriggly's Lamp because that was the meme name, but that's not the actual name of the item. When the item was absolutely way too strong, and you played it in every game.
Wasn't that where you go like Blood Razor Teemo as well?
Yeah, you could do that too.
Magical's Blood Razor. Yeah, that's an old school item too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all the way back.
Oh man.
But yeah, it's fun. It's kind of like Neeko and such. Like kiting people with like this annoying champion is like very satisfying when you do it correctly. Because when you don't and you get all in, you tend to die very quickly, which is like kind of what happened in that 1v1.
Yeah.
Oh no, is this a Tahm Kench tournament now?
Oh, don't do it.
Has Allorim poisoned the well?
The river has been soiled. I think Fire's is hovering like through like all the champions that have won. Viper seems set though, and Kalista is something that Viper has played in the top lane competitively and to great success. Viper, of course, being known for his Riven, But that's, for me, actually, more recently, I'd say that I think he's known for the marksman he's able to play top. He is very good at playing the Vayne, playing the Kalista in the top lane, as it could be a matchup of two signatures Pastrytime, as you noted. Fire very much known for his Sett play, especially with the performance that he put on playing Sett in the finals of Proving Grounds, which granted Org that dominant 3-0 in the spring split.
He'll see if he does select it here. Sett definitely gets a lot of has a lot of tools in a 1v1, although closing the gap against a marksman can always be a bit tricky, but Fire is no stranger to getting kited in a 1v1 when he's playing Sett. Sett, again, has so many different ways to kind of weather the storm, and obviously Fire is very skilled at navigating these kind of areas, but I feel like, I don't know what's up with the Teemo there, man. I feel like Viper had a plan. I like the Merc Treads, but it didn't matter. The root still lasted about 5 years, and then he died. So back to the drawing board, back to comfort. I feel like, maybe he stretched his marksman pull a little too far, trying to go all the way to Teemo.
Maybe he has to watch some more Nubrak, get all the tech down, stuff like that. As, of course, we do have a Nubrak known for playing Teemo support and not going bot at all, but is very high elo. So, it does work a little bit. And to be fair, we have seen some of the best supports in the world not go bot at all either. It's like first
also true.
And see ya. So, hey, might be a good meta for Teemo support, Nubrak. I don't know. I don't want to endorse this in solo queue, but also like if it works, it works.
Yeah, it's true. At the end of the day, like it is about winning in solo queue. So if you're still winning, you're still getting LP. I would say that you are serving the purpose of whatever you're picking, as long as you're trying your best. But that's a very unique one. I'll put it that way. I think it would take some pretty major XP changes for that to be really good. Because Teemo is kind of useless without his mushrooms.
Oh, it's very useless. I think the tech there for Viper was like stay in the brush and just pray that Neeko walks in. But I think Fire was smart enough for that. So
yeah,
bummer.
I think when Neeko's like passive is like W is like as good as Toxic Shot, and Neeko also has like better damage ratios and like a CC, it's gonna be very tough for you to win that game.
Either that or you stall things out to 6. And then you get the shrooms and you just like lay a bunch of traps.
Yeah, I think that was the strat, but didn't want to do it. We've seen actually a lot of players just kind of opt for the right out the gate, straight for the level 1 in the brush. So I appreciate that like the players are at least wanting to fight each other. That's always fun. But I think like strategically running your Teemo directly at the enemy perhaps a touch too far.
I just want to say, there's a great shirt. It's actually like in the Riot shop. And it's like Teemo walking into like the closet, and it's like all his skins like up. And I just want to see like I want to see more Teemo skins for Viper. He didn't
more.
Sport,
I was gonna say
like,
and
in
like, general no,
like
but Viper yes.
I feel like having like this champion with like 30 gazillion skins when there's like Ornn with like 3. It's just like really sends a message like to the rest of the champions that like Teemo, as much as like we hate Teemo and he like isn't played in competitive, he's still an alpha because like he gets the most skins,
Yeah, Teemo is, I have to assume, very popular. Like a lurable creature from popular like media franchise is loved. That's not surprising, right? There's whole brands been built on adorable creatures selling lots of skins. So Teemo's definitely like, it's funny because like he could be the hero of the day, but instead he became the most hated.
He left the super Teemo skin in the closet.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, I could have been a hero instead, became the villain. And you know what? That's fine, Teemo. You do you.
What's that quote from like Batman? Like you either die a hero or live long.
Yeah, live long.
Yourself, become a villain.
That's Teemo. Yeah, that is Teemo. At this point, I think that special up skin, that's like that's the end of that timeline. He's like he is like, I am a jaded, angry yodel. As we are going to get ourselves into game number 2. It is upgraded boots once again, but this time on the Fire side. Does have them steel caps ready because he's going to have to endure a lot of auto attacks from this Kalista.
Do like the tech coming out Fire, of course, trying to close the gap. Actually switching it up last second. Instead, wants the legendary item for ARAM. Very efficient Dorans, whereas General Sniper, or I should say Viper, he got me once.
It is Viper.
He got me once. Gonna try and utilize the attack speed on this Kalista. We actually saw, so earlier We did see Kalista was piloted by Misterdot, challenger varsity bot laner at UCI. It was pretty close against Dardoch, I will say. There were some good looks. So we're going to have to see if Viper can kind of turn the tides of Kalista in this, kind of like how Allorim was able to turn the tides of success Tahm Kench had in this 1v1 tournament.
You'll have to see it's Halo Blades versus Conqueror. It makes sense. Like, that is kind of the function of these champions in their matchups. Kalista wants to keep you at arrow's length at all times, and Sett wants to bash your facing, which he needs to get nice and close for. But again, like, Firefire is no stranger to this kind of matchup, right? Oh, a beautiful pull already. And the exhaust are just straight out. The Conqueror going to proc, and Ignite is down. Firefire going to win this trade by the looks of things. In fact, he's not stopping. He's just going straight for it. Under the tower we go! First blooded at the end of it all. That rend was perfectly timed by Viper.
Oh, wasn't able to get the Haymaker off. Playing some mind games there. And Haymaker wasn't cast in time. Kalista able to hop away, and Viper able to pull the rend. And that's 1-1. As two signature champions for both of these players. Man, goes the way of Viper as that Kalista top. Very good for him in competitive, and Kalista mid for ARAM for the 1v1 working out as well.
I feel like Firefire's plan wasn't that bad here, but just got rended. Like, he wanted to press W, he was ready, then nope. just dead.
Oh, that's a bummer. I would have liked to see the Haymaker, see if it would have been enough. I know that one of my favorite, well, I don't know if it's like a favorite, but like one of like the most unfair things from the looks of things is like that Haymaker flash that Sett's able to do.
Oh yeah.
Man, that's like the combos. I know that playoffs didn't go the way of EG, but I still remember that dive that Impact was able to navigate where he got like a double kill in a 3v1 because he Haymaker flashed and like caught two people in the true damage area. Pretty nasty coming out from a lot of the players that we have playing at high level. Gonna have to see if these guys can play this last one at the high level, as Akshan might be the look here for Firefire.
Yeah, I saw the vein hover there for Viper, though. Kind of like that idea. Again, continuing the kind of champs he's known for, but he's going to lock in Rengar. Not a champion I'm familiar with him playing, and it is going to be melee versus range once again, but we're swapping sides here. It's 5-5 with the range champion this time, running back to Akshan, that unfortunately we didn't get to see, but he did lose to Pretty in the mirror. We'll see how he does here as the range champion into the Rengar.
I think Akshan, like, it's still, we talked about him like earlier, it's like a champion, it's like kind of like undiscovered. I think one of like the wild parts about him is like in the jungle, if you use your grappling hook and like on a wall and you hit another wall, you like fall off the grappling hook. Like that's it. Like you like get canceled out. So like it's like still a champion that I feel like has like this super duper high skill cap that like just isn't discovered yet because it wasn't enabled for pro play for like the entirety of it. And I know there was like a lot of talk around that that passive that he had, like respawn heroes. But there have been some changes. I think Akshan has to get the kill now instead of the team. So that is something that's a little bit different, a little bit harder to get back. And so was a hero that, or a champion, I should say, that, I don't know. It's like always fun with the new champs. Like it's like it's a new puzzle, new piece of the puzzle. Like you have to kind of fit it into the rest of the game and see how you can get it to work. Because usually these pros find a way to make them work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Turns out when you play the game for a living, looking at new champions is often in your best interest. And for a lot of these players actually that are in this tournament, get a lot of mileage out of being the first to kind of look at those things and unlock those champions. Firefire definitely the kind of player that is always thinking like, can I play this mid? Like, what is this like? What does this do? So at least if I'm not going to play it, I have to play against it, and I know like what it does. So I think often players can get stuck in the champions they're used to, stuck in the meta, especially when the meta takes a while to kind of change and develop. But typically when a new champion comes out, they're at least doing something new, and that's often powerful enough if you're the first player to understand it.
And it's not only for, the like brand new champions, but also the reworks. Like, man, that
like
Mordekaiser rework. Yeah, like Tahm Kench. The Mordekaiser rework for me is like still one of my favorites because like that Death Realm is like just so cool. I mean, that is like the ultimate 1v1 on Summoner's Rift, right? Like
True.
That. You were asking me if like anyone like challenged me to like any 1v1s like early in the season, like early like seasons, like, hey, just like meet a Dragon Pit, like let's settle this, right? That's like what Mordekaiser does every single time he presses R, which I greatly appreciate. And if you buy QSS, you are wussing out of that. So
that's true.
No
you
QSS.
Accept the challenge.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, you got to take it.
Well, curious to see how this one shakes out. Definitely curious to see how Viper's Rengar looks. Again, not a champion that I associate with him, but certainly one that I'm sure he knows his way around. Again, for both these players, they are very experienced on a multitude of different champions. I also feel like these two are just like running it at each other. Like maybe they get like a dinner reservation or something coming up, but they are just they're going at it from 30 seconds in every single map.
I would say like maybe like Viper and IMT have scrims, but also they're like all the rest of his teammates are playing here, so it'd be like some weird scrims having a bunch of like e-subs in. But yeah, it's been fun to watch, and of course this is doing it. We can't mention it enough for a good cause. Able Gamers, I believe it is tiltify.com/immortals-gg. If you want to go check that out and support that. I know the goal for today was $200, and we're starting to get pretty close. So hopefully we can break that by the end. And hey, it's fun watching these players go toe to toe, bring us some entertaining games. So we try and keep you guys entertained while we get through these spectator delays, which are now wrapped up in, and that is an Akshan once again for 5Fire.
All right, this will be a fun one, I think. Pricey Tech versus Conqueror, Akshan versus Rengar. We'll see. I feel like we didn't get the Akshan mirror, so we really missed out on like understanding kind of the limits of the champions. So we're gonna have to learn kind of as we go. Which again, for a lot of us, given that Akshan has not been available in pro games until very recently, don't have the usual data we would have. But again, I'm sure these two players very well versed on that champion, especially if you play a lot of solo queue. They tend to pop up every now and then. Or a lot if the champion's really good.
Yeah.
Also, as you mentioned before, that passive, yes, I understand people had some thoughts. Obviously not relevant here in the 1v1 because a takedown is all you need. The game's over at that point. As General Sniper is, sorry, that's Viper. Now we got me. Everybody gets one, I guess. Oh, that exhaust is tight though, and they're just going for it. Oh my goodness, Viper. Oh, buddy.
2 tower shots. That's
all right.
Too many. As the Rengar, I was about to ask what skin that was. Is that what?
I have no idea. It looked cool though.
Yeah, it looked pretty sharp. Not enough. And hey, Akshan, I know that one thing that's pretty nice about that hero or champion's kit, the shield. Every 3 hits on that passive, a bit of a lower cooldown. Get to see some use of that, as it did help 5Fire survive a little bit more. As you can see the shield expiring there. And Viper trying to make this one quick in the wrong way, taking those 2 tower shots helps 5Fire come out on top.
I can't believe that even was in range, but yeah. 2 tower shots exhaust, very nicely done there for 5Fire. Just kind of let the map do it for him, to be honest. Even grapples around for a little bit of extra style at the end of it all. But that does push 5Fire 1 point further into the winner's bracket here. Viper is going to drop down to the lowest bracket. As a reminder, this is double elim, so we will see these players again. But 5Fire now going to await the winner of our next match, Revenge versus Dardoch, which should be a whole lot of fun as we see Revenge for the first time here in this tournament. But 5Fire, again, he's a player whose career may come to define like the many different ways in which he proved himself. It's just another notch in that resume.
Yeah, 5Fire is definitely a player that, for me, is kind of following the amateur and the semi-pro scene that we have here in NA. I don't think people realize like how dominant he's been playing. I mean, he won Scouting Grounds in 2019 with his team to get there. He won Scouting Grounds the circuit in 2020 with his team to get there. And he won Proving Grounds in 2021 with all the academy teams and that buff. His team was still able to take first. And of course, he is taking a split off, as it's tough to find. His goal is obviously to land in academy. It's really tough to find those offers in between splits, as a lot of those teams are really committed to developing the pieces that they have, but is definitely hoping to land on a team coming into the next season. And a fun player to talk with. We will see more of him in this tournament, but instead, you talked about coach versus player. We got a rematch.
Here it is.
Dardoch in the game.
All
Top
right.
laner versus jungler. Here we go.
Yeah, again, this gotta feel a little nerve-wracking for Revenge. Like, I cannot lose to the coach, man. Cannot lose to my assistant coach.
Not only can you lose to a coach, can't lose to a jungler if you're a solo laner, right?
Oh,
that's another one. Yeah, so it's a little bit of double duty here.
Oh boy, all right. Well, on the line already for Revenge as he enters the tournament for the first time. I love this matchup though. This is like very much the signature champions of these players in a lot of ways. I mean, Revenge, obviously his Riven as well, which is hilarious. We have like a large number of Riven mains in this tournament, but yeah. Revenge always known for his like individual laning prowess, right? When he was a streamer mostly, coming into the scene as a young NA talent before he decided to go to school, before eventually coming back and landing himself on an LCS team, which is in and of itself an awesome story that I'm sure we'll get to tell in greater length one day. But he was known for like being so good in lane, and Fiora is a kind of champion where you get to show that off.
I still remember him showing it off. Like there was a Irelia game in the spring split where like he pulled the wave level 1, got like a good trade off, and then like pretty much like won the lane from there. Like and solo carried the game. And he's someone that I think that with how dominant rookies like Danny and Ablazeolive ended up being, I think a lot of people kind of forgot about the fact that Revenge was somewhat of a rookie too. And I think that Revenge and the improvement that he showed throughout the split ended up being a big part of the team. I really liked when Xerxes was playing towards top, when he was taking things like Sett and like getting involved in the map early, going for like those 3 waves dives and playing really aggressively. I thought it was a really good look for not only Immortal. Earlier in the season, where it was after the Immortals CLG game, which was somewhat infamous for the wrong reasons. But I know that Revenge is a player that it really feels like he cared a lot about not only how he was doing in the team, but also like helping out his team's mentality, make sure that everyone like really got along. And I think that like even like the progressive ads you see like for Immortals, like the fun they're having there, like that's actually like stuff like we feel from that team being on the LCS stage and like rooting for each other, cheering behind other people, like doing interviews, stuff like that. So it's stuff that's like really fun to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think Revenge has like grown a lot as a player. Like it's one of those things you didn't always think about it, because like you're a player, as a player, you're just like trying so hard to get yourself to a certain point, right, where you're like, hey, I want to be like the best player I can be. I want to be in the LCS and be really successful. And not the easiest thing to do, right? And I think like people forget that even when you've been around for a while, maybe competing in academy, that when you enter that next echelon of play, you are kind of a newbie all over again. And it can be really tough as a new player to adjust to new teammates, new environment, new stakes, new like pressures, like stuff that you just don't have. It only gets harder as you get up the ladder as a competitor. And Revenge is a player that definitely, like, when it was bad, it felt really bad. And I think he's learned to kind of figure that out and grow even more as a person, which is really cool. And also as a player, like, he's only gotten stronger as he's been in the league longer, which is actually pretty typical for rookies in sports in general. But it's really cool to see him get more comfy. And again, this is definitely an arena where he can go absolutely off.
Yeah, and with that said, looks like we are starting to dive into the game, into the matchup, and action early.
My goodness, this looks already over. What's going on here? It's Revenge looking to show up in first blood so swiftly, under 2 minutes. Revenge gets him with the speed run, and don't know how it happened exactly, but Dardoch, definitely I would say the expected result based on the player matchup. Nice to see Revenge showing off there.
Oh man, Revenge. Hey, this Fiora, I know that one thing that with these guys running Exhaust and Ignite, the true damage is one thing that's big, but also just given the fact that that riposte, right? Any empowered ability from Rengar, you can try and use that at the right time, dodge out a little bit more. And one of the things that's underrated about that ability is that if you land it, it really decreases the attack speed of the enemy.
Yep.
I think that's something that like people don't realize until you play versus Fiora, and then you eat that ability, and you're like, "What the heck? Like, I can't even trade. I can't auto." It's really awkward. So, yeah, I think that's probably what ended up happening there. Revenge going up 1-0 on the coach. Not bad.
I mean, it's a duelist champion. It's definitely, it's the 1v1 me champion. I guess other than Mordekaiser that you mentioned, it's kind of the other one in that that vein. And obviously, Revenge knows his way around it, able to navigate very nicely there. I will say though, I agree with you kind of on that part about Fiora's approach to slowing attack speed. In general, I would say that attack speed slows historically are like the most hidden OP things in the game. Like I think move speed is one where everyone kind of knows it's really good, but it's so hard to get it that you're like, it's kind of hard to appreciate. But like, how good it is to be faster in a game that like very much relies on like where are you spaced relative to your opponent and like how quickly do you get across the map to do certain things. But I think the other one is like every ability that's ever had some sort of attack speed slow bit onto it has eventually had it removed because it was so good. It was like, this is ridiculous. I can't beat this ability. Please get it out of the game.
Yeah, it definitely is something that's like kind of hidden. I don't want to say like hidden power in Fiora's kit because obviously like these players know how much it is.
Yeah,
but,
of course they know.
Yeah, something that I think like for spectators actually like, kind of hard to understand. Like when that does connect, that is very critical, and especially like in matchups that Fiora is getting played in at the moment, like Camille. Using that riposte, it's funny because like you have so many options, right? Like you can do the X-Tech ultimatum, the stun, like the grappling hook right off the wall, or one that I actually like a lot is the second Q. Like that does so much upfront true damage. Just getting through that like actually can help you win a lot of those trades because it's like 300, 400 true damage that like you're just dodging out on them.
Yeah, for sure. It's Fiora's a champion that like very simple on the surface, but piloting her accurately is really challenging, and a cool display there for Revenge to bring himself up 1-0. Other famed attack speed slows. I think probably the most famous in League is Gragas barrel Q when that was a attack speed slow. I mean that slows you already. Yeah, that one was absolutely disgusting. It was so good. Also like this from Dardoch. He's like, oh okay, the champ was pretty good. Give me that one.
Yeah. I actually really like that from Dardoch as well. Now, I wonder if Revenge is going to play the mirror matchup. Rengar, send a message, maybe.
Ooh, I like that. Again, I hope they're talking to each other.
That could be fun. But instead, seems like we're going to be cycling through some champions. Revenge. That's the Riven. That's the one that I know a lot of fans at home might want to see, and one that I expect to see coming out from Viper's brother, General Sniper. I think that's going to be one that we're going to see later.
Oh yeah, I think someone, I can't remember who it was on Twitter, but someone was like, if this isn't a mirror match, like, no, I don't know what to think. Like, I'll be disappointed. And I'm like, I think they're legally obligated to play a Riven mirror if they get there. So very excited for that possibility. But Revenge is going to bring it out. This is a very complex matchup. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So I think one thing that's nice for Fiora is the fact that riposte, you do have two forms of CC that you can edge out on. And I want to see if any mind games are played here on the side of Revenge to try and skip out on that riposte, because that's the big cooldown here. If Fiora can ban that stun, ban that attack speeds, though, she'll win the trade. If not, Riven with those Qs, with those empowered autos, really good to like try and maneuver around like those true damage spots, and you can take down Fiora. But well, it's like pretty volatile and pretty mechanically intensive. So seems to be Revenge's comfort zone. So you're gonna have to see if you can take down Dardoch.
Yeah, again, like you don't always get to play these champions because like typically their weakness is like in a any non-isolated situation, you are very vulnerable and easy to pick on, right? Like actually a lot of credit to go to Viper for his ability to play Riven on the LCS stage and succeed, right? And to a point where people are like, he can only play Riven. I'm like, well, that's not true. But like that is a very big reputation for a champion that sees very little playing competitive, right? To be able to pilot that successfully in that kind of environment is really cool. But obviously when you throw all that out the window and you just isolate it to a pure 1v1, a lot easier to show off on something like Riven or Fiora.
Yeah, it's not only Viper. I know also talking about Worlds. Unfortunately, I don't think they're not there. But Breathe from World of Wheat. I was a big fan of Breathe from the LPL. He was busting out Riven and the Camille, which is pretty fun. I believe he like got solo killed and then like came back and like hard carried the game, which is typical Riven player stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Everyone associates Riven as like this, like, oh, it's just this like level 1, level 3 champion where you like all in and get a kill, and like if you don't, you're doomed. Riven is like actually quite good in team fights, especially if you're good at piloting her.
Yeah.
Whereas like I think, like to me, like I think of assassins on like very early game skew champions. Like I don't want to say Renekton because it's a meme, and Renekton also is like very effective mid to late if you know what you're doing. It's just like he's so linear that it can be tough to perform on Renekton. But like there are champions where like, yeah, you need to get ahead early and stay ahead, or you don't do anything. And Riven is not one of those champions. She's just like, she has so much like range to outplay you that like when she does outplay you, it's like, oh, I can't do anything. This champion's too good early. Where the reality is like, if the Riven pilot is good, you're just dead because that's kind of the champion. If you press a million buttons a second and have 2,000 games of Riven or more, like, yeah, okay, you're good at the champion. Weird.
I think it's fun too because like I know that like when Riven was created and like one of the reasons like the skin exists is like they definitely wanted Riven to feel like something that was like an arcade fighter, right?
Yep.
Like yeah, like have like the inputs, the combos, like all that, and it's a champion that like people have just fallen in love with because it is such a high skill cap, but like, it's so rewarding like when you make that happen. And it's funny like how the item shift this season has actually really changed up Riven because, you know, she used to be like the Black Cleaver Rush, or you go like some lethality to like try and, you know, get like those big ults to connect. And now it's like your Gore Drinker, like Drain Tank, and like you're getting as many Qs off in the fight as you can. And it's funny because, as you mentioned, like these players having 2,000 games of Riven, being so good at like doing those animation cancels and inputs, they still find ways to make it work. And I think that's something that we have seen from some Rivens throughout the season. Now we're going to have to see if Revenge can pull it off in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be about as even as it gets. Equal sums, equal items, equal even keystone runes here. We'll see if Dardoch can make it happen with the Fiora of Revenge. Might know a thing or two about this particular matchup. I'd be more than willing to bet he has played this matchup a pretty large number of times, especially given all the solo queue practice he's gotten in over the years.
And we're on the Abyss once again. Of course, this is the winner's side of the bracket of this 1v1 tournament. Of course, Dardoch taking down the UCI varsity bot liner and Misterdot to get here. Revenge got a buy. Must be I don't know why Revenge got a buy and Insanity didn't. So I think that's like a mental gap that Revenge can hold now, like on the team. Definitely want to, you know, kind of chirp him like, hey man, like you get that buy in the 1v1. I did. Yeah, trying to show that he earned it.
Also, General Sniper got a buy, so there's maybe some like family bias happening. The skin is beautiful, by the way, from Revenge.
What is this? The Sentinels one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, this is really nice.
Oh my God, why is Revenge so good at this champion?
Okay. It's all about the riposte. That third Q is the easiest one for Fiora to cast riposte on because it's pretty telegraphed when you're going to use it. I'm seeing weaves in the stun. Oh
yeah, that stun is very impossible to riposte. But Revenge is just like not even using that Q, just wasting it over there. Oh, back in again. Ignite popped. Riposte missed. Revenge moved past it, and Dardoch's just cooked. Revenge easily out 1v1s his coach. That was so clean.
Oh man. There's a reason that Revenge was #1 on the ladder for a lot of years, and a reason that his Riven is renowned like others in this tournament as. That, I don't know. That made me like want to queue up a little bit of Riven. I'll be honest. That was getting past the riposte. Oh, that's beautiful.
All right, watch it again. He's so nice. We'll watch it twice here as Revenge. Again, just perfectly navigating this. I mean, this initial trade is like already miles ahead, but then this execution to finish off Dardoch is so nice. Kind of baits him too. He's like, yeah, you're going in. I know it.
Oh my. Yeah, the spell was still like immune, but he was past the character model.
Right.
So he missed the timer like perfectly like by a sec, but he still knew he was past character model, so it doesn't matter. Revenge ends up taking that one. Beautiful play.
And with that, he's going to meet 5-Fire there in the semifinals of the winner's bracket, as you can see on your screen. Pretty fun to see them go up against each other. Unfortunately, with Viper losing the 5-Fire, they didn't get to meet. That would have been awesome. But perhaps Viper will make his way back in so we can queue up some potential Riven mirrors. And of course, there are Riven players aplenty in the bottom half of the bracket. But we already have our first semi set. That's a nice one. 5-5 versus Revenge. It is, once again, players that are pretty familiar with each other.
Yeah, and tomorrow that will be played, of course. So they're wrapped up for the day. Whereas we're going to have Dardoch playing one more. We're going to do the rest of the winners' quarters, and then, of course, the losers' match as well in this 1v1 for the Immortals Showdown presented by Progressive, and also here to support Able Gamers yet again as man, these guys are showing out. I love seeing the signature champions. I love like watching these players throw down, try and make things nice and entertaining for us, and also show off how good they are at the game. As that was pretty good Riven play coming out from Revenge. Oh my.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, it's like I don't know what to do. Like Dardoch, so Fiora seemed pretty good. Revenge is like I still have more. So you know what? Able to take it nice and clean there. So we'll queue up the next one, and this is the tour of Allorim. I mean, I guess it's Boomer vs Zuma 2.0. Allorim's just here, proving that the 26-year-old Tahm Kench main still got it. You know.
This feels like, I don't know, like a Yu-Gi-Oh show where like, you know, the twins are like trying to like take down like the old boss, you know? The first one drops and like now it's up to GSnipes to take him. So GSnipes, by the way. All right, so this is actually a funny backstory for this.
Oh, okay.
So Tyler 1 was doing some solo queue showdowns. And this was a top lane matchup for one of those solo queue showdowns, as Allorim and Zazel had a team with 5Fire, Value, and I think Anda played once, but they had a couple junglers like rotating in and out. And General Sniper had a team that was going to take down Tarzan. That was the jungler for their squad. And in the trash talk videos beforehand, General Sniper called himself GSnipes and self-assigned a nickname. That was definitely the source of a lot of banner from Tarzan and myself and Rafa, who were like, you can't really give yourself a nickname.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to see if he earns it, as he is very much known for Riven, Renekton, and also Irelia, which will be the champion selected here first.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Allorim, I think, is just like sending it with the Tahm Kench. I think it's Tahm Kench ride or die at this point. Like he's stubborn, you know, kind of the older stubborn gentleman, stuck in his ways perhaps,
no
but
bans.
Doesn't exactly no bans. So Tahm Kench is always available. No need to give it away.
I'm curious if like anyone like has like a matchup that can beat it. I think Mordekaiser's like kind of okay because you can like try and brawl it out. And obviously, General Sniper, very comfortable on that Irelia, very confident in that Irelia. But I'm curious to see if any of these players kind of, you know, drop that confidence, drop that comfort, maybe go for something that just can take down Tahm Kench. Because I think I know what Allorim is going to lock in for the next one, no matter what happens here. I have a good feeling.
Yeah, me too. I feel like you know, at this point, just don't even run the select. Just like have a graphic permanently with Allorim and Tahm Kench. We just run that.
Lock it in. Oh man, we're gonna need some Twitch chat spam too. Like one of like a lot of fans of Jose Dioto, they always like love spamming like the Tuki time or like the Unload the Toad, stuff like that. You know, for Tahm Kench, so that's always pretty fun. So we're gonna have to have some unbench the Kenches in the Twitch chat. Hopefully you guys are all spamming that in there. That is not the only thing that you can drop in the Twitch chat though. So we have some commands and we also have a giveaway going on.
Yeah, I know everyone out there loves to spam whatever command you can think of at the time. This one actually is useful for you. There is a giveaway happening. Immortals is giving away a ton of different things. There's a chair, there's some keyboards, headsets, some Grubhub vouchers, which, as I've explained, is truly the best price for me. Anything where subsidized or free food is just about the best kind of food you can get. And I believe that's ! giveaway. And we just try it, you know, hey, ! type a bunch of different words, what pops out, and this one actually gives you something useful if you want to check out how you can get involved in those giveaways.
So is that like your favorite part of like the LCS days, you know, just like seeing what the food spread is, what they got for you on the day?
Anytime I get free food, it's a good time.
Yeah. Of course, LCS and Grubhub had a ton of sponsorships as well this year, which was really fun to see. I love the so obviously your IGN being Pastrytime, you know, good cook,
that's
a
me.
Connoisseur of food and coffee as well.
Yes.
Grubhub was doing a lot of like one-person interviews, but like food like in the area.
Yep.
I'm curious. I don't know if we've seen yours yet. Do you have one of the works? Do you want to spill the beans?
So for anyone paying attention, that was a really cool like thing that happened. Shout out to the team that is behind that, by the way. They make amazing stuff.
They're cool videos, yeah.
So I was actually in like the pilot season, let's call it. Last split. I think there was maybe 4 of us, Freak, Tigress, and I, and maybe one more that I'm misremembering. And some fun stories about I ate pastry on camera, obviously, because that's like made sense for content. But I was talking a little bit about one of my favorite foods, which is probably not what you'd expect, but it's an Indonesian fried rice dish. It's the easiest way to categorize that. It's very good.
I'm making my favorite dish tomorrow. I call it pizza pasta salad. Pasta with like pizza ingredients, cold pasta salad. So it's like
nice.
Pepperoni, green peppers, cheddar cheese, homemade like Italian vinaigrette. It's nice.
Nice, that's really nice. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's like a kind of an elevated chopped salad. I'm here for it. Everything you need. Hey, that's great. Salad. People need to eat more salad. This is not the time for this rant, but I have very strong opinions on salad. And if people much like Teemo, people disrespect salad, and I'm not here for it.
That is
people need to respect
that is the thing I miss the most about California.
Oh
is
my God.
Whoa.
That was very well orchestrated. I appreciate that.
Salads in California, you cannot beat them. They are the best. It's so good down there.
You were not wrong. As it is GSnipes, I suppose, General Sniper on stream for the first time today. Although not his ID. Thanks, Viper, for borrowing that one. Versus the Allorim Tahm Kench, the Indomitable. And we'll see if he can live up to the nickname he granted himself. So far, so good. Looking good there with the stun and jumping in.
And for the side of General Sniper, I know that, of course, Allorim trying to go for the twin kill. Allorim on Twitter, very vocal about his Tahm Kench, said, I don't care if it's 1v1, I'm playing Tahm Kench. And General Sniper is saying, I will avenge you, brother.
Yep.
So, a little bit of psychological warfare going down early, and General Sniper making good use of Irelia's extra range and passive. Get a nice trade with a nice sidestep as well.
Movement is just too clean. And we saw this a bit from Crimson as well. Makes sense that they're twins. Very, very good mechanics on display here. Just dancing around this, kind of slower, plodding champion. But Allorim doesn't mind. He's here for the long game. He's here to be patient. He has the advantage of experience here from age. As Allorim going to dodge that stun. Nice duck down there as General Sniper will miss that particular shot.
And gonna have to retreat, go back for the health pack, and something we've seen Allorim do rather well in this event, Pastrytime, is building up these slow pushes and then just fighting when he has twice as many creeps as the enemy. As he hits 6, he's gonna go right in, but General Sniper wiser to it. He's watched the tape. Step that tongue lash and just wait for the wave to come to him.
Yeah, again, I don't know what the situation is, but I would say that given that they're twins and both 14, they probably live together still with mom and dad, if I had to guess. So, they're probably watching the game pretty closely, maybe even throwing some tips out here. So he definitely has seen the footage from this matchup already, or at least this champion out of Allorim.
And General Sniper does have to drop that creep. Didn't want to get autoed and queued. Will snag a couple of these, though, in front of Allorim. As that tongue lash does not connect, this is a window that General Sniper could maybe look to punish on the Toad.
Yeah, just destroying this wave, though. Nice ulti back in, finds the creep for the alley-oop. And now he's just dancing around Allorim. He does have the ulti yet already, but General Sniper is just going to take the fight here. Still has the exhaust. Heal popped. Exhaust after the play, and here we go. Ignite is down. Now General Sniper still chasing it down. Finds the cube. Onto the health pack they go. General Sniper still trying to fight it, but gets himself ignited. The W is down, and somehow the Tahm Kench is not dead.
Oh, can he... Oh, it lands. Can he land a W? No way. Is Allorim going to do this?
Oh, my goodness. Almost sniped General Sniper. Allorim just will not fall.
And the fact that Allorim, with that ultimate, with the heal as well, what I love what he's doing actually with his ult is that, so a lot of people are running Ignite and Exhaust. He's waiting for the Exhaust to expire, then he ults, then he waits for the Ignite to expire, then he heals, so he gets the full value. And that's helping him get these health bar advantages. Oh!
That was very cool looking. I think maybe a bait here, but the Conqueror is procced. General Sniper going back in, but no Ignite going to make the kill tough. Gets the damage down. Still ahead in CS as well, but Allorim going to have to play catch up here as General Sniper does fire back.
And now Allorim, that Dudley slow push going to start yet again. As Allorim mentioned on Twitter, he doesn't really care if it's a 1v1. He's going to play his favorite champ, even if it looks like no fun for everyone else. It's fun for him, and that's what matters here, is that we're having a good time. And Allorim go back to that health pack, try and shove out this wave, and try and take down General Sniper's Irelia. Ignite will be close to coming back up for General Sniper, so that could be the window that he is waiting for to try and win this 1v1.
Yeah, again, just keeping his distance right now. Has to respect the wave that's being built up. Also means that the XP lead is there for Allorim, so he's going to be level 9, have those extra stats for a little while longer, even gets that next health pack there. So as the timing's all down, General Sniper just happy to play back here. Again, he's going to be ahead in CS if he picks up this whole wave, although now that Allorim's meeting another one, it's going to be closer. But that battle I don't think is where we're going to go. Even though Allorim's games have gone long, the CS has typically been close, and we haven't hit the 10-minute mark just yet. So it does feel like Allorim just kind of waits for the perfect moment, like almost like he's baiting, you know, his younger, perhaps more arrogant opponents in, and then just shut them down when they go for the all-in.
Oh, stun lands, but we'll be outside tower range.
That Devour was disgusting. General Sniper forced to get out of there, but does have the creep wave at the ready. A man be schmoving though.
He can keep those stacks up. General Sniper has ultimate and both sums available. If he wants to keep the passive stacks up, this could be the window.
Going for it, gets the stun, goes away, kites it through. Ulti is good. Into the dive though, not in range. General Sniper gives him the thumbs up. Alorim's out of there though.
Unlucky if General Sniper did burn the ignite for that, still has the exhaust. And Allorim has both sums available. This could be a window where he might look, but instead he might just wait for the wave. But that's a nice tongue lash, weaving it through the creep wave.
And again, going back through. Damage is down, but that stun's really nice for Allorim. Stops it all in. Now goes back in. No mana, no ignite. Allorim is going for a General Sniper, just can't do it. And again, Allorim, he just keeps 1v1ing people with Tahm Kench.
I love the fact that Allorim just played his champ. He doesn't care. This is my Tahm Kench. I'm going to prove that I am the best on it. And oh boy, you set up Pastrytime. He's 3-0 on it. And General Sniper, that Irelia, it's very clean. It was schmovin, as you mentioned, but Tahm Kench is just too much to handle. Irelia goes down.
It's very on brand for Alone, which I have to appreciate. Again, like, this play was so sick. Getting a little alley-oop there after the ulti off the creep, and it looked like Alorum's going to be toast, but Tahm Kench, you have to do all of your homework to kill Tahm Kench. You can't do 95%. You have to do 101.
Even going for the health pack, weaving that in as well. And when the next wave comes, General Sniper knows that he cannot push any further as Allorim taking down yet another twin as we get to see the final battle here. This tongue lash, he weaves into the creep wave. Wow. Got that right around the minion and then connects with the Abyssal Voyage. And that's what ends General Sniper's Irelia. I want to see if he plays a counter. We've got to, if you know he's going to take Tahm Kench, you got to take something that can take down Tahm Kench. Fiora would be a pick that General Sniper would be, have the aptitude to pilot and could be what he wants to take down Allorim. I would love to see the Mumu though. Selfishly, a Leandries, you know, maybe, Riftmaker.
That'd be nice. Unfortunately, getting there is kind of challenging. But
yeah.
But if I could somehow give them the Leandries, that would be cool. I imagine, because this is a custom ARAM, this, I don't know, like, if you play a lot of ARAM, you know this, so excuse me if this is, like, the most obvious thing ever. But, like, the champions are not the same on Summoner's Rift as they are on ARAM. Like, they do the same things, but the numbers attached to those things are not the same.
This is true.
I don't know how intimately familiar these players are with the differences, but some champions, especially melee champions, are quite a bit better than some of their Summoner's Rift counterparts sometimes, because the natural disadvantage of being melee in a mode like ARAM needs to kind of be compensated for in some ways.
Maybe Tahm Kench has like plus 12% health and damage, you know?
Oh, no.
Allorim
Is
did
that
the
what
math.
it is?
Yeah. Allorim said, you know, I'm going to beat these people with my 5-head. And so he's just taking Tahm Kench, slow stacking waves, and doing the math, right? Plus 12% might be it. We might have to check that out, because I know that, like, they at one point did like specific numbers balancing for ARAM, and they said, nah, we're just going to do like percentages, like plus or minus 5 or something like that. So yeah, that would be correct. That's actually a good point. I did not think about that until now. And who knows, maybe the TK, it's just, it's got too much juice in it on this map.
Maybe. I only know this because whenever I do play ARAM and I get a Kali, I'm like, man, my Kali's so good. And I play on Summoner's Rift, I'm like, why does my Kali feel as good? Turns out Kali's like just a little bit better on ARAM. It got buffed a little for those numbers. So yeah, sometimes gives you a false sense of your play skill. But hey, it's all for fun here.
Well, I know that speaking of numbers in Akali, I'm seeing a potential buff for Worlds on 11/19.
I'm a big fan. I mean, honestly, like, Akali kind of belongs at Worlds. If she's there instead of Corki, I'm happy. I think we can all agree that is better. I think that's better. Also, push Azir further out. Azir is at this point become the champion that I at least want to see in the game.
Well, that if there is Azir, that would signify more Corki, which I'm kind of with you.
Maybe
I don't want to see that. Yeah, maybe that's why. I think we'll probably still see some Azir at Worlds, but to me, you know, some of the other things, J4 mid sounds way more fun to me.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know that, like, with a champion like Kennen seeing a little bit more play, I know that, like, he was buffed and, like, kind of nerfed a little bit again. That's an old school counter into Kennen. The Jarvan, you can always get on top of him. You can put him in the Cataclysm. He doesn't have flash, can't get a good ultimate off. And Jarvan, we're seeing him played against Xin Zhao now. He can control an Olaf, which you see here and there in the jungle. So who knows? Maybe the Jarvan 4-man flex or 4-wolf flex. Life's going to be there, so you never know.
Yeah, it's funny. I always think about like we were talking about like the early seasons of League for a while, and I feel like Jarvan was almost created to like stop the early terrors of Season 1. Like I remember Kennen, Olaf, and Vladimir just being terrifying to play against, and Jarvan was like pretty good against all of those, as it turned out. Because a lot of them wanted to take Ghost and had abilities that made them very frustrating to play against. And it turns out when you trap them in like a little rock arena for a number of seconds and beat them to death, they can't do very much. So I'm here for it. You know, Jarvan, 10 years later, making his way back in. You love to see it.
I love Jarvan as a champion. Like he's like so straightforward and simple. But, like it feels like there's still so much skill expression on Jarvan, and they kept on like giving him like these like micro buffs. They're like, all right, you can have like more of a shield, you have like more of a passive, and now all of a sudden Jarvan, it's back and somewhat meta, and it's gonna be fun to see how much play we have for Jarvan.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But this is certainly where we are now. It is young GSnipes down 0-1 up against Allorim. It is the 12-year age gap, 14-year-old upcoming superstar, let's say, versus the self-proclaimed boomer of esports, Allorim. At it again with the Tahm Kench. This time, Fiora has been brought to bear.
I like that though. Using the Poro snack to help out the creatures of that we have. That's a classy move by Allorim. As of course, that is the best way to do teamwork on ARAM. 10 Poro stacks, and you know, that's kind of BM.
Oh yeah, did he?
I don't think General Sniper's too happy about the Tahm Kench again. He wants to pull out something special. It's no auto attack, you know, like cancel off to start off. It's he needs every advantage he can get.
Yeah, again, like typically Fiora is good at taking down bulky champions. She's like kind of a tank buster in that way, with all the true damage she can bring to bear. So maybe this is the way we bust through the Tahm Kench, which has been an absolute menace so far here in the tournament. Allorim is unashamedly pouting the Tahm Kench, but again, Tahm Kench gets plenty of mileage, especially now with the stacks stacked up. Tongue Lash is a brutal weapon against any melee champion. Oh, predicts it too.
Yeah,
Allorim is in his head now.
Yeah, Riposte was down for General Sniper, so we can see Allorim pushing a little bit further up as it's another passive proc for Fiora. Of course, that will be true damage and a little bit of extras. Oh,
the counter with the dive coming in pops the Riposte. That's actually a really nice interaction. Can always get it if you see them dive.
That's true. I didn't think about that one here for General Sniper.
Me neither.
Yeah, another reason. Another reason that we're seeing Fiora into the Tahm Kench, as I was talking about counters. I talked about Mordekaiser, but you know, this is definitely something I think is more exciting for the fans, more exciting for General Sniper as well.
That Tongue Lash stun though, nice and quick there for Allorim. It looks like Allorim continuing to just get the wave built up, and I like that he's scrapping. Right, he knows that General Sniper wants to fight him here. Right, wants to get aggressive on the Fiora. So continuing to keep up the pressure, but not just like seeding every trade. Like is getting aggressive now with ultimate, and this is a big change for 1v1 Tahm Kench, right? The ulti went from doesn't really do anything to like a genuinely good 1v1 tool.
I really like Tahm Kench's ult because I think one of the fun parts about his W is like you were mentioning earlier in the previous kit, you can like throw minions or, you know, eat an enemy. And they did keep the identity of that, but it feels like it's like a really important choice now because if you are Tahm Kench, you like land an Ice Abyssal Voyage, you can either back down a carry or like save your own. And so not only does that help Tahm Kench in the 1v1, but I think adds a lot of choices, like a lot of intricacies to him on the Rift as well.
Yes, whereas before the choice was, is W on cooldown? Yes. Is my carry in danger? Yes. Okay, press W.
Where is my marksman? Am I next to them?
Yeah.
Did I already use my W? Okay,
are they yelling at me?
Yeah. I can pop R, then cancel it, and they're like, they're still safe. Oh.
All right, grabs one. And again, getting the maximum distance. Oh my goodness, that damage. But now Fiora ulti, and Allorim, you love to see it. Just runs straight to the wall. Doesn't want anything to do with this 1v1, and Fiora's going to have to walk away.
That trade of ults is going to be really tough here for General Sniper, as you can see all his creeps going to the wayside. Allorim's not going to be up in XP, as the items to get that health back as well. General Sniper is out of health potions, does have access to both summoner spells, but Allorim, he already used that heal, and it's almost coming back off cooldown as he's wrapping up these 2 cannon minions. You know, a little bit of extra bang for your buck.
Tower shot taken there. General Sniper actually up a little bit in XP. Allorim quickly rights that ship, gonna get himself to level 8 and just chasing him down, gonna zone him off the wave again, keep building that up. This is real rough for Fiora, who has to challenge Tahm Kench to really get anything done. Does get away with the health back though. Oh, going in for it though. Raposti's gonna get the stun, but is that gonna be enough? Yeah, is enough distance there. Allorim gonna have to run back away.
General Sniper is gonna wait for the wave, wait for more health packs, and I think Allorim knows this. And just gonna build up a slow push and then try and fight it again. Should hit level 9 here pretty soon. Thanks to the time from ARAM and these bonus creeps. The fact that General Sniper did have to drop a few to get those health packs. And after that, this might be gloom and doom. Might be the twin kill indeed for Allorim, as this Tahm Kench of his, another Sunglash leaving it through the creep wave. Looking to move to 4-0 on the day.
Well, whoever's watching the tape is going to have to be, you know, open up different browser pages, like trying to use all the different like analytic websites.
U.GG, Tahm
go through the archives. Yeah, I mean, just see what's up. I mean, this Ignite's down. I think GSnipes is just dead. Raposti's going to miss, and Allorim just adds another one. Taking out both twins there. 2-0's General Sniper to move on.
The trade of ultimates early for Allorim was critical, and just making sure that he had the health to make sure that he was able to keep General Sniper down. And that Fiora, the lot of ways to try and, you know, proc that riposte, get the stun, but General Sniper was not able to find it, not able to make it happen, as Allorim continues his dominance on the TK.
Yeah, it just feels like at some point, you just can't beat this Tahm Kench. No bans, he's going to keep playing it. And again, just wears you down, playing the patient game, which, you know, is kind of fitting for the, like, the Boomer versus Zoomer matchup we kind of tease. But Allorim moving on. Winners bracket semi-final. 2-0ing General Sniper, who he's going to drop down the lower bracket. Maybe he has a chance to take out his twin. See them meet down there, maybe.
Yeah, and instead, Allorim could get a chance to take out his old teammate in Insanity if, I guess, the home team hero, instead of hometown, can move on against Ablazeolive. As up next, I'm excited for this one, Pastrytime. We've got 2 NA talents in the mid lane, both in the LCS, as I think both Insanity and Ablazeolive, especially Ablazeolive, kind of being someone that picked up a lot of praise throughout this summer split, and the improvements the Golden Guardians were able to make in the LCS, going from a 3-win team to someone that made playoffs. And you know, that's a huge improvement for Golden Guardians from the spring to summer, and Ablazeolive was a big part of that.
Oh, for sure. And I think, like, you know, depending on how much like correlation you're willing to draw, how far you're willing to stretch your imagination, you could say like Golden Guardians originally went from wherever they were, like, I can say actually probably pretty well that split, but like top 4-ish to winning the LCS, right? 100 Thieves, featured some familiar faces from that squad. Obviously changed the team quite a bit from that point. New top laner, new mid laner. But I think filling that gap when so many players leave, especially with, you know, younger, newer NA talent, definitely paying off for that squad. And Ablazeolive, I think, receiving praise that he's been due, honestly. This is a player that's been around for quite a while. He's an academy champion. He's been looking for that shot in the LCS, and I think finally proving that he is ready to go. And I did jokingly say that, you know, Revenge, Allorim, and Ablazeolive are the connoisseurs of the Tahm Kench. I did not expect him to pick the Tahm Kench, and that is a consideration. Also, Insanity has become a new favorite person at this point. He's already locked in Singed. He's ready to go. I'm
a big fan. Singed saw some small buffs. When you pop R now, your Q applies Grievous Wounds, which is, I'd say, a creative buff. One that might help him against the healing of the Tahm Kench, but it was actually kind of fun. Like, this last round of buffs that Riot did, they, like, a couple of champions, like, weren't really in the meta. Like, they added some things, like, to the ultimate, like Grievous Wounds on Singed Q when he pops R. And also, I think the one that a lot of people are excited about, one that I like a lot, Draven Execute being based off of the stats of the axes. So cool. It's so cool. Like, I've seen it in game. Like, when the second axe like comes back after the ultimate, you get like a 200 damage like Execute when you have like a lot of stacks. So you get like a ton of gold off of it. It feels really good if you're playing Draven, and definitely like a very creative addition to the game. But I feel like it's like really healthy and like really unique to Draven. That feels really good if you like to play him.
Oh, for sure. That's yeah, that was one I read. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like sad it took this long, but I'm glad we arrived there. You know, that's the kind of like experience I had reading that patch note.
And we're probably gonna see him at Worlds too, especially like with Kalista still being a pick. Like Draven's really good in the Kalista, and I know that we have some Draven players, especially Ryze of Immortals, right? They were picking a lot of Draven actually and found quite a bit of success on it. So
yeah, I feel like around the world there's like Draven players hiding in every like major league. I don't know how they get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, VRTT. I think Deft is Deft of Korean AD with some Draven reps. I don't know. There's some of them, but
Arrow was one as well.
Yeah,
true. It in Proving Grounds. I was doing it's funny, like you mentioned Corky. I was like doing like homework on him to prep for like one of the series, and I forgot that like I was like looking at like what year he won LCK. It was like season 4 with KT KT Arrows, and he was playing Corky bot back then because it was still like the insta Q, like the Trinity Force rush. It was kind of funny, but yeah, no, his Draven, he was pulling it out. It's very good. Anyway, always fun to see the creative changes. We were talking a lot about Tahm, Kench, some of the others, but Draven as well. And we have to see if Singed is the answer, as really no one has found an answer yet besides Lee Sin, which is 1-1. And Insanity, he was packing some spice. So I want to see if the Singed is the right spice that he needs on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, this could be, we haven't gone to the time limit yet. As a reminder, like, just to refresh you if you're just joining on the 1v1 rules. It is, pretty standard stuff. They're on Howling Abyss. It isn't like the special All-Star map. It's just like the regular ARAM map that you're used to. First Blood gets you a win. First 100 CS, taking first tower. And there is a time limit on the game. So if the game's hit 10 minutes and somehow no one has won under any of the other categories, the player with the highest CS will win. So haven't had a game go to time yet. Haven't honestly really gotten close. Like I thought maybe Allorim Tahm Kench was going to push us close there, but in the end did manage to take the kill. But this could be one where we're in for the long haul, because I'm going to tell you this right now, kids. The fights are going to last very long in this matchup. If anyone's going to die, it is going to take a very, very long time to kill them.
Yeah. Also, if the game hits 10 minutes, you do win the grand prize of getting bullied by me and Pastrytime for making a 1v1 last 10 minutes. So that is the important one, of course. But I want to see it should be. I think what I'm seeing from most Singed these days is the Conqueror with you take the Omni Vamp and the Red Tree as well. So like you just get a ton of healing off the minion wave and like off of fighting on Singed. Kind of going to be curious to see what. We have Op4 for Insanity, who was packing the spice with the Ghost Cho'Gath with like Cleanse in the first one, and seems to be packing some more. First off, love the Surfer Singe. That's a good look. And looks like Ghost and Ignite already, whereas Ablazeolive might have traded some DMs with Allorim. He's got the same setup.
Like it.
Same skin, maybe, too.
We'll have to see. I think this is the one he uses in LCS too. Oh, quick stop. The important Poro hanging out there in the middle. It's kind of, I guess that's the ref of the match. Oh, vanilla Tahm Kench.
I like
Keeping
that.
it classic. Yeah, I like that too. Bounding down the lane. But Insanity is making his intentions known. He's got the AP item. He's got boots. Oh, his refillable potion. That is interesting.
Ooh. Okay.
That's like that's either a mistake or a statement. And either way, I'm very excited.
Well, since Insanity is dancing, I think it's I think it's more of a statement.
I think
is important. Of course, Surfer Singed. I really like the skin. Looks really sharp, and can't really go wrong with like the surfboard. I mean, it's just pretty awesome.
Classic.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Okay, so this is like kind of the general Singe stuff, but on one lane. Ablazeolive already with a big dive, very aggressive here. Kind of a different Tahm Kench style actually. Although Insanity's already level 4, does get the goop down, flips him back over, and like I said, fights are gonna last a while. But Ablazeolive definitely wins that first trade.
And he's going to get a lot of health back as well from that E, as there it is. Insanity just trying to control the wave.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Tower hit. That's it's been the downfall of many. Oh my goodness, I flipped over. I didn't even see the animation for that one. He just like did a jump.
I feel like there's like missing out on like a real opportunity here to like have.
Oh no, Insanity gets himself ignited. That should be it here. One last order. Yeah, nice and easy. Fastest Tahm Kench game we've seen. A 2-minute kill for Ablazeolive.
I mean, to be fair, he did lose a lot of health to try and earn that one. Soon there at the full health bar, as the heal did help out. I feel like we're missing out like on a real opportunity to have an interaction between Singed and Tahm Kench, where like you flip the TK and he like toad hops like over, you know, like
Yeah.
takes a little leap. Because of course, I feel like Tahm Kench, like it's kind of like a waddle from him, but I feel like he has the strength to pull that off.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Gets a little damage boost there. Insanity flips him over, but unfortunately just too much. Just nothing you can do. Not getting away from Tahm Kench at this point. Not a singed.
What if they agreed to like singe like 1v1 and the Ablazeolive like just picked Tahm Kench?
Oh,
what if that was like the BM that we
does
just
he
saw?
get DQ'd? I feel like that's that's definitely reportable. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to like put our investigative staff on this one.
Yeah, the Poro ref in the middle there might have something to say about that. Oh my goodness, I love what's happening already.
Insanity has been packing the heat, as Ablazeolive might be packing something that Insanity, as you referenced, used to play a lot in Academy Pastrytime and the Karthus.
Yeah, big Karthus player. I feel like at one point, like his identity in Academy was like he plays the global champs, which is funny because he actually plays quite a lot of Nocturne in the LCS this past season. So it lines up. Annie, love to see it. This is a classic 1v1 champion. Actually pretty good. And also the first time we've seen a mage today as well. I believe we haven't had any of those just bruisers, I guess if Tahm Kench can be called that, and marksman. But Insanity going in for the mage here. Up against the Karthus could be nice here. Remember, even if Karthus dies, wait. Actually, how does that work? Because with Kog'Maw, when you get killed, you're dead. But does Karthus not technically die until his passive runs out? Is this the strategy?
Oh, we might have to get a rules check here.
Ooh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, we gotta find out what happens with Karthus passive, as might be the strat from Ablazeolive. Of course, if he wants to do that, I'd recommend Snowball, which we have not seen yet. You know, just Snowball on top of Annie, get in there, see what happens.
I forgot about that. I love that. That's one that's like, man, this would be so great in Summoner's Rift. I think you think about it, like for a second, you're like, no, it would be terrible. But it is very fun to use in ARAM. Can you imagine
like an Ezreal with Snowball?
Oh, no.
It's so bad, and no one would ever kill Ezreal. It'd be terrible.
I feel like the worst thing would be like jungling would become impossible, because like it's like support Nunu could just like snowball your blue buff and then just run in there and consume it. I don't know.
I've got some bad ideas now. That'd be really fun.
Yeah, that would be really fun.
I do miss. We were like talking like earlier seasons. Miss the Nunu cheese with like old Nunu with Blood Boil. Which was so strong. But where it was when the buffs spawned with like the little creatures, and you just go walk in and like Q one of them and like deny level 2 off the first camp. Like it was like auto Q, and like the other jungler could do nothing about it. And it's like, oh man, like that was it.
Yeah, Nunu back in the day, it was quite the menace. I mean, Nunu
did
still
some wild stuff with Nunu back in the day.
Yeah, if you like, again, like as players are learning the game and like started to understand like juggle XP and like how all that stuff worked, yeah, Nunu could make your life absolutely miserable. He'd like kind of drag you down to hell with him, right? Because it's like, I'm not getting any XP, but you're not getting any XP either. And you're like a Mumu and you're trying to hit level 6, and I don't care. I'm Nunu. I just want to make your life miserable.
I just press W on my Kog'Maw and like E, whoever's like walking at him, and like that's what I do.
Yep.
Like,
and
make sure we don't get Baron stolen. That's about it. Yeah.
Baron insurance and little extra item well before Ardent Census time. Nunu was in there blood boiling the carry, making them absolutely out of control powerful.
I do like the changes they made to Nunu, because while he doesn't like, he's not as dominant with like the neutral camps. I mean, he still is pretty dominant, but he makes your life just as hard with a snowball.
Yeah.
And I always like, whenever there's a Nunu buff, I always see a couple players like play around like Academy or Amateur. I won't name them because like I don't want to promote Nunu mid, but they always will tweet it out and be like, oh boy, like solo queue, look out, because they will crash 3 waves and then they will base, buy boots with Predator, and then just snowball to a side lane, and it's really tough to deal with.
Yep. Nunu and solo queue is like, again, there's like plenty of champions that are like this, but like often strong solo queue champions will not always translate into pro play, even though often that is the case. Elise, oddly, for a while, was like tearing up solo queue everywhere and then never really made it to at least the LCS. Maybe other regions saw a bit more Elise, but like that was a champion where I thought maybe people play more of it, and then like he was just beating everyone in solo queue, but no one wanted to play her. But Nunu is one of those ones that like somebody always wants to play Nunu. Like I feel like Svenskeren has like always wants to play Nunu, and this is like, no, not today. Today's not the day for Nunu.
If you want to play Nunu like that bad, you're just like a masochist. Like I'm like, convinced. Like that, you just like want to watch the world burn. Like if you just like want to play Nunu mid and Nunu jungle and stuff like that. But I appreciate it. It is a fun champ to watch, and he has seen some buffs. At least on the other hand, a lot of the nerfs, even though like there's no pro play because of how much he's been tearing up solo queue. And because I'm just convinced that like Riot has arachnophobia. They're just scared of spiders. They do not want to see any more on the Rift.
Alrighty, well this is going to be a very different looking matchup. There is no Snowball, unfortunately, which would be really good for Annie, but it is Predator.
Okay, so this is Insanity trying to get the one-shots off, also trying to stack up that stun, whereas an Airy for Ablazeolive and a Tear going for the Q spam. Insanity, if he stands in the wave, will never take full damage from Ablazeolive. So we're going to have to see if Ablazeolive can land all those Skittles. Try and make this 2-0.
Yep, already looking like the movement's on point here for Insanity.
I do like the boots.
Around.
Yeah, the boots, like, not only is it Predator, but you also get to, like, dodge out on Skittles, which is nice.
Eats a bit of damage there, but definitely winning that trade. Nice dodge again. Insanity just dancing around the incoming damage.
Ablazeolive down a little bit. Insanity. The Singe pick was something, but now looking to even off.
Exhausted though, and Ignite's down as well. Ablazeolive's just going for it nice and early. Stun's wearing off, but now the restun's coming through, and Ablazeolive running out of health. But can he get it done already? Oh, there's first blood. We answer our question, Cubby. It's Insanity getting the kill.
No rules check needed whatsoever. It's first blood, and the flash ensures Insanity safe. And man, 2 quick 1v1s, evening things up. The Singed was didn't work out, but you know, Annie. It had Insanity covered, even this one up.
Yeah, I feel like this is like, I mean, this is a matchup you're pretty happy with Annie in general, I feel like, especially early. I think Ablazeolive kind of had to do this, especially once you commit the exhaust, you kind of need both your spells, but the wave there, Insanity just dodging all those skills very nicely. Ablazeolive was cooked, and Insanity was able to finish it off there.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, like a progressive phrase, like think easier, think progressive, like think easier, think Annie. That's exactly what Insanity did there. Yeah,
really nice stuff there, and you're gonna even it up. So now I have no idea what's gonna happen here in this final draft, but let's find out. One apiece, still in the upper bracket here for these two players, looking to stay in winners here, push themselves onto that second winners semi-final. And I don't think so. Oh my god, did they really do this? Oh.
Honestly, I'd be thrilled. Like let's see what the new alt is like. You know, you get a bonus now on Wish. You take out grievous wounds. Pastrytime is thrilled. As you can hear by the tone of his voice, and honestly, it's either this or Yumi to decide it. That's what I've decided. Yeah,
that's the only way. Man, maybe 45 seconds for the players to figure this out. I imagine there's some pretty furious typing happening back and forth here, but yeah, sports have gotten some love recently. Sona getting some changes, Soraka also getting some changes as well. Got to be careful with those champions.
The Sona changes are crazy. Like you have like a passive like evolves now like consistently, and like once you get enough like evolutions, it just gets reduced for like every auto attack or something like that. It's wild. Like you get a bunch of ability haste.
All right, well, there's one lock-in. Is Ablazeolive... Imagine you just juke him, you know? Like, JK, I'm playing Talon. It's like, it switches it up.
Well, boots might be required in this matchup yet again, because you got to sidestep all the wishes coming in, as this is... Electricity's in the air.
I mean, look, if skill shots are a very integral part of League of Legends, and a 1v1 is, you know, an expression of your ability to navigate any given champion matchup. This is kind of just like a test of skill shots. Like we were, I think, talking about on air, off air, about like, you know, Mundo Dodge World being something fun that these players could maybe line up. This is kind of like that, right? Because you just got to dodge the stars.
Those star calls are going to be pretty big. And also, I feel like they like really simplified things here by just electing to 1v1 with a champion who will not get access to a passive or a W.
Yep.
So just 3 abilities. So we really like by, you know, simplifying things, really get to find out, you know, like who the best player is. You know,
yeah, you
only
know
3
what?
abilities to decide.
I kind of growed a little at the start, but you might be right. I actually think there's quite a lot of intricacy, a lot of skill to be shown here in this matchup. It is in some ways perhaps a test of like your fundamental strengths in League of Legends. Perhaps the Soraka 1v1 is actually one of the purest 1v1s of all, which is not a sentence I ever thought I'd say on a broadcast. Yeah, here we are.
So I was voting for Yumi, you know? It's the same thing.
Oh, true. It's true. Just whose line accuracy is best with Q/auto attack?
I feel like Allorim should do that, right? Like he's like playing like Tahm Kench like the entire tournament, and like randomly just like picks a Yumi game, and then you know, if you win that, like even if it's like not like the mirror matchup, that's like the true establishing a dominance that we have.
I think if it's not the mirror matchup, it's like very much like okay, like that's impressive. I think like the Yumi mirror is like I don't know who's like the best like marksman player almost.
I believe
like really nerfed Ezreal. It's just like a terrible Q and like auto attacks.
I believe there is a player in EUS who mains Yumi top and is like high diamond.
Why
I know,
would
but
you do that to yourself?
I know it's. I believe that like this player exists, which I am also just as surprised. And hey, maybe that's why Showmaker loves EUS so much. You know, just he goes in and finds the Yumi top one trick and like, oh god.
I mean, like at least Yumi top like can interact with the rest of your team when like there are teammates nearby, so you still get to be Yumi, right? Like it's kind of like inverted lane Kalista, right? Where sometimes you'll tether to your jungler and throw them in. The opposite, your jungler comes in and you tether to them, and then all of a sudden like Olaf's running you down with a Yumi empowering her, and the Yumi has gold, so like it's like even more terrifying than regular support Yumi. Like there's some like understanding in there because like at least your champion still functions around your teammates, but in a 1v1 you have no teammates. It's just you and the other Yumi or whoever else is on the abyss.
So I don't know if that's like fortunate or unfortunate, but you know, like Yumi relies on teammates so much to like have that, you know, be a big part of the cat's kit. And sometimes, you know, you just like want to go solo, just, you know, see what happens like without all the teammates.
Yeah, I almost feel like Yumi needs like a little mini game, like Bard, you know, just when you need to like drift off and go do other stuff, just go like, you know, go pick up some I don't know, some cat food or some catnip, just litter around the rift. You're skating around getting XP. I don't know. You could add a little mini game to Yumi, you know, let the players do something else while they're attached. Or, you know, maybe make them unattached, make them do something else. Give them a little job to do, you know.
Attach the turrets. Ooh. Pajama Guardian versus Winter Wonderland.
All right.
And it looks like we are synced up. We're going to let fate decide a little bit of this matchup. We have Omnistone for both of these players.
Oh, baby. You'll love to see it. This is the kind of game I can get behind. Also, what time does stopwatch come online again? Is it 8 minutes? Or is it 10 minutes now? Otherwise, it's big memes. Because there's time on this game to remind you all.
I don't know what stopwatch is like.
I'm going to look it up. It's been a while.
Yeah. I don't know what stopwatch is great for here. Also, it could be different on ARAM.
Also true.
Minions have spawned.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it seems to be coming off cooldown rather quickly.
It does.
But if you get silenced, you know, it's the big key here for these players is who can land the Star Call into silence root combo. That's what we're looking for, and we do have boots for both of these players, so gonna have to be dodging out on the Star Calls, and the very intricate matchup of Soraka v Soraka is now upon us. Pastrytime.
Okay. Oh, I have a fun fact for you all. So as expected, the original stopwatch delivery time is quite late on the Rift. It's 14 minutes, reduced a little by takedowns. It's actually 4 minutes in Howling Abyss, which is hugely different. So actually, I kind of like this. I'm surprised players haven't gone for it more as the Sorakas are running at each other. Dark Harvest up for Insanity. Oh, heal already popped by Ablazeolive. Ignite is down there going for it. Bananas flying across the Howling Abyss.
Healing to try and dodge out of the Harvey proc. Also, I believe Dark Harvest with Omnistone makes the rest of your Omnistone proc stronger. There's like a special interaction with that. So that set of Ablazeolive does get the grasp. So we're going to try and rotate these out yet again.
All right, well, Insanity looking pretty good on skill shot accuracy so far. Dodging out. It's a pretty big AoE. Have to be very swift on your movement there. Also, the wave pushing in. So Insanity feeling good. Ready with the lethal tempo. With the bananas really flying through.
And the Glacial Augment for Ablazeolive might be able to chain a Star Call off that. I think that's the play. That's got to be the tech. As, ooh, Insanity sneaks that one in.
You got to be careful, though. There's the Augment proc. Ooh, was that?
It was a tower shot.
It was a tower shot. Okay, I was like, either that banana is doing a lot of damage, or Insanity walked a little too far forward. Now it's phase rush. That's a bad time in this position.
I forgot about the banana calls. That's, oh, another tower proc. Insanity. He is trying, 3.
Oh my. This man.
Oh, that's not great. Ablazeolive, he's back in it. Gonna have to see if he can snowball this into more, as Insanity a little bit lower than he'd like to be at the moment.
Right, well, Wish had to ready for both as well. Stopwatch has got a minute or so to cool down, and now Ablazeolive's going in. Silence is landing there, but can't get any follow-up. The Conqueror's looking good, but with summoner spells, no real way to keep the chase going, despite both having boots. But Ablazeolive still feeling that health lead, feeling pretty comfy right now. Also, no one's CSing. I love that.
I mean, it's a little bit difficult with the bananas.
Yeah.
There's a long call time, but also, despite being playing Soraka, these two players are still out for blood, so that's always good to see.
You do love to see it. It would be a tragedy if they were just trying to farm back and forth here, as competing star calls just back down across either side to the wave. Insanity with a Predator actually does have boots to pop it. Omnistone will give you that sometimes if you have boots. Obviously, you can't get it if you don't have them. So Insanity, yeah, look at him go. Charging up.
He's zooming.
Going straight in for it. Maybe going to get the damage down. Ablazeolive ready to meet. He's getting aggressive here. Ignite down.
Ignite. Oh, Wish gets rid of it.
Pop the Wish, but now the damage back through. Lethal tempo there. Heal pop by Ablazeolive. Ignite down as well. Looking for the damage. Insanity. Oh, he gets the clutch. Wish gets his health back, but the silence is good. The root not going to connect. Insanity looking to make it happen. Does grab the first kill, and Insanity pushing through 2-1 over Ablazeolive.
3 tower shots is no big deal for Insanity, as the home team member manages to take that one. Wish, of course, does not remove Grievous Wounds, but does ignore it now. That was the change for Soraka. So seeing that interaction, and also Insanity holding on to it for the last second, trying to take advantage of that percent heal. Not bad, as it did end up helping Insanity eclipse Ablazeolive in this matchup as he takes the dub.
I was gonna say, like, maybe it's tech, just getting the missing health buff going on the Wish, taking some tower shots, no big deal. Last minute Wish, first one to blink on the ult, he does basically win it here in Insanity. Very nicely navigated in the Soraka 1v1. Again, a more pure 1v1 than I thought. So we're going to take a look at the bracket now. Winners in the semifinals are going to be 5-5 versus Revenge for the first semifinal, and Allorim versus Insanity in the bottom half of the bracket, with the rest of the players dropping down to losers. Not done yet. Is Double Ilium as a reminder, we'll take a look at the losers. Ablazeolive now going to be up against Pretty, Misterdot versus General Sniper, Dardoch and Crimson, and then Viper down up against Davemon.
I am excited to see Allorim versus Insanity tomorrow, as of course those were 2 teammates from Immortals, and as Allorim, of course, being a member of past Academy and LCS teams of this organization. But we have the losers bracket coming up soon at Pastrytime. I know before that we are going to take a quick break, but before we take a break, got a couple other words to say about Able Gamers, as looks like our donation, it has gone up.
Let's go.
Nice work from the community here. As if you would like to support Able Gamers, of course, Immortals has already thrown 10K into the pot, but you can also make a donation and support a great cause as well by going to tiltify.com/immortals-gg.
Yeah, definitely a great cause. Get behind it. If you do feel like it, again, donating is not compulsory by any means, but it's just another cool thing that this tournament is trying to show off here. A great cause. They're trying to bring gaming to absolutely everyone, which for my money is one of the best things you can do. Everyone deserves a game for sure. All right, with all that, we are going to wrap things up for now, but we do have a little bit more to go. We are going to kick things off in the losers bracket after these messages.
Oh, wow. You're doing great with that twirling.
Dad, I'm spinning.
Oh, you're right.
But Tahm was high school.
Yep. I remember.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. Like the sign says.
Son, we're grabbing burgers for dinner if you're interested.
I'm vegan, Walter.
You had bacon for breakfast.
Okay, Mr. Perfect.
Want to really be a rebel? Get off your parents' car insurance.
You guys see what they're posting about us on social media? They're thrashing us out there. Why don't you go check?
Go check. At PC's rule, this team looks like they can't even turn on a computer. Well, that's why we hire managers.
At Fable Lover is saying that chasing Acorn is really cool. Well, yeah.
Jake79 says progressive gaming is going down. Yep, going down in the Hall of Fame.
I'm about to spam chat for progressive gaming. Good. We need some more spammers, honestly.
At Cardio is good. I mean, I guess it's an esports team. True.
I love being a social media influencer. It's great.
Ryan is a gamer with disabilities living with multiple sclerosis and fibromyalgia. As an avid gamer, Ryan was big into playing games on his computer, but as the pain brought on by his MS and fibromyalgia started to really take its toll on him, playing games with traditional input methods became more and more difficult, especially when navigating with a traditional mouse and keyboard setup became harder and harder to control. That's why creating the perfect controller was so important to him. Able Gamers stepped in to help Ryan in obtaining the perfect controller that would suit his specific needs. And so a special controller with extended thumbsticks, modified trigger sensitivity, and a rearranged button layout was created for him. Now, Ryan is back in the game, destroying his competition. We believe gaming is about bringing people together, so everyone can game.
Pro gamers have to train. We don't just get here working easy and just chilling. We have to get that stereotype out. We have to work hard. We are not going to win without training, with everything that we have, okay? Do you guys want to open chat and see Kek W, LOL, LOL? We have to work hard. We have to train hard. We are Progressive Gaming.
We are Progressive Gaming.
Let's go.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, action.
Next up we play against Andres.
Scuttle crab for jungler.
You know, swimming is just a really great way to stay active, and I love it up here.
I think you might sleep there sometimes.
Well, unless I say Gilhoto's goon.
Wait, that's even better.
This game coming up is against Gilhoto's goons.
And this is where density lives. It's a closet, but he says it's comfortable.
It's pretty comfortable for a closet. Yeah, we've got Lie Eater's bedroom. Looks like he's up to reading a book.
Are the best. We are Progressive Gaming. What?
I don't know. I'm not saying.
I really hope that we win the whole thing because I really want to save up to buy a hot tub and retire and become a streamer. It just sounds easier and more chill. So that's the goal.
Why do you like? Just use your arm. This would be so good for like.
Before this, I was gonna have an ASMR channel, but the microphone never came.
Catch.
Thanks, man.
No problem. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a nap. Got a nice bit of resting to do.
I thought it was gonna be like I thought pro gaming was gonna be easy and I'll just like live in my basement, but I actually have to do stuff.
My mom's basement.
We are Progressive Gaming.
Progressive Gaming. This guy, you're just running.
Kek W, LOL, all these sad things. No! I say no! We have to be poggers, okay? Poggers only.
I can't believe we lost. We're in the lower bracket.
Everybody calm down. It's fine.
I agree. We only have one more game. We've only got one more shot. Are we just gonna give up? No! We're here to win! And I want to be around winners because we're winners! Yes. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Let's go!
Welcome back to the Immortals 1v1 Showdown presented by Progressive. We are done all the way up to winners semi-finals, Cubby, and now it is time to get our first round of losers out of the way. It is a double Elim tournament, of course, but unfortunately we are now at the point where it is elimination time. So you lose now, you are going home.
Yeah, it's win or go home at this point. Of course, we did give everyone in the tournament a second life. And it's not the only thing that we're giving away, obviously, to not only the people in the tournament, but also the viewers at home.
Yeah, it's true. Immortals is giving away a ton of different things. I believe you can type ! giveaway in the Twitch chat right now. Twitch.tv/Immortals, which I assume is where you are. Hi. And you can see what we've got going on. We got Grubber vouchers. There's keyboards and mice being given away. Some RP gift cards, a headset, gaming chair, just about anything you could need, really, to kind of set yourselves up to play games or watch this stream. And go ahead and get that going and see if you win some free stuff, because it's typically one of the better prices you get on things.
Yeah, not bad, and not a bad setup for today, as well as we've had 2 rounds of the top of the bracket. We have gotten through all 12 players that we have competing in this event, but now we're going to have 4 more matchups, 4 more best of 3s for the win or go home in the Wizards Pastrytime. And I think my eyes right away goes to the fact that 1/4 of the tournament was Viper's family, and they're all playing in the Losers bracket.
Yep. We got Crimson, we got Viper himself, and we got General Sniper all hanging out in the bottom half of the bracket. Good news for General Sniper, actually. He's on the top half of the bracket, so he will avoid his siblings all the way until Losers Finals if he makes it. But second round, we could have Viper and Crimson meet if they do get through their first round opponents. So definitely some fun storylines to track there for those players and see if they run into each other. And I'm guessing like whatever matchups they choose to play, going to be some pretty wild stuff given what we've seen from them already.
Hey, it's pretty fun, it's a family event, playing some 1v1s for charity. And hey, it's been entertaining so far. I know that they did fall, but it was fun seeing some of the Riven mechanics and some other things on top of the board, and gonna have to see what they have to pull out with their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, I feel like they got kind of the short end of the stick there. Viper series, excuse me. Revenge did great. Viper series is really close, just barely losing 1-2. But the other two got Allorim, right? The Tahm Kench has been out. It's been terrorizing the whole event so far. Allorim doesn't care if he gets booed. He just wants to play his champion, and he's been taking people out. So definitely as flashy and as clean as they've looked. At some point, you got to admit that you're running up against a brick wall. At some point, you got to at the top there in the winners, something's going to have to try and stop the Tahm Kench from terrorizing everyone, because Allorim keeps getting away with it.
Yeah, I feel like Allorim, like, he just embraces the boos, or he's like one of those like sports players where like all like the hometown fans like boo them like as a compliment. It's like in their name or something like that, like a boo weekly, right? Like boo. It's like, oh, that's my name. Like they're like cheering me on, actually. Like that's like Allorim's kind of embracing all that with the Tahm Kench, and because of his 4-0 record, Tahm Kench is actually pretty scary. We've seen Insanity try and insta-lock Singed into it. That did not go well. And we're going to have to see if there are any other counters that people come up with. I know that you were theory crafting possibly the Bane. I know that I was possibly theory crafting the Lillia. And the Vayne is also something we might see in this first matchup, as looks like we got these two taking the rift.
Yeah, Viper vs. Davemon going to be our first round of losers here that we'll check out. Do not be fooled like we have been already. It is not General Sniper on the left-hand side. That is Viper. GSnipes is what General Sniper has chosen for his account name in this particular event. Up against Davemon, though, who is the Pyke player. Pyke mid player, I should remind you, not Pyke support. Although I'm sure he's perfectly good at support as well. He's going to be locking that Pyke in, as Viper is considering his options. Likely is going to guess that Pyke is the champion his opponent is playing. So maybe, has a little bit of extra info there, given the reputation of the player on the champion. He's going to be Ryze locked in there.
Okay, this is interesting. Love Viper trying to go for the Wayne Kingdom. Gonna have to see if he can utilize that phase rush potentially in the Rune Prisons to try and escape the Pyke, or maybe it's just Conquer and we just try and drain tank. Could be another option that he has here on the Ryze.
Yeah, curious to see kind of what the idea behind Ryze is. Whether Ryze is just like a pretty stable, solid champion, even in a 1v1. You definitely like play the game a little slower, but we have seen that like attritioning your opponent out is maybe a strategy you can implement successfully here. I think Allorim has definitely proved that with the Tahm Kench. Ryze not with the same amount of sustain, but pretty good in any protracted fight, very good at wave management, especially in this kind of matchup. So given what we've seen from Davemon already, getting nice and aggressive, ignite, lethality, he even took flash in one of his games, I feel like it's going to be Viper trying not to get killed in the first early levels, especially once Pyke hits 6. But if you can weather that storm and keep control of the wave and the enemy's health bar, should be a pretty straightforward game for you.
I know we haven't seen a lot of flash, but this is actually a game like there are 3 abilities you can flash out of Pyke. So if Viper was expecting the Pyke, maybe was able to opt for that on the Ryze. And of course, he is very immobile, but has all the damage in the world and has all the wave control in the world. So I think he's going to try and put this Pyke under turret, whereas Davemon, I want to see him get aggressive. I like the lethality builds. He did get beat out by 1 auto attack and a buffer by Ablazeolive's tank Pyke, which was a fun adaptation. And I don't think we're going to be seeing any tank Ryze. So we're going to have to see if Davemon get on top of Ryze and try and get this game to go his way.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely room here. Pyke, a very flashy champion, especially if you know your way around all the intricacies. For Viper, I think just kind of flexing the champ pool a little bit, right?
Yeah, and Davemon being a challenger Pyke player, I'm pretty confident he knows all those intricacies. He's going to be just A-okay, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there's like some like hook plus E trick that is like an insanely small window to pull off, and I'd be pretty confident Davemon has that one down pat.
That I've like only seen that like in one program. I think like Mickey X or Hillisang like pulled it off like once.
Yeah,
and
that sounds about right.
It's wild. It's really tough to do. So,
yeah. It's like one of the hardest things I've ever seen in this game. Like, there's lots of little things that like are pretty difficult, but you can like mash through them a lot, or you'll learn the timing after a while. That one is like I have no idea how they do that. That seems like so ridiculous, like too difficult to be worth doing. Yet the Pyke players continue to do Pyke things, so can't blame them.
Yeah, it's even harder than the Akali RE combo, which was giving me a lot of headaches in solo queue. I like hit like 1 out of 10, and I was like, oh my god, I entered a lot of games trying to get that combo. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I guess for your teammates in solo queue games, I'm glad you hit it, because now you can never have such a Akali again.
I think for the teammates of my solo queue games, it's probably best that I'm playing support again now. I think that's where we're at.
Back to Braum.
Back to Braum, back to Leona. That's where it is what it is.
You know what? You need to get some LP, maybe Soraka, maybe Sona. I've seen these champions. Get some buffs.
Hey, we saw the Soraka 1v1. That's was more entertaining than I thought. I was like trying to sell it to you. I'm glad that it like somewhat delivered. The Omni Stone was a nice adaptation. I
like that.
Something extra,
I like that. It's a shame. I guess, is there a random button? I don't think there is a random button. Maybe. I don't think there is a true random button in League. I don't remember. It's been a while. I think at one point there might have been, but you know what? Players can roll some dice. I'm sure there's a randomizer out there on the internet. You could get that. That'd be fun. Double random mirror match. The Omni Stone.
Yeah, they used to do that for builds too. There's like a website where you can randomize a build, and you like queue up with your friends and play with that. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, maybe we could have something like that here as General Sniper is busy contemplating life in the fountain. No tears, Sapphire Crystal instead.
Yeah, items. As going for the base mana, hoping that helps with a little bit more damage for the Ryze, and trying to avoid the brush. Viper very scared of Davemon's Pyke early with the Halo Blades and Ignite.
Yeah, not the place you want to be, which makes sense. Here's going to become a Q. Oh, it does hit. Very nicely done. And now going to move forward. I mean, this is the plan. Lethality, 5 potions. Davemon is here to scrap. Now he's going to land. Exhaust already been burnt. And Ignite down as well, actually. That is a very nice early win for Davemon.
Wow. The bummer of this matchup is that the wave control is all Ryze. And now we're seeing that from Viper. As Conqueror is procced, Pyke's now relegated to being under their turret. And Viper, standing behind the creeps, doesn't really care.
Gets a stun though. He's going to get the pull back. The tower shot, the ignites. Davemon looking good here, but the Dar's damage is so ridiculous. And Viper takes him out.
The Conqueror, the Drain tank, that's all Viper needed in this one. As that was close. I thought Davemon with the Ignite and the Hellblades might have had it, but the Conqueror proc, Viper weaving in those auto attacks, weaving in all those abilities. He knows his Ryze. That's a tough champion to play in the long lane. Viper, you have to play that very, very well. Viper knows that champion in and out and showing it there.
Yeah, that was like a very fast flurry of spells there to finish off Davemon.
Yep.
I mean, maybe little things would have made that easier, because that was lined up so well. The stun into the pull, got the tower shot, maybe ignited earlier, because it's like it just didn't do damage fast enough, right? Like it looks so good, you need a little bit more, and then Ryze explodes you, because I guess that's what the champion does.
Yeah, that's Ryze early. Fun to see Viper take that one against Davemon, who of course a streamer themselves, so you can always check them out on Twitch. And I know that like with the streaming stories, Vipers is actually really interesting. Something that not a lot of people know, Viper shared with us, is that the person that actually helped get him into streaming and helped him out early in his career was actually Skara. Skara, like there was like after a solo queue game, Skara like added him, reached out and said like, hey, you're really good. Like, do you stream? And he's like, no. And Skara like helped him like put together like a PC, get started with that. Way back in like season 2, season 3, back when Skara was like the mid laner for NA.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like how long Viper has been around like top of the ladder and how talented Viper is as a player. And now that's one counter matchup, one for Viper. Gonna have to see if he can take home another, as it's Pyke again for Davemon, and Viper's going with another adaptation, a signature marksman for him. Well, marksman's a signature, not Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa's the choice going to Pyke, gonna try and take down that champion.
Yeah, I think if you're a solo laner that is interested in like playing marksman in your lanes, you've definitely tried Kai'Sa at some point, whether it's like, oh, I got bot, I'll try this, or like you want to see how it does. Kai'Sa is like so fun to play. I think for everyone, like I think especially if you're not a marksman player, Kai'Sa is like such a big ceiling, and you get to do so many things that like your more traditional marksmen, like say Ashe, don't really get to do.
Yeah.
So Kai'Sa definitely a champion that's in Viper's wheelhouse, given the types of marksmen he likes to play.
It's like so satisfying too. I love champions like have abilities that don't have a channel. So like when you use Kai'Sa's Q, like you like have like the ability to like keep on moving. It's like one of the reasons that a lot of people like Syndra, is that her only channel is like really her E, and besides that, like she just moves freely in a fight, and that's actually like it feels really smooth. Like even though like she's in a mobile mage, like you still get to do that. Like it feels very, very nice. And so Kai'Sa, someone else that with the Q, the E of course, giving her some extra move speed and invisibility. Probably won't see Viper get to that state in this 1v1, but gonna have to try and use the Q, solo Q on Pyke to get as much damage down as possible.
Yeah, it can be an interesting one. Definitely some fun there, and ulti also pretty good in any sort of all-in. That's kind of what I'm thinking, actually. Like, Davemon has been very aggressive in his games, which I appreciate, right? I think if you're playing with early Pyke, you have to get aggressive in these 1v1s, and that's what the people want. And I think he knows that. He's a streamer, right? He's an entertainer. Yeah. But like, I haven't seen someone get Pyke ultied yet, and like desperately, I need that in my life, because it's so satisfying to watch someone die to a Pyke ulti. And if it fails in a 1v1, you're probably dead. So the drama is very high for the Pyke ulti, regardless of the result.
That's true. That's true. It's an important ability to land, as that spike of gold. Not needed in this game in the 1v1, but of course that one kill is needed to take the win. And I don't know, Pyke's a fun champion. I feel like it's someone that like when Riot released it, they were like, we think this is cool. We think it might get played at support. We're not sure, but we're gonna put it out and see like what the players figure out. And of course, he had a lot of nerfs to like get rid of lane Pyke, which was very oppressive. But I still think it's like very unique, and it's fun to like watch these players still find ways to use Pyke. Like we have a lot of supports that one trick Pyke still, and like sometimes pull out pro games. Hillsang being one of them, and Davemon still throwing it mid. The mobility you get on the map, your ability to regain health as well and trade in lane. It's good enough that Davemon has hit a very high rank playing that at a very high level.
Yeah, it's cool. Like Pyke is such a polarizing champion, I feel like, where he's like very obviously defined strengths and weaknesses, like to your point, like to the point where they had to keep paring stuff down because he like did a little too much in certain areas. And like now it feels like he's at a point where he's like, okay, like you do the things you're supposed to do without like getting to those places like in a way that is very oppressive or just maybe too easy for a champion with so much power baked into that ultimate, especially. Yeah, Pyke's just super fun, and it's really cool to see high-level Pyke play. And any role, I think solo lane Pyke is even harder to play at a high level, so it's really cool to see Davemon show his stuff. Obviously knows the champion, which is really cool, but I haven't seen an ulti kill yet, so I'm hoping we get a level 6 here in this game. We'll have to see.
Well, Davemon, of course, rocking Pyke yet again, that trusty, dusty purple skin. Whereas it's going to be a different form of purple for the neutral Kai'Sa, and Flash is taken this time for Viper, so maybe trying to outplay that. And of course, the Pyke ult is so important, but Kai'Sa can reposition with that ultimate if we do get the 6, so have to see if that is used.
Yeah, it might be quite the battle here of positioning as Davemon. I actually like this little adaptation too. not going into the furthest back? Okay, now he's going in. Never mind. I thought he was gonna like wait and try and like play the mind game, but it looks like Viper playing under his brother's ID for this tournament. General Sniper.
Yeah. Viper is being very cautious about the Pyke, understanding that he cannot really approach without the minion wave. So he's gonna wait for the minion wave, try and dodge out of that hook that Pyke has, of course, and we'll get things started now.
Halo Blades for both as well, which makes sense for both of these champions. Kaisa even uses this like as a standard thing. That great stun there for Pyke. And that Halo Blades damage already down, but again, Q return damage is pretty nice. Gonna call it even at the end of it all, but one level up here for Viper is gonna make things a bit uneven. Oh my goodness, how did he find that angle?
Okay, I like that from Davemon as Ash has to be invested. Viper's trying to get that passive proc, but now under turret.
Just flicks him over, and that's just so easy. Davemon making it look so good. I didn't even see the buffer on that hook.
That was really nice. I need
a replay of that.
Yeah, Viper's like emoting, like he knows he's down. He's like, all right, you got that one. There's a reason that we have Davemon in this tournament. The reason that he's hitting Challenger playing Pyke is, this is, first off, this Q is so good, but now the next one, really well played from Davemon.
All right, so gets a flash. Nicely done. Now, where does he start charging this?
Oh, just right on top. Flashes away. He knows. Yeah, that's 2 tower shots.
Wow.
Viper knows as well.
Animation.
I love the the character like emote spam, right? Like going down, just like the Viper knows. Like, might as well. Yeah.
All right. So I mean, if I'm Davemon, I'm running Pyke back again. I mean, I guess at this point, like, I'm in losers. I got nothing. I have nothing else. No one can ban Pyke for me. Might as well play Pyke and see how far you can go.
See Viper Riven.
Pretty fun.
Ooh, I feel like Riven would be pretty good in the Pyke.
I think so too. Also, obviously, a great way to end the matchup. Davemon knows what's going on. Insta-locks the Pyke. I'm still like mind blown on how that hook happened. I don't know if it's like a spectator thing, or I just genuinely did not see it, or if there's some like ultra high tier Galaxy Brain Pyke mechanic where you can like hide the animation. But whatever happened, Davemon played that perfectly to get that kill.
Yeah, it's something fun you can do with Pyke too. Like when you get on top of a character model, like if you have like really good clicks, you can like try and like, get around them and fling them like whichever way towards your team. Something a lot of high level Pyke players like Davemon are very good at. And now we've got to see what Viper wants to go for up against the Pyke. I think he knows what champion is going up against, which I respect from Davemon. Davemon doesn't care that Pyke is the one trick. It's an insta-lock. This is his bread and butter. This is what he wants for the 1v1. It's his champion. He's playing it. He's looking good on it. And it's up to Viper now. He's like, what do I want to try and beat this with? And it looks like the choice is going to be that Lucian.
All right, so this will be a fun one. Lucian, we've seen a couple times today already. Pretty solid champion into just about any matchup you can think of. Obviously, he's going to feel pretty comfy here against Pyke. Feels way more about the execution and like how aggressive these players are willing to play. I think in some ways, like, especially without your ulti, maybe Davemon feels like getting to ult is going to take too long and you're going to be so far behind that like you can't actually effectively all in. So he wants to play more aggressive early. If that's the case, it's kind of a matter of like tricking your opponent. Like we kind of saw in that game, right? Where Viper was forced to burn that flash early and then just got himself alley-ooped into the turret.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's cool. Like, these one tricks, and like League is such a complicated game, right? There's over 150 champions. The game changes every 3 weeks. There's, resources on the map that, from camps to waves to like how you manipulate them, like what you can do with each champion. Watching people just play that one single champion and figuring out every single little intricacy versus every single champion in the game, like to perfection, I just find really entertaining and like definitely a very different situation. Like for me is like, like we're casters, like we have to like have like the big picture down, like have like the general gist and ideas, like kind of like fill in the blanks from there sometimes. But people like Davemon, they know every single thing about champs, and it's cool to see that being demonstrated on the stage too.
Oh, for sure. I think this is one of the nice things about this kind of format, right? Where it's like, there are no bans, which yes, sometimes leads to Allorim playing Tahm Kench every game. But you know what? Maybe that's his one trick, and we should be okay with that. But it does also mean that like the Pyke guy can come in and just play Pyke every game if they want to, which they haven't in their credit. They also look good on their other champions, right? But obviously known for the Pyke. Obviously in like, a win or go home situation is going to play their best. And very obviously the high level challenger Pyke players is going to be playing Pyke in those games.
Might as well, right? And if you're Davemon, it looks good. And Davemon, of course, up against Insanity, did take the Cho'Gath 1v1, so you know has the hands to execute it on other champions.
I think
but
probably should have taken the Cog one as well, but decided that wanted the glory.
Went
of
for the
diving
ego.
a tower. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely went for the ego.
Yeah, which I respect. But now Davemon's going to have to take down Viper in this event. It's been a lot of fun watching these players go toe to toe, and especially like Davemon for someone that's not as known as someone like Viper has been streaming and playing at such a high level for a lot of years. Good opportunity for Davemon, you know, get some exposure and show off how good he is at this champion.
Yeah, definitely. I think anytime you get an opportunity, it's always good to to show yourself off, and Davemon is certainly doing that here, partying the Pyke and the other champions so far in this tournament. And hey, may have many more Pyke games to go. Can win this here and continue the run in the tournament, which would be cool to see. The other thing, of course, that you can do here watching this tournament is if you feel like this is not just a tournament for fun, not just for the glory of winning a 1v1 tournament, it's also for charity, right? We're raising money here for able gamers. So if you would like to donate, you certainly don't have to. But if you are so inclined, it is tiltify.com/immortals-gg is the place to go for that.
It's I love the ad like they've been showing about like the bigger keyboards and mice to just get people like playing the game. That's pretty cool. So definitely helps them be able to do a little bit more of that. And shout out to Progressive and Immortals for putting this together to help us support such a great cause. And shout out to the players as well for showing up and making things as entertaining as possible. As we have a game 3 on our hands, gonna have to see who comes out on top of this one.
Alrighty, Viper up against Davemon. Davemon, old faithful, purple Pyke skin, lethality, 5 potions. Plans not changing. Off we go to the brush.
And now we're gonna have to see if I'm curious to see like if the inspiration is taken by Davemon yet again, so it gets the extra power out of the potions right off the bat. And on the side of Viper, looks like Viper might be consulting some of that math, some of those spreadsheets, as gonna have to see which items he busts out with, and that is going to be the ARAM item for bruisers, longsword, and 2 pots.
Yeah, it could be maybe he's calling like the twins, right? Getting some insight from the brothers. Hey, how much Pyke have you played against in lane? Need some tips. Not sure what to do. This Davemon guy is pretty spooky. I feel like I got spectrally hooked into the tower and died. Oh, and now a change here as Viper's getting nice and aggressive in the brush, and I don't think the standoff's going to last too long, but there's the insta-Q to the face, and Davemon not going to be feeling too happy about that one, but the stun is nice, so gets out of trouble.
Creeps helping that become more of an even trade for Davemon. Will be able to heal back up as well, but beautiful Q opening up from Viper. This is a champion that Viper was playing very well in the Academy season, especially earlier in the season where Lee Sin was a little bit more popular and didn't have quite as low numbers as he has on his E now, as that was changed a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a touch more powerful as well.
Yeah, maybe a little.
But still navigating well. Has to be okay with just kind of eating some of this damage and letting the natural sustain happen. Ooh, you love to see it. The fake out. There's again into the tower. The beautiful combo with the stun, but the tower aggro. Not enough damage there, but still so clean out of Davemon.
Viper electing not to drop the auto there, knowing that the turret would trade back, but Davemon also finding the solo Q. That Q is a little bit tougher to hit. The changes to Pyke, it doesn't go through creeps now, so you can only hit whatever is in front of it. So once again, good Pyke play from Davemon. He hits 6 soon, trying to sneak in here.
Going for it there, but does get himself Q'd, does get the E out of there, but still eats the damage, does not avoid the incoming Lucian. I think that's pretty much impossible to time. So it does at least create some distance, but does have to be a bit careful. Is out of potions now. Oh, but it's level 6.
Get your wish. Here we go.
All right, where's the flash? No, Q doesn't connect. Good dodge there from Viper. Oh, but goes back in. Oh, he wants to make the play. Flashes in, gets the ignite down. But I think when Viper has flash, it is next to impossible to kill him with Pyke ulti. The man's got real good reactions.
Yeah, and getting that extra health as well to make sure that he gets through this 1v1. Gonna get in there, take level 6 and the cannon. Now Davemon has to be very careful.
Yeah, gonna get kicked as well if you're not careful. There's the kick, flashes straight in for it. So clean out of Viper. Does finish off the first blood, does get the series win 2-1, and will move on here in the losers bracket.
I just realized that if you get the kill in the 1v1, it says ace.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you feel extra good. It's like, oh, I just aced him, you know? That's the bonus there. But props to Viper. That Lee Sin has been very solid through Academy. But man, for me, massive props to Davemon. He get in here. He's playing, first off, Insanity, the mirror matchup they agreed to, and then strictly the Pyke, and looking damn good on it as well. But just not quite good enough as Viper holding that the crown status that a lot of the community does have for him, which is being an elite 1v1 player in the top lane.
Oh yeah, Viper is no stranger to these kind of battles. Looking a real good there. He's going to move on here in the bottom side of the losers bracket now in losers semis. Does have either Dardoch or his younger brother, one of two that are actually in this tournament and also in this portion of the bracket. My Sword Crimson going to be playing Dardoch at some point. But of course, you see up top there, Ablazeolive, pretty general sniper, Misterdot. Plenty of matches to go here before we're done for the day. We've got 3 more matches coming at you. Going to be finishing off the first round of losers, basically, and then we'll leave off until tomorrow, where freaking Cubby going to be bringing you all the action starting at the same time, 2 p.m. Pacific, so make sure you don't miss out. Viper, staying alive in the tournament. Davemon, as you said, though, super good showing, and I think I know where to go if I ever need Pyke tips, because oh boy, did that look good.
Yeah, go check out Davemon on Twitter and Twitch. So that was a very impressive performance from him. I know that he goes down, but I appreciated the flair, and still able to take 2 maps, one with Pyke, one with the Cho'Gath mirror matchup up against Insanity. Not too shabby, taking down some of the best that Immortals has to offer on the Rift, and now that is one brother that has survived the first round of the losers bracket. We've got 2 more coming up out of the 3 matchups we have left on the day. Gonna have to see if they can find the same success the Viper did there.
Yeah, as we said, as you mentioned a few times, it is a quarter of the field is Viper and his 2 siblings, which is pretty wild.
That's such a flex.
Yeah, it is such a flex. But unfortunately,
what
on
are
the
parents
losers
saying
bracket,
about that? Yeah.
So they can't, finish 1, 2, 3. Someone is gonna take out somebody else at some point in the bracket here. But you know what? Maybe get the best one into the final. See what can happen there as they make it over to Grand, which is going to be like true double elim, by the way. I believe you have to win 2 sets in order to win that one. So it's like the full-on classic, 1v1 real, in air quotes, double elim, which should be super fun.
I wonder what that family's like, like around like the high school, like like Friday football games, like how are your kids doing? Like how was your week? It's like I got all 3 of them like playing like 1v1s for charity, like for Immortals, like they're all like really good at this game, and it's always like weird explaining like League of Legends to people that are like outside the space. But when you have your entire family or your brothers that are this good at the game, it makes it a lot easier, and also fun to see them doing some impressive things. Gonna have to see if that continues later, as instead we have a matchup between Ablazeolive and Pretty, 2 very impressive mid laners that we have in LCS and Academy respectively. They're gonna go toe to toe in the Rift next.
Alrighty, so where are we going with the picks? I've seen a lot of different champions out of these 2 across their years in their respective leagues they've been playing in. But we have seen Tahm Kench both on the LCS stage for Ablazeolive and in this tournament already. He seems to have picked up on the Allorim special of just unabashedly picking Tahm Kench in every single game. But we'll see what happens here. Sett locked in there for Pretty.
I will say the Tahm Kench Yuumi combo was very creative from Golden Guardians in the regular season this year. I think that's one of the comps that was like most talked about of the season, with a Sivir too for like some really shove and like movement speed and fights as well.
Yeah,
very
that's a good one.
Very fun. Gonna have to see if Ablazeolive makes a choice go with TK. That will be it. And Pretty is gonna have their hands full with TK, but Sett loves getting his hands full with the Fist of Fury, and we're going to have to see if that's enough to take down the Toad, which has been very successful in this tournament. I still want to see Lillia, but I do want to see if the Sett works out.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's like necessarily like, you need this champion, or more just like, you have to shift your mindset, right? Like, it's very frustrating to play against Tahm Kench because like, you need to hit him a lot to kill him, but the longer you're in combat, the like more stuns and heals that Tahm Kench gets typically. And of course, if he has ulti, then you're really doomed, especially if you're close to your tower at all. So there is definitely a lot of like balance that's important to strike when playing up against Tahm Kench, but you're not going to whittle him down, right? Like eventually Tahm Kench is going to wear through that poke and be just fine. So I don't know what the absolute correct approach is. I would love to see something like Lillia that you mentioned. I think Vayne, maybe Viper runs into a Tahm Kench. You could see something like that. Definitely a lot of different choices players could make, which would be cool to see. But it does seem to be the menace in a lot of ways. I think it has 1 loss so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. So we're gonna have to. I know that it's pretty funny because we were doing like some research during the break on what beats it, and I guess Sanders is like the highest solo queue win rate against Tahm Kench, and Insanity, respect. The insta-lock singed. I like it, but it did get slammed. So maybe that needs the Rift to, you know, like start cheating on the waves, you know, proxy farming, getting the scaling, getting to that Rift Maker or Leandries. Where singed actually does become that side lane terror. Unfortunately, no side lanes here, as that would be disrespectful.
Yes, absolutely.
All in the mid lane, as we got 2 mid laners teeing off against each other in this one.
Yeah, it should be a fun matchup. Unfortunately, in my head, like Insanity just like loaded up the first website I could think of and like checked the like matchup table. It's like, okay, that's it. We're running Singed, fine. Which I mean, would be an Insanity thing to do. That man plays just about anything.
I mean, to be fair, that's what I do in solo queue like quite a bit. It's like I see a champion, I'm like, oh god, I got to play against like Tryndamere. It's like, all right. I'm like,
now, what do I do? All right.
Well, what can I do here? Right. This is gonna be no fun if I let him like escape 6. So, but it's fun to see Insanity was trying some new tech, and I know that both of the players that we have here have actually been trying a lot of new things on the stage. I think one of the most creative things that I liked from Ablazeolive is that his Lucian was fantastic this year, but it wasn't just you know, like he had a lot of different builds like he would use for Lucian to like adapt to his matchup, adapt to the game. That also ended up helping and aiding in that success. I know the non-mythic Showmaker build, like Bork and the Mirror Mana and like some of the lethality, eventually getting Eclipse. I think like there's a build with Eclipse, like a build like without it, like that was used by Ablazeolive. And then he was one of the first people like really started like pioneering Viego mid and having a lot of success on it before that was eventually put in the jungle role.
Yep. Just shifted. You get him out of there.
Yeah. But, being able to like out sustain Renekton for a champion that scales like that was not ideal. So
who knew?
There's some changes.
Yeah, you know, it did get changed. You know, not enough to not let Closer win the LCS, but you know, enough to at least move him out of the solo lanes.
If that was Closer in the LCS, I mean, at least it wasn't what happened in the LEC. That pentakill was something else from the what was that? It was, I think it was against Misfits. Rogue had it. I mean, just crazy plays coming out of the Viego over in the LEC that started to become like pick ban.
Yeah, that champion's when it's going off, it's pretty sweet. Unfortunately, no Viego in this game makes sense. Not so good in the 1v1s because your best ability to possess other champions only works once, and that's you've already won the 1v1 at that point. Also, there's been a increasing trend of idling at the fountain. I don't know if this is like a mental thing or psychological thing, or if players are just like, I don't know, like chilling out, maybe changing a song.
That's important. That's important. Got to have the good theme music going. But you know, speaking of Rogue and Viego, gonna have to see which one of these players is inspired to take down the other. As Sett versus Tahm Kench. Haven't seen this one yet today. See if Pretty has the tech to beat this pick.
Yeah, it does have Ignite, does have Exhaust, pretty standard stuff. It is the Heal Ignite that has become the standard here for TKs. But definitely a lot of tussling power on either side here. Sett obviously going to be a little bit better initially. Does have the Conqueror as well to extend those trades. And Ablazeolive is happy to be respectful and just chill out while Pretty is chilling out at level 4.
Yeah, and if I saw these two champions in the same game, I would really hope that my marksman's the one with Vayne in their pockets. As, and I know you've been hyping up that pick against Tahm Kench. I would love to see it, but Pretty already getting a little bit of a Vayne advantage. Ablazeolive losing that trade, as Sett is very powerful with those Fist of Fury and the clap early. And Ablazeolive is going to get relegated to being out of turret. See if he's going to have to build, or is able to build a slow push to the successes that Allorim has been able to do that with his Tahm Kench today.
Yeah, I really like how Pretty's able to control this one early. But Ablazeolive definitely no stranger to either of these champions, actually. He's played both of these on the LCS stage to pretty big success. In fact, it's kind of cool like how Tahm Kench at least made his way into the LCS from like my perspective, right, as someone that casts that league. It was kind of like revenge of Ablazeolive, just picking the champion after the rework. And obviously has been pretty popular since then. But both those players in this tournament's kind of really cool. So if Tahm Kench is going to be the story, we've got plenty of Tahm Kench players, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, this one though, that's Ignite. He should be able to run away. Thumbs up, drop by Ablazeolive. I like that.
I mean, you know, I gotta let him know. Nothing else to do while you're channeling Abyssal Dive. Does get some health back, but already eating a little too much damage here. Looks like that Sett's able to deal enough here to constantly harass this Tahm Kench, which is kind of the big challenge. especially when you can't get extra items. Oh, goodness, though. Oh, no. Into the tower you go. You held on forever, but there's the ulti out of Sett. Doesn't take a tower shot. Haymaker lining up. Exhaust is down. They will connect, but not enough damage as Ablazeolive goes back in, trying to find a window back around, but misses the tongue lasher. I think the minion got in the way.
So good news for Sett is that when he's low health, he actually gets a lot of extra health regen. So we're seeing that right now for Pretty. And this should be able to give him maybe a health advantage moving forward. I also liked, spinning him into the turret and then the showstopper out, that RKO. Yep. That actually worked out okay for the side of Pretty. So looks like he was watching a little tape, a little bit of footage here. He's cooked something up.
Yeah, kind of has it all planned out. Perhaps if it's a regen kind of game, maybe Garen is the answer to all of our problems. Getting that passive going. Garen's pretty good.
It's pretty good in the 1v1.
Yeah. Especially if it's going to be, I don't know. I feel like at some point, I just desperately want to watch all of Allorim's remaining games because, you're going to have so much time, especially because I believe now Allorim's going to play tomorrow. We won't see him again today. So, you got a full evening if you really want to get in there and dedicate some time. You can watch this back, see what's going on, listen to our suggestions, promptly ignore them, which is very smart of you, and maybe get it going.
Just wait, Allorim's he's spam picking Tahm Kench just for one game to bust out his Neeko, and then that's gonna catch him off guard. That's gonna be a big problem with the enemy team or enemy player.
I like that. All right. Well, how's this one going right now? That's even on CS. Ablazeolive is kind of regen his way back up. Pretty was not able to apply any additional pressure. Ignites are coming off cooldown for Ablazeolive and are already off actually for Pretty. But gonna be a window here where it's 1 summon a spell to 0. And then 2 to 1 for a little while as well here, but Pretty gonna have to probably wait for the ult cooldown. They are both quite long for these two champions, so mostly just trading farm back and forth here for now.
And we're back at full health, and Summoner's almost available too. I want to see if Ablazeolive can land those 3 stacks and try and take down Pretty. I also love the 3 stacks on Tahm Kench on the skin, because he busts out the fork and the knife, he, starts running at you like he's gonna actually eat you. Heavily underrated skin for Tahm Kench here.
Oh, this skin is absolutely wonderful. It's very, very good. As Ablazeolive gives us a thumbs up, he agrees.
Oh yeah.
Gonna go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the zoom in. I appreciate that from our observers very much. As unfortunately, this 1v1 is a little bit quieter, a little bit less feisty than some of the other ones we've had today. But should see some action coming out soon, as that's a nice thick landing from Ablazeolive.
And we have had people who really send it in some of the games, which is pretty exciting.
I like the series between Insanity and Davemon, where there was 3 games and 3 creeps killed. That was my favorite.
That was I feel like there was maybe some discussion beforehand about the type of game they wanted to play. Got the mirror matches, got the very quick matches.
If the waves hit, we're doing it wrong. That was the pregame discussion.
Yep, and you know what? Credit to them both. They did listen to instructions very well. If that was the case. Almost 6 minutes through this one, though. Again, have not hit the timer. I don't have to mention it too many times, but there is a time limit also on these games, in addition to the standard ways to win a 1v100 CS, first blood or first tower. So if we do somehow get to the 10-minute mark, we're under 4 minutes away from that now, and no one has won from any other thing, it is now high CS will win at that point. And this is the kind of match it's feeling like we're on pace to get there. But I know the players are going to find their spot to all in and get aggressive. Every time I think Tahm Kench is going to time, he finds a way to get a kill.
Honestly, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I think that farm might be the only way that Pretty can win this one at this point, as Tahm Kench's base stats are pretty absurd, and here we go again.
Yep, into the tower we go. Once again, showstopper, but your health is not particularly healthy, and you are going to go down the Haymaker dodge, and it's just so easy for Ablazeolive. I told you, nobody ever escapes the Kench, and that is beautiful from Pretty. But he's going to drop the first game.
Well, I appreciate the sportsmanship from Pretty there.
Me too.
For our entertainment. Getting a couple extra curl-ups in as the Tahm Kench. God, what is the record on TK now? Is it 5-1?
I think it's 5-1.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, someone's got to play one of the counters, man. The Sett, it had a chance early, but once you got that level 11 in, there was no chance as Ablazeolive. He busted out the fork and the knife and feasted upon the Sett, as we have seen Tahm Kench feast upon this tournament as we get a second look right here.
Well, yeah, again, just so easy to line up here. The tower shot even adding some damage, and then stepping forward past the Haymaker looks real cute, but Ablazeolive kind of knew that it didn't really matter at this
Here's
point.
The good stuff.
Yeah, here's the good stuff.
The slow-mo. Oh, this is outstanding.
1, 2, 3, 4, Oh, my man's finished 5 for dying to the tower shots. Ablazeolive letting them get the maximum workout in, which is also very sportsmanlike. I have to appreciate that out of Nick.
Pool party Sett. You know, you got to keep the abs up for a reason.
Yeah.
That's why Sett looks like that. If you can fit in 5, that's pretty good.
Yeah, a 5 with a tower shooting you in a mythical land where everything is frozen and you're up against a catfish. Yeah, definitely impressive stuff there. As we may get our wish here. I will say, Ablazeolive has played Tahm Kench twice now, but he has swapped off to Tahm Kench after game 1. So it feels like he's trying to build himself the game 1 buffer. And then he's like, okay, I'm happy to play other champions now.
Here's the mind game from Ablazeolive. He's going to play the Tahm Kench, convince Pretty that this pick is busted, and then play the counter into it, as he is currently hovering Vayne. And who knows, maybe they're trading a couple DMs. Of course, these players going to be somewhat familiar with each other. Pretty, an Academy Midnighter did get 1 game in the LCS, as that was on purpose by Immortals. Pretty's a very talented player coming over overseas. Of course, was playing in Europe, originally from Greece, I should say. As Ablazeolive, you were giving us hope with the Vayne, but I don't think you want to give Pretty any hope if you pick another Tahm Kench.
Well, he hasn't locked it in yet. I would also love to see the champion on the other side. We'll have to wait and see. 20 seconds for the players.
I'd love Vel'Koz.
To decide. Yeah, Vel'Koz is a good time. A lot. Oh,
do it, please.
Have I been listening?
Tien was playing it back. It's the counter. You can use the passive to get the move speed to like escape Tahm Kench, and those Qs hit pretty hard with Conqueror.
Oh, this feels like such a mind game. The LeBlanc locked in. The Lillia is going to get locked in as well. Ooh. Oh, boy. So the last minute swap there, I felt like Ablazeolive like read into his soul. I was just like, wait a second. I sense Lillia. I got to swap off.
Hold on, maybe some stream peeking going on? No, probably not. Hey, LeBlanc versus Lillia. This is something where Lillia, if you're quick on the trigger, you can hit those Qs when LeBlanc does dash in. You can also use those seeds if you angle it correctly to either hit LeBlanc in front of you or hit the clone or wherever she hops back. So I don't know this matchup a ton, but Lillia does a surprising amount of base damage and has a lot of movement speed. So she's a really good duelist early. And so I want to see if Pretty's actually able to take advantage of that. Could be fun.
Oh, absolutely. I think Lane Lillia is like one of the great joys of League that unfortunately, I mean, to design does not get played all that often, which is maybe a good thing. But maybe should stay in the jungle. Don't want every champion playing every role at some point. But it's really fun. Like just spinning your branch on people. You get a little dot. It's kind of like having Deathfire Touchback in the game, which warms my heart greatly.
Ooh.
But Lillia definitely like underrated as far as her dealing goes. I mean, like a lot of her role in jungle is to like fight the other jungler, right? And so she does have quite a few tools to do that.
Yeah, and I know that one of the recent changes to Lillia as well, because one of the things that was really good about Lillia is like how creative you could be with your pathing. We saw like a lot of junglers start enemy raptors or late invade enemy raptors to like take red, especially if Lillia was picked on red side. You can go raptors to enemy wolves. Like you could do a bunch of crazy stuff because the passive, it would stay up long enough. Well, that was a part of the original set of changes they made to Lillia. They decreased the time you could like keep that passive up. They recently increased it by a second. So it's a lot easier for Lillia to keep that passive up, and you can keep on queuing to like get those stacks early. So we might start seeing a little bit of Lillia at Worlds. I know that AP junglers aren't the greatest at the moment, but Lillia has been given a lot of changes. If anyone was going to come back, it would be her and Diana, right? So I'm curious to see if any of the teams at Worlds going to do that, and curious to see how Pretty can pilot this Lillia in the 1v1 as going to have his hands full with the LeBlanc.
You also wonder, like, is this just to like, okay, I'm expecting Tahm Kench again kind of pick, or is this like a, I am expecting this, but if I don't see that, I still feel comfortable in the champion, right? Because it's one thing to be like, okay, I can conceptually like play one matchup, right? Especially when I just played against the champion, even if I haven't really played it before, right? Because they're good enough players and they understand the different champions. Like you could probably figure out like Lillia versus LeBlanc in a short amount of time. Lillia versus Tahm Kench, but if you didn't expect something like LeBlanc, and now all of a sudden you're like, the matchup I've been maybe thinking about for like the 6 minutes when I was getting pushed in and devoured by Tahm Kench, now I have to play against a completely different champion.
And some that both Ablazeolive and Pretty have played to great success as well in their own seasons as, of course, Golden Guardians, top 8, and Immortals still playing top 4. We already mentioned they play Friday, actually, ironically enough, against Golden Guardians Academy in that lower bracket to keep on the impressive lower bracket runs that both of those teams have put together in Proving Grounds. It's been really fun seeing that tournament, as we do have 4 Academy teams left, and a lot of good action taking place on the LCS. And of course, Pastrytime, you being very familiar with the Academy talents as well, especially the ones that come from your home region, from the OPL too. It's been fun seeing a lot of those players succeed as well.
Yeah, it's such a cool tournament, right? I mean, it's very long, right? But you do get really deep runs. You do get a lot of different rosters, and like it's like playing like a full season or more in like a tournament style like playoffs. It's so many games for these teams and these players, which is great in a lot of ways. Kind of like, you know, get them the experience that a lot of the younger, less experienced talent is looking for. And I think like the finish for the end of it last year was super cool. Obviously, that Noah managed to take the title with, and it seems like the run this time is going to be no less dramatic once you do get to the final there for Proving Grounds. So definitely something if you're interested in more League of Legends, maybe something more on the 5v5s you might be used to than the 1v1s we have here today. Definitely something worth checking out as the pros are getting fed. Everyone can relax.
Interestingly enough, Ablazeolive actually going with Cleanse would get out of the Lillia ult. So along with both the Exhaust and the Ignite, so adapting some of the tech he might have seen out of Insanity in their 1v1 for this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't need flash. Most players won't be taking it a 1v1 anyway, and Ablazeolive is already off to the races. Electrocute going to be procced already, and Lillia is getting in there, but Lillia is now in trouble to cleanse it off, and that is a very fast first blood. Ablazeolive is going to sweep the series.
Yeah, I think Pretty was hoping to see the Tahm Kench. That was not the Tahm Kench, that was LeBlanc, and that was a lot of damage coming out for the side of the way. He does end up going down. Pretty ends up going down, and Ablazeolive gonna keep trying to make that run in the lower bracket.
Yep, made it close in the upper bracket. Couldn't quite get it done, but does dispatch Pretty here 2-0. Again, kind of runs the mind game with the Tahm Kench there, maybe. You know, long, drawn-out game where you're really frustrating your opponent. You're like kind of putting the idea of Tahm Kench in their head again, and then one of the fastest skills we've seen so far today, LeBlanc just instantly all-in someone at level 3 and they explode. So 2 very different games, but 2 successes there for Ablazeolive.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I appreciate the Lillia attempts. I do still want to see her into a Tahm Kench, but of course, Lillia is locked in, and Tahm Kench is not. That could be the result, which wasn't great there for the side of Pretty, but Pretty is still having a good season and is still kicking. 16 teams in the tournament, only 4 left. Immortals is one of them. That's a pretty big deal. But now time to get moving on. We've got a matchup coming up next with one of Viper's younger twin brothers. Both of them left in the 2 lower bracket matches we have today, and are looking to move on, as the mechanics of these guys showed early. Really good. Just couldn't overcome TK.
Yes, unfortunately, it's only so far your mechanics can carry you. And when it's Allorim's Tahm Kench standing in the way, yeah, it's kind of a lot to get through there, as Allorim has been cruising with the Tahm Kench towards that winners bracket, still feeling pretty good about things. But yeah, should be really, really fun last 2 matches to close out today. Again, these are players that are very talented, kind of building like hype already very early in their careers, and their careers can't even really realistically start yet. They are too young to play in academy, which is a not something I'd ever think would happen, and is really cool, especially given that it's like a family of players, one of which has already been very successful in academy, especially this year, obviously, as you said, still in there with IMT for Viper.
I know that we've like already kind of highlighted this before, but Viper, of course, you know, he's of course trying to be the best player that he can be, and make it back in the LCS, and going from a Proving Grounds championship to another top 4 in Proving Grounds, that's a pretty good way for Viper to make a case that he is still one of the best top laners that we have. But his passion for helping out his younger twin brothers as well, just mentoring them in top lane and mentoring them in the space, is really cool to hear about too. And he cares a lot about his family. Fun that, you know, them are involved along with Viper in this tournament, and fun that they've been showing out. I know they find themselves in the lower bracket here. We're gonna have to see if any of those champions can come up big, as they're gonna need to pull them out to take down, first off, Misterdot, of course, a talented varsity challenger bot laner for UCI.
Yeah, has been playing marksman so far this tournament, which kind of tracks. Maybe he's gonna get some sort of marksman mirror. We've seen Irelia out of General Sniper already, which looked real good. We'll see what they want to pick here. There are plenty of choices here for both these players. No one's locked in just yet, but Kalista now is going to be locked in for Misterdot and Irelia once again. So General Sniper opening with the same champion he started with up against Allorim. His Irelia looked amazing in the 1v1. It just like couldn't kill Tahm Kench, because apparently nothing can kill Tahm Kench.
Well, we're gonna
Not
have
a-
to see if we
not
can
a him
take down
problem.
Kalista. Yeah,
Yep.
I know.
A lot easier.
Dardoch took down the Kalista with a Rengar, and that was rather close.
Yes, very close actually. Really good showing there from Dardoch on one of his signature champions. Not too surprising there, but Kalista definitely a popular choice for like 1v1 marksman. You know, classically it's been stuff like Caitlyn, which I think is a little too tough to play now, especially in this 1v1 format. Lucian always a popular one. We've seen Akshan today, which has been really cool.
Yeah.
But Kalista seems to be the go-to for a lot of these players, and it makes sense. Like, she's very lane dominant on 5v5s. That's one of the biggest reasons you pick her. And even though you don't get access to her ulti, you don't get, the ability to support your allies, you don't need them. Just throw spears at people and rend them, and that's usually enough to get a kill, especially if you're hitting those Qs nicely and getting that poke happening.
Oddly enough, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen someone like Aphelios, because his guns are like so strong early and like has so much range that I feel like he could potentially navigate out of one of these early 1v1s. But Kalista's going to be the choice for Misterdot. And of course, those Ren stacks, extended trades into these fighters. And also, we're going to have to keep our eyes out for is the sidesteps against Irelia stun. That's going to be the really important interaction in this 1v1. And see if Misterdot is up to it, as both these very talented young players are going to take to... I keep on like saying the Rift on default, but I guess it's the bridge.
It is, the bridge.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
The bridge.
Take to the
That's
bridge.
been fun.
Feed
Yeah.
the borrows.
Oh, that is the important one. If you feed the poros, I will root for you. Nothing else matters. I just, make sure those poros are doing well.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You're a Braum main, so like you would have extra investment in the poros, but they are adorable and they do inhabit the bridge, and you must be respectful. So
Big
feeding
fan
them before the 1v1 is important.
Big fan of Braum, not only on Summoner's Rift, but also Legends of Runeterra, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can spawn poros if you get Braum to evolve and, keep them healthy. I not as familiar with the meta at the moment. It takes a lot of time to get Braum going, and I assume with Irelia Azir still being a thing, that's difficult to do against most decks.
They're not as much of a thing anymore. You'll be
really?
To know they got some teeth taken out. A little too powerful, perhaps. Yeah.
Holy
right.
smokes! It was
that's most people's reaction to that.
It was like turn 3. You're like, well, they've got 5 people attacking me on the board, and I take 1 damage like from these sand soldiers that they just die.
Yep.
Like that was really, really strong. Full combo, but little powerful. What's like the big deck now? Because of course, like you were working on LOR World, which just wrapped up. Yeah.
It's like tough because like Nami's probably the most powerful thing you can be doing right now, but there's lots of different things you can do.
Okay.
So like at Worlds, like Nami's is probably the most powerful deck, but lots of different decks did well. So if you have a favorite champion, they're probably well represented, just not Irelia or Azir. I was actually joking off camera before we started this day. I was like, I've seen a lot of Akshan in LOR recently, and not at all in League of Legends. So when we got a tip off that some players might be looking at Akshan, I was like, oh, that's right. I forgot the champion existed in this other game because I just haven't seen him because it was disabled for all of LCS players.
Yeah, and unfortunately disabled for Worlds as well.
Yeah.
If you are a fan of Akshan. Probably for the best, though, as that could be breaking the meta. We will not see that at the moment, but is a champion that we have to keep our eyes out, as we will be seeing that competitively played in January for the Pro Leagues and elsewhere for other leagues as well. As getting back to the 1v1s, that Poro has not been fed, and this is...
I'm upset.
It's getting a little bit frustrating here, as these young guys got to pay the respect to what makes the bridge, which is obviously these Poros. That one's taking a nap?
Yeah, I think so. That's adorable.
Does it wake up when it gets out of the fog of war?
I don't know. We're going to find out together.
I know. I'm a big fan of that Poro taking a nap, though. It looks like a pretty comfy spot.
It does. Just chilling. Is that the Poro referee I pointed out earlier, or is that a different one? Because you got to wake up, Chief. The game's going. They're battling. You got to... What is this? Where are the enforcement of the rules? Sleeping on the job. It's like an NFL game. All right.
You could get away with so many things on that bridge right now, as that Poro just not stop you. As starting off this matchup early, looks like Misterdot taking advantage of that range. General Sniper gonna have to wait for this first wave and then make his move after.
Yeah, but again, General Sniper, pretty well named is what I was gonna say.
Ooh,
very accurate there. Gets a thumbs up though, so can't follow up. Being very patient here, which makes sense. You do have to just kind of taking medicine in the early stages of this matchup. Not really going to get a whole lot of traction 1v1 up against such a dominant early game champion like Kalista, especially in the range disadvantage. But now we go. Gets himself some damage. That rend is nice, even though that stun looked so good. Not enough.
That was actually pretty cool. I think he had an E out and then was able to kind of cancel the animation with like the W ending to throw that second one. Is you guys know everything about their champs, and here we go.
Yeah. Straight in for it. Cleanse already down. Ignite down as well. Looking for the stun, but not going to land it. Instead, tries to stun him off the relic, but doesn't do so. General Sniper, though, can walk back to the relic, likely spawning on their side in a moment. Also is going to get health back, queuing these minions. So all of a sudden, has control of this wave.
I think he's going to want to dive 6. He has Ignite. There's no climb on the side of Misterdot. 6 is here. I think we're going to see a dive coming out from General Sniper, as that would be the flare that he'd like to take this matchup in. As man, watching this early is fun. Oh, beautiful.
Such a nice step up there from Misterdot. And now the tides have turned here. That, all-in attempt didn't go all the way to the tower, thankfully, but Misterdot now going to enjoy a pretty sizable health lead as General Sniper is still trying to fight, but kind of read the play, made it a little too obvious. That stun, though, is beautiful. Now going to go in for it, and that's an easy 1v1. It's General Sniper. No ult, not even needed. Takes out Misterdot in game 1.
Oh, man. Watching him cancel out, like, the back half of those E animations, like, with the W, the Q, and hiding those, like, away from the Kalista, of course, has the ability to, like, hop, skip, jump out of it. That was really impressive from the young player. The reason that he is high up in challenges. As we get a second look here, Pastrytime. Going for the cannon, weaving in the auto, getting the bone plating off, and then waiting for that to, like, go again as well. Really well played by General Sniper, even sneaking in Q on the minion to get some extra health back. Couple autos. Couple spams coming out. W, survive tower shot, well played.
Yeah, so clean there at a General Sniper. And like I said the first time, like letting that minion get low and then back into the brush, it's like very obvious what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to get a reset on a minion and throw out your ulti. And credit to Misterdot, he read that excellently and juked up when he saw Irelia come out of the brush. But I feel like you get a little too comfy, right? You're like, oh, she doesn't have an ulti. I can't die, right? There's nothing bad that can happen. And then General Sniper's like, no, I still got all these tricks. Pulls them out of the bag and takes game number 1.
Yeah, that was a really nice sidestep on the side of Misterdot, but Irelia, duelist for a reason, as General Sniper is showing up there, and gonna have to see if he ends up going for Irelia again. He has played it multiple times. Also tried the Fiora under the Tahm Kench. I'm wondering if we get to see Riven, Renekton, anything like that. I know Renekton does have some changes on this patch. It's actually getting buffed the next patch to like try and compensate for those. Decrease the empowered stun. A bit tougher to lock down people and weave in. You could stun and cancel the animation for it. So like weave in like an extra auto and Q, which is really powerful, like the pros did on Renekton. You can't do that anymore. Changes they made.
Yeah, probably a good change, but obviously takes a ton of strength out of the champion. So interesting. We'll see kind of how it all shakes out here. Also, this draft. Oh, I love what they've done. Agreeing to the Yasuo mirror match. A true gentleman's agreement.
A true gentleman's agreement. Purely for our entertainment here, Pastrytime. As I mean, this might be a preview of what we see out of My Sword Crimson, as we already saw the Yasuo did not take down the Tahm Kench. That's pretty tough to do, but the mechanics were there. And we're gonna have to see if the twin brother General Sniper has those mechanics, and also Misterdot has those. As of course, we mentioned bot laner for the side of UCI, and Yasuo is a champion that we have seen in the bot lane. Notably, my mind goes to Perks at Worlds, probably the most famous bot Yasuo player that we have in the world. And we have to see if Misterdot can summon and channel a little bit of that energy in this one and try and take down General Sniper.
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like a lot of like mid laners, when like Lucian became a champion that could play, a lot of them were like, oh, cool. Because like most mid laners I know, when they get filled to jungle, are like, I guess I'm just playing Lucian because it's like the most fun champion to play in jungle. And like, I don't know, they're not junglers. They're not really there to like do the jungle thing. They're there to like do cool stuff because I have to play jungle this game. That's fine. I feel like that's kind of the same for the bot lane. It's like, I'm in a soul lane. What should I play? Yasuo seems fun. Let me play that.
Yeah, it's never like, a mid laner like getting filled bot and it's like, oh, you know what? Misfortune got buffed. I think I'm gonna play MF. Like, it's not the mechanical champ.
Kaisa.
It's all Kaisa. I will say it's actually funny because like I think MF is like still a champion. It's like has potential, is like not bad, but like she's so for these guys like playing at the level that they do, it's a champion that they would rather not play. They would rather have like try and test themselves mechanically, try and outplay people. Whereas MF, it's like I dropped E, I dropped R, you don't have flash, and you're dead. Yeah. Get outplayed. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so interesting, perhaps. I do respect that the players are like, playing the champions they want to play. I mean, a lot of very flashy players are invited to this event, which is super cool to see. We saw Davemon like staying strong with the Pyke throughout his series, almost able to squeak it out 2-1 now, which is really cool to see. It's nice to see like the Rivens and the Irelias and the Fioras, like champions that we know are in the wheelhouses of these players, just like, come to bear. And you know what?
Yeah.
We've given him some, some flack for it, but even Allorim sticking to the guns, right? If he only is going to play Tahm, Kench, and like Yorick all event, I'm here for it.
I feel like Arm and Davemon, it's like the Thanos, like everything is balanced, Like we get one person only playing Tahm Kench, like only playing Pyke. It's you got to balance it out. And to be fair to Allorim, he's looking pretty good at the Tahm Kench, so just work out. Yeah.
Turns out he knows how to play that champion, which I guess we did. We definitely already knew. His opponents in Proving Grounds also knew when he was still there competing alongside Zeus. Unfortunately, as you said a while ago now, they have not made it as we are paired down to top 4, I believe, which is getting awfully close to the end of that tournament. Make sure to check it out if you have any interest in the other NA League that's happening. There is a lot of it. I know it's quite hard to keep track of all the League of Legends that goes on. But if you're here joining us for this tournament, thank you so much. It's been real fun so far. We have 2 matches to go. I guess this one and then one more. This one obviously not done yet. General Sniper. See if you can get the sweep or if it's going to be another 3-game set.
This has been a good time. And of course, you are in the chat, still have the giveaway going, and still have so exclamation point giveaway. I got a lot of fun prizes to give there, and also if check out Able Gamers, the charity or the foundation that I should say that this is supporting as well, as you can support them as Pastrytime Spectator Away is over, getting back out on the action.
Alrighty.
Mirrored skins as well. This is the true mirror matchup.
This is mirrored summoners. Oh, I love that they got Flash. Flash is really hype in this matchup. Exhaust is like way better, and like if you were trying to win, I probably would say you should go Exhaust because it absolutely buckles Yasuo. But this is definitely more honorable, I would say, which I think is very fitting for the matchup. Oh, that is extremely dishonorable.
Oh, what is that? General Sniper. You got to pay some respect to your elders. Misterdot should trade. That should be a trade.
Yeah. Oh, just run around. Get the flow going.
Okay.
Maybe run around, fill it up, and then hit him. That'd be really funny. Ooh,
I appreciate
good class.
Yeah, I appreciate this.
And I have it back.
Wait,
all right,
here we go. Oh, that's not fair.
All right. Well, General Sniper trying to eke out every little micro advantage you can. Already getting aggressive. Oh, get owned. Wind wall straight to the dome. Stops that incoming tornado. Lots of spinning, as expected for the matchup. Great knock up there. Hits level 4 for Misterdot.
So one thing I want to see with the flash, you can Q flash and and like the knock up NATO. It's really difficult to do, but it's super cool. And I want to see if one of these players can pull it off.
I believe the Yasuo community calls it a Beyblade. Hold that thought though, because Misterdot is getting. Oh, there it is! But it's not enough. Didn't have the ignite. Needed one more auto. General Sniper though, making it look flashy, and now he's going for it. There we go.
Yeah.
EQ easy as you like. First blood, even with the death to the tower. That is the series sweep for General Sniper.
Not bad. We teased it. Usually it's like into the ultimate, but it's a really cool mechanic. It's a really difficult timer to pull off, but General Sniper did it there. Looking damn good doing it. And hey, Viper, General Sniper, 2 brothers through. We got 1 more to go as Misterdot. Fun for him to compete. Having someone that plays in college and plays at a high level, I think it's very cool.
So sick.
That's it's such a nasty mechanic. It's so difficult to do. I've had people try it a lot in practice tool. Those people, of course, not being myself, definitely friends, but it's not easy.
No. And it only gets harder. I was about ready to explain all the different blades so it can do the community of names, and unfortunately, General Sniper just took him out. That was probably max range too. That angle was really sick, 45 degrees through the little caster creep, finds the angle, and then at that point, you have to run basically back to the other tower, which is not going to be a good time in that matchup. So instead, just kind of accepts the fate. I think just walks back into E range and gets finished off. Really fun finish there from General Sniper. As we have 1 more match left, as you saw there in the bracket. Dardoch versus My Sword Crimson is going to be the final one there. And if that name sounds familiar or perhaps unfamiliar to you, we can make it really easy. If you don't know who that is, that's the other General Sniper, who's the twin brother of General Sniper, who of course are both the younger brothers of Viper, all of which who are competing in this tournament.
Yeah, we got Dardoch trying to stick around, keep on competing under the namesake of Immortals. Of course, him hopping in as an assistant coach. And then also My Sword Crimson trying to join his brothers. And he would be going toe-to-toe with his older brother, Viper, if he does win this one. So we saw General Sniper channeling some of those Yasuo mechanics. That is a champion that My Sword Crimson is known for and what helped him hit Challenger. I'd be curious to see if we see any Yasuo or Yone in this one.
Definitely down for Yone.
Oh, I'm super down for both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm here for it. Love those champs. Very fun. Ooh, also. Oh, this is so interesting. Okay, you know what? We'll give the player some time to. Oh, never mind. Dardoch's locked in Gragas. That's where he wants to be.
That. This would be interesting if Riven is taken, because Riven gonna throw us way back here, Pastrytime. School counter to Gragas. Old Gragas specifically. This was Faker's counter pick at Season 3 Worlds into Gragas. It was Riven mid. I'd put that into Zed and Gragas, and it was very good. We're gonna have to see if My Sword Crimson. He's gonna have a nice matchup for the Riven. See if we can use that to some success, as Dardoch taking a signature champion for himself. And honestly, a signature champion for Immortals, it was something that Xerxes played very well throughout the split as well.
Yep, definitely the champion that Dardoch has played a lot in his career, which is quite impressive for someone with a very wide champion pool. I mean, what did we see? So Rengar, obviously, which is something he's known for. His Udyr back in the day. Even I've seen like his Kiana jungle is something I still remember from when he was his time at, I believe, Optic Academy at that point. So he's like kind of always on the pulse as far as like what junglers are played. He has a very large pool. And Gragas definitely more in the comfort zone for him, but that's not saying much for a player that plays seemingly every champion that you could think to play in the jungle.
I'm still trying to think back to like his days in the spring for Dignitas. I think like the first 8 or 9 games they played was like all
different
unique
champion.
champ for Dardoch. So yeah, he's always been one that has the aptitude to break anything out. Always been players, teammates, and opponents have always been very complimentary of his ability to play a lot of those champions, and fun to see him pulling out some of his favorites here. As we're gonna have to see if he can play the Gragas to the same success that he was able to play the Rengar in the matchup that he was able to take earlier. Of course, he got put down in the lower bracket, was swept by Revenge, but did take Misterdot down. So now we're gonna have to see if he can take down My Sword Crimson, punish one of Viper's brothers. No one, I should say, who's trying to stay alive, stick around with the rest of the family, and get that family toe-to-toe matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you don't want to be the brother that goes out before the rest of the family. That is for sure. Like, if you're gonna lose to someone else in the family, right? That feels like the correct way. Unfortunately, got to get through Dardoch, who, despite currently being an assistant coach for Immortals and doing a great job there, obviously has plenty of chops in the game. Even if 1v1 is perhaps not his forte, he at least said that he wanted to take as many people out as he could, and he's never going to give us a timeout or 100 CS game, which certainly you love to hear. I guess unsurprisingly though, Crimson plays Riven. What a revelation that one of Viper's younger brothers would know this champion. In fact, I'm gonna safely assume that they both know how to play Riven. I think it's a Riven playing family first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, it's a family that is just all good at League of Legends. So take all these hyphy champions. If it's tough to play, they play it well, and we're gonna have to see if My Sword Crimson can play that to take down Dardoch. And Dardoch, not the only coach that has been playing some League and on stream. If you've been paying attention, I know that there is big name streamer Bjergsen taking advantage of the offseason, playing a lot more games. I'm sure some League of Legends fans are pretty excited about that one. Some rumors have been flying around. We're gonna have to see what happens to that. But regardless, I think it's fun for a lot of the fans to see, a face that, even though not originally from NA, feels synonymous with NA. Streaming a lot of the league and still playing at a very high level, even as a coach. So fun to watch these players, get those chops back.
I will say, watching his stream, I think made me like the best mid laner I'll ever be. Like, didn't like, bar was pretty low, but like I got so much better doing the things that I like from emulating a great player, which is like typically how you get better. Not super surprising, but definitely if you like high level gameplay, there's lots of different streamers to watch. He's definitely one of them. There's also plenty of good streamers here in this tournament as well. Manning a screen being one of them there. My Sword Crimson going to move out with the Riven. See if he can do battle with the AP Gragas of Dardoch.
So Gragas actually saw a couple buffs as well to the W. I believe the AP ratio. Dardoch maybe looking to take advantage of that, of course. We did tease out the fact that Riven was an old school counter to the Gragas, but that was old Gragas, even though his kit is somewhat similar now. They did change around a lot of those AP ratios in the W to make him more jungle-centric instead of mid-lane-centric. I believe his old AP ratio on his R was 1.1. It's rather large, yeah.
Yes. It also cost instantly.
Yes.
Once upon a time. So, you know.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that was, that was the thing where I was like, I'm so good at Gragas. This champion's the best. I'm the best. When they changed it, I was like, maybe I wasn't that good at Gragas.
Early trade coming out from my
Revenge has set the bar pretty high for Riven gameplay already today. So
true.
Very curious to see more Riven out of a different player. Wait, it was also Dardoch that got Riven, right? Yeah, it was. So he's at it again. Just keeps hitting the Riven players. That combo was so nice.
Love how the shield dash was used to get past the Q as well. As Dardoch will have a lot of sustain in that kit, but Mindsword Crimson looking to consistently proc the Aftershock. Get these trades off. As good knockback. We'll keep Riven at bay for the third Q, but still, Riven winning these early trades.
Yeah, this is a really nice hit, keeping him off the wave. I mean, Gragas does have some sustain built in. They're going to be kept off this relic as well. I love the patience here, like just trying not to take it too early. Does eventually grab it. This is going to give a little bit of health back to Dardoch, but gets the lion's share of it by taking that first relic as well. And level 6 won't be too far away. That's a nice thing about this particular map. XP moves quick when you start at level 3, and there's some acceleration there as well.
I think the Dardoch just learned something in the matchup. Having the E knockback into the Q did help him land both those abilities and prevented Mindsword Crimson from dodging out, as we have seen him do on the slippery Riven earlier. As Dardoch, half mana, has a biscuit coming in, has health coming back when he spams abilities, but Riven, when she hits 6, could be dangerous.
Yeah, 6 of both actually here. I remember we have seen a couple of displacements into the tower being a pretty powerful strategy. So there's definitely that as well. Mindsword Crimson doesn't want to play too far forward, especially if there's no minion wave nearby to tank the incoming tower shots. So he's going to let the wave push back here. He's happy with the position he's built.
Wave is bouncing back. This could be a timer that Dardoch could look to punish. Thanks to the passive of Gragas back at full health. And Mindsword Crimson, respecting the size of the wave, is on the back foot.
Is everyone's strategy going to become like, what version of Tahm Kench can I play? Is this what's happened? Is Dardoch just like, I can't play Tahm Kench, but I can play Gragas?
That was actually pretty slick there from Mindsword Crimson. Managed to weave in the W, did miss the Gragas. It was a nice step back from Dardoch, but those quick combos coming out, showing some of the things that Riven can do, and here we go.
Yep, damage done again, but again, the wave is just so big, the Q is going to be eaten, and that is not what you want. Now the ulti Dardoch setting it up. Remember, Dardoch said he is not going to be one to take a game by not getting a kill. So he is not looking for the tower, but the all-in's looking so good. The Riven ulti out of there, flashes too, but he misses it. And now the cannon is going to get him, and Dardoch is going to take game number 1.
Oh, he just hits recall, does a little bit of a belly shake on Gragas, and I thought that the Riven had it. I thought he was going down, but just a little bit of a sidestep. Not connecting on the ultimate. Mindsword Crimson. Oh, so close.
All right, watch this one again here. That was so close. I mean, this was so great by Dardoch. Great ulti, right? No setup, just throws it out, predicts the movement. Feels like he's comfy here in the 1v1, but Riven again just turns it back around. And this ulti,
Oh, it was the flash from Dardoch. Was able to get around the blades, and he knows at that point that his Ignite was going to tick down first. Takes a sip, he celebrates, checks things out around him. Dardoch taking down the youngster. Is going to have to dig deep and try and climb back in this one. As it was well played from Dardoch. Fun. He's breaking out his Gragas. He's been very successful throughout his career.
Oh yeah, you can tell like the man knows his way around the champion. Especially like it is very hard to hit like an honest Gragas ulti, right? Usually you set it up with like a body slam, often like body slam flash to really get it going. But Dardoch's just like, yeah, I reckon you're gonna walk about here, knows the distance, knows the missile speed, throws it out, sets it up, and then manages to just barely escape the all-in. Have to be kicking yourself and missing that blade storm at the end. But hey, there's still some play left here for Mindsword Crimson. I feel like he's understands what's going on, definitely feels confident in dueling a player like Dardoch, even though Dardoch is much more experienced, right? And in high pressure situations, just in league in general, right? I mean, their actual Aegis is going to make that true, regardless of the actual competitive experience on top of that. So curious to see if we go back to the Riven there. I feel like Gragas was a pretty like safe pick. I don't think Dardoch is the kind of player to run it back, at least not in game 2. I think he'll show us another look, maybe the Rengar, maybe something else. But yeah, really curious to see how the second draft lines up. And we'll find out now as the players do go back into champ select.
And I mean, for Mysword Crimson, like, how much fun is this, right? Like, you're 14, you're playing an event like a couple brothers, playing against like current pros, ex-pros, people that, I mean, if you're as skilled as he is, he's playing, you know, against solo queue every single day, but still, you know, getting streamed. This is the biggest audience that he's probably seen, but still a good time and a good chance for him to show off some of his stuff. I know going down there is a bummer, but still showing some good looks. As Dardoch, you are playing with my heart hovering that Raven. That'd be a very fun champ to lock in. Oh, let's go.
Let's go. Okay, we talked about this already, but we are very excited for the change to Draven. We'll see what Mysore Crimson has to lock in first. It is going to be Sett here. Interesting that quite a few players have gone to this champion, but Sett is the decision that Crimson wants to go for. But Draven, Cubby, that one little change that happened on the most recent patch is like a little thing, and it's like beautifully flavorful, I feel like, for Draven, but actually also quite powerful.
Yeah, so what Pastrytime is referencing, in case you missed the patch notes, is that Draven gets stacks of Adoration for every axe that he catches. If you have stacks up, when you throw out the Whirling Blades of Death, if you execute someone, or if someone falls below the threshold, the amount of Adoration stacks you have, they get executed. And of course, you cash out. So if you got 200 stacks and you hit them and they fall to 200 health, they're dead. It's like a collector execute. So it's actually a really cool mechanic, very unique to Draven, and one that we both feel like is like one of the cooler changes like we've seen, just because it's super unique to that like one champion, and it feels super satisfying if you are able to pull it off.
Yeah, I think also like Draven's like snowballing nature, right, of like building his stacks and then cashing out is like a really cool part of his kit. And I think like that is a cool little power budget to put in a champion where like it is very feast or famine. I talk about a lot of champions being like that, but it's very much in the fabric of Draven and the character and the champion. But it does feel bad when like you just cannot get a kill, because like Draven himself actually has to get the takedown in order for his passive to proc. And so like teams can pretty like strategically just not feed Draven a kill in those situations. And if Draven ever dies, he loses half his stacks, and it's like an absolute tragedy to rebuild them. So this feels like a really cool way to give Draven some power back in a way that is, like you said, very unique to Draven. And in a 1v1, obviously, where there aren't, you know, teammates to potentially take kills away from you or anything like that, when it's, you know, you're going to get the kill and cash out and win if you do manage to get it, you actually are building up like a fun little win con there. You know, you can get a lot of stacks in, you know, a potential 10-minute game if you're able to kind of go that far. And that might be the difference when you are looking for an all-in, and margins have tended to be very thin in these 1v1s.
Yeah, and I want to see if Mysword Crimson in the set could like actually get on Draven, because of course the knock aside or the stand aside on the E, it's rather difficult to get through for Sett when you don't have that ultimate. But Sett is very powerful early. We've seen Sett have great success in the first few levels. Just that Tahm Kench is very strong, and fortunately not in this game, as we will have to wait till Allorim plays tomorrow to see it.
Yep, don't worry. If you hasn't missed the Tahm Kench, there'll be plenty of Tahm Kench coming up later on. But this is our last match of the day. Potentially our last game, actually, of course, with Dardoch being up 1-0. There are 2 games left. If Crimson can win this one, it's best of 3 the whole way through, double Elian, but we are in the losers bracket, so it is win or go home and I guess play more League of Legends probably.
Hey, for these guys, they probably are streaming League of Legends later tonight, right? This is just the warm-up for them.
Yeah, true. Not a bad way to warm up. Maybe start 1v1ing your viewers.
Hey, not bad.
1v1 your tier 3 subs, you know? Just saying. It's like that's an idea for you guys looking to monetize your streams.
That has had to have been done before. Either that or like channel points for sure. Like 100,000 to 1v1. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
If not, we're going to go and suggest it.
Yeah, I mean, if not, I mean, we're just giving out free ideas here, Paige. I feel like we should like start an agency and like start selling these.
Ooh,
this is not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that. We'll have a chat later after the broadcast ends. But for now, it is going to be Dardoch up 1-0 on the Draven against the Sett. It is very similar items. Boots here for Draven, though, feels very responsible given the matchup. No flash either, so Dardoch is just ready for war with Exhaust Ignite.
And also boots for Draven to create a little bit more space, gets extra health pushing out of it as well. And the Soul Reaper trade. Oh, feeding the Poro. All right, Dardoch, classy move. A lot of respect there. I'm rooting for the Draven here, Pastrytime.
Yeah, I mean, already winning the adoration of the crowd makes sense. Should get a stack for that, to be perfectly honest with you, but unfortunately not built into the game mode just yet.
Just a stack in Pastrytime's heart. That's all.
It's worth something. Unfortunately, it doesn't increase your in-game count. Doesn't add to execution damage.
See my Sword Crimson going to try and creep up and potentially do something with the wave. Is Dardoch posturing very aggressively here.
Yeah, you want to get on early, but you are going to get yourself slapped.
Buffered.
And this damage is pretty intense. Exhaust is there. Dardoch trying to run out of there, but the W is going to connect. And now the counter exhaust actually can't pick up that axe, though. Have to be careful, but the ignite is down. The damage is very fierce. And oh my goodness, Dardoch has done it. In under a minute 20, he'll finish off the sweep.
Oh, that was close, but
that was so
Dardoch
close.
Created enough space, and that is going to be it for that matchup. Dardoch keep it in, trying to take down Viper now, another teammate. My Sword Crimson does fall. Unfortunately, that was close. One more Fist of Fury, I thought he had it.
Yeah, I mean, let's watch this one again, actually, and see just how close it was, because I could have sworn we were going to a third game here. Again, like, Draven has to catch his axes, and Sett makes his job very easy when you're trying to set up and get in melee range.
Those boots for Dardoch kept him outside of, like, any autos coming in.
Oh my god.
And this got really close. Yeah, in the brush. Oh, the one auto did hit. Oh, that had to have been 10, 20 HP in the hands of Dardoch before he ding that level.
Dardoch
go down.
Had 3 potions, only had 2, so something happened. It was very close, but it is Dardoch that wins it at the end of the day. So to recap, here's the top side of the bracket that you may have missed earlier. Fire and Revenge are going to kick things off tomorrow. And Allorim and Insanity as Allorim continues his run of terror with the Tahm Kench. But 2 former teammates playing together should be fun there in the bottom half. In losers here, though, it's Ablazeolive up against General Sniper. And then Dardoch, who Viper is going to be looking to get some revenge on for beating up his little brother. That doesn't feel like a place you want to be walking into. An angry Viper after you take out one of his family members.
Yeah, and what a fun first day. Big shout out to Immortals and Progressive. If you want to learn more about Progressive, you can also use the Twitch command savings and quote. See how you can save more money with progressive, I should say. But I was trying to get to Progressive as we're going to start plugging Able Gamers yet again, a Pastrytime and their mission statement. Really fun to support them and fun to see that the donation pool is growing throughout this event as well.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Again, this is not just for the glory of the 1v1, it's also and all the fun of it, which has been great so far. It is also for a good cause. Able Gamers, an awesome charity. Again, bringing gaming to the most people possible is, I think, something I can certainly get behind. And you can donate if you want to. Again, it's completely optional, but if you want to, it is tiltfight.com/immortals-gg. That'll be, of course, today, and of course tomorrow when the stream is back up at 2 p.m. PST. You have a chance to donate and check out the action as well, as Freak and Kobe should be finishing off a pretty spicy event, honestly. So far, it's been really fun to watch all these players compete.
Yeah, it's been a good time. I'm excited to tune in tomorrow as a fan of Freaking Kobe and see if Allorim's Tahm Kench can be taken down. Yeah, it feels like he's been cruising through the tournament. We saw Pretty bust out Lillia. I think he was expecting another TK, and want to see if anyone finds the solution, take down Allorim.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's some homework to do. There's some footage to watch if they're so inclined. But enemy number 1 has been established. It is Tahm Kench, but there's some real threats out there. I mean, Revenge's Fiora and Riven look super clean. We know there's a ton of other Rivens in the tournament left still. General Sniper's Irelia looks like a problem for a lot of people, and in general, it's like a very wide net of champions available to all the players still remaining in the tournament playing at a super high level. So Tahm Kench is kind of the obvious one, but there's a lot to look forward to tomorrow, Cubby.
Yeah, it should be a good time. Really excited to tune in. And, for everyone at home, thanks for supporting Able Gamers, tuning in. And thanks to all the players for entertaining us for the day as well. Some of those 1v1s pretty close. I think we ended on, I was hoping to see that one go to 3. But
yeah, me too.
Yeah, Draven stack's a little bit too good. And Dardoch, stick it around. He's still kicking it, trying to knock out some more teammates of his. See if he can take down Viper tomorrow.
Might be a coach, but still looking pretty deadly. And with that, we are going to wrap up day number 1. But do not forget to tune in tomorrow for the 1v1 Immortals Showdown presented by Progressive. It does continue 2 p.m. Pacific time, whatever that converts to in your local time zone. Check it out, as Freak and Kobe will be with you all event long to bring us home to crown a champion. For that, it's going to be us saying goodbye. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to the players for donating your talent and your time. And we'll see you tomorrow for more 1v1 action.